I was assigned to be a manager of a female dormitory, but the level of the girls living there was just too high. There's no way I can fit in like this. Volume 1, by Natsuno Minoru. Translated by Amalin at Story Seedling. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 1, Moving into the Girls' Dormitory. It's April, the season when the cherry blossoms are in full bloom. Hey, you quit your job a while ago, right? If you have some free time, there's something I'd like you to help with starting next week. That's totally fine, but what do you need help with? This conversation takes place over dinner between the mother, Ri, the father, Shinichiro, and their son, Souta. Ri suddenly speaks up, her voice slightly raised as if to drown out the sound of the TV. You know that Shizuko, your grandmother, was hospitalized the other day due to her chronic illness getting worse, right? Yeah. Wait, don't tell me. Shizuko is Rei's mother. At this point, Souta has an inkling of what she's about to say. He had heard this story a few times before. Based on the introduction and the atmosphere, it's easy to guess what she's getting at. That's exactly it. Shizuko was hospitalized because of her illness, so we're short on staff. Until now, my relatives and I have been providing support, so we've managed to get by, but now we can't take time off, and it's become really difficult. So, you want me to be the replacement, right? That's right. We're also looking for someone to be a night guard, so it would be a live-in position. What? Live-in? That's new information. Well, that's how it goes. I'm telling you this with the assumption that you understand. Yes, I see. Souta, overwhelmed by Ri's expression that seems to say don't be so surprised, backs down. When his mother has that look on her face, he can't argue back. The two of them continue their conversation, leaving out Shinichiro, who is silently eating his meal. This job isn't like those black companies where you work over 100 hours of overtime per month. It's not like you found the white-collar job you were talking about. It's a great opportunity, isn't it? I am not denying that. But, right until Shizuko is discharged from the hospital, you've secured a job. Well, I'll be the one who benefits the most from this, so I'll keep pushing you. Thanks for being honest. If you'd like, I can also negotiate for you to continue working at the dormitory even after Shizuko returns. When she puts it that way, Souta feels cornered. Souta previously worked in the creative industry, but it was an extremely demanding job. The company cut personnel costs and operated with a bare minimum number of staff, making it impossible to finish work within regular hours. Just as Ri said, he was working close to 100 hours of overtime per month. He endured living at the office for 3 years and finally quit at the age of 23. The company was clearly violating labor laws, but Souta didn't have the money to sue them, and to be honest, he didn't have the energy either. All he wanted was to escape on good terms. Moreover, he was forced to sign a contract stating that he would not disclose any information about his work when he quit. That's how a black company operates. Of course, Souta had no intention of diligently adhering to a contract from such a company, so he told his parents the reasons for quitting in order to gain their understanding. Today marks 4 months since Souta returned home. With financial concerns and the thought that he should find a new job as soon as possible, Ri made this offer. It's certainly an attractive offer, but it's too much responsibility to be a dormitory manager. I know I need to find a job soon, but I don't know if I can handle it. Don't be so weak. You can do it. You can cook and clean, so there won't be any problems. Seriously, if you can do these 2 things, you'll manage somehow. I expected to do cleaning, but wait, I have to cook too? Twice a day, breakfast and dinner. There are only 5 residents in the dormitory. One of them is studying abroad, so there are actually only 4. That means you won't have to cook large quantities. Upon hearing this, you might have thought, huh? Isn't that a small number for a dormitory? And felt something was off. That's right. The dormitory run by Ri's mother, Shizuko, is not a student dormitory. It's a shared residence that can accommodate about 10 people, including students and working adults, which they call a dormitory. Oh, there are only 5 residents. Didn't you say there were 7 people living there before? 2 of them graduated from university and moved out of the prefecture, so those spots opened up. I see. Oh, Sorry. Going back to what we were talking about, I can't make fancy meals. I don't have a cooking license or anything. You don't need to make Italian cuisine or anything like that. Home-cooked meals are fine. The residents are all good kids, so I think they'll eat your cooking even if it's not great. If it comes to that, I'd be a failure as a manager, and if they say they don't want to eat my food, it would be heartbreaking. But your cooking is pretty tasty, so you don't have to worry. I can vouch for that. I'm happy to hear you say that, Mom. But since returning home and not working, Souta has been doing the same things as a housewife. Husband, Mirei's perspective is that if he can handle these tasks, he should be able to manage the dormitory. Besides, you're Shizuko's grandson and my son. With these facts, the residents won't be as wary of you. They'll know exactly who you are. Well, I guess so. The point is that your advantage is that you can easily get along with the residents. It makes your job easier. Trust and credibility are important for a dormitory manager. Your responsibilities also include receiving mail and packages. Oh, I didn't know there were tasks like that. As Souta expresses his interest, he realizes that he's being increasingly persuaded. He is serious about finding a job, but being suddenly told something like this without any mental preparation naturally makes him hesitant. It's not that he doesn't want to work. And given your position, you probably won't make a move on the residents, and it's not in your nature to do so. It's much more reassuring to hire you than someone else. I understand what you're trying to say, Mom, but and since it's a live-in position, you'll be able to save a lot of money. You can live on 20,000 yen per month, so you might be able to save around 150,000 yen. Seriously? That's super attractive. But still, Souta is momentarily tempted but then furrows his brow, still hesitant. It's not that easy to make a decision right away. Just as Souta is about to open his mouth to say, "Give me some time," to put it off, the decision is stamped for him. Help out your mother. Souta, I'm asking you to. Why yes, I understand. I'll do my best. Souta can't go against his father, Shinichiro, the breadwinner of the family. Despite all his reluctance, Souta gives a definite answer. Wow, thank you, Souta. This is such a relief. I'm counting on you, Souta. Got it, although it's mostly forced. Now that it's come to this, he has no choice but to accept it. In addition to Shinichiro's words, this is also a good opportunity for Souta to repay his family for raising him. All right. Just as he's pumping himself up, this bombshell is dropped. Oh, just to let you know in advance, the dormitory you're going to only has female residents. Huh? What did you say? Souta, taken aback, didn't catch what she said nonchalantly. I said, the place you'll be living in is a girls' dormitory. Of course, I'll make the arrangements, so don't worry. What? A girls' dormitory? No, wait, I hadn't heard about that until just now. Oh, did I not mention it? No, you didn't. This is great, Souta. Take this opportunity to get yourself for a girlfriend. Dad? Realizing that he can't back out now, Souta turns pale. His stomach tightens. A week later, he will come to realize that the level of all the girls living in the shared residence is, in a word, crazy. Chapter 2. The members of the girls' dormitory. Hey everyone. Listen up. Hiyoriy heard that starting next week, Risan's son is going to be the manager here. At 8 p.m., a voice that sounds like musical notes reverberates in the living room. One of the common spaces, the girl who calls Hiyoriy by her first name appears noisily, shaking her chestnut-colored short bob. She's wearing slippers on her bare feet that can pick up dust, commonly known as fluffy slippers. Hee, that's exciting. I wonder what kind of person he is. No, what are you saying? That's not funny, even as a joke. Normally, it's unthinkable for a man to come here. This is a girls' dormitory. Even so, there shouldn't be any particular problems, right? Having a man would make nighttime security more reassuring. Don't you think so, Mirei-chan? Of course not. Men are all full of ulterior motives, so I really can't stand them. It wouldn't be surprising if we got secretly filmed or something. The whole point of me living here was because it's a girls' dormitory, so this defeats the purpose. Geez, you're always so cautious, Mirei-chan. Let's have a little faith in Risan's son. It's not a matter of trust or not. I just hate men in general. Kotoha is 149 centimeters tall with a petite build. Yet she speaks this way. She has a calm demeanor and wears her white hair in twin tails. And the other girl, Mirei, who's wearing tights and crossing her long legs, frowns with her thin eyebrows, openly showing her disgust. Among these three, she's the tallest at 165 centimeters. Her black hair is tied up, and the long antennae hanging on both cheeks are dyed pink. Ugh, this is seriously the worst. We'll have to eat meals made by that guy, and what if he puts weird drugs in them? I want my food expenses back. Fiddling with her pink antennae, Mirei continues to badmouth him, making her green almond-shaped eyes look stern. Her discomfort is in full display, but if a man suddenly enters, these feelings can't be helped. Mirei entered this dormitory seeking a space without men. He's Risan's son, right? I don't think he can do such things given his position. Risan must have considered that point when entrusting him with the job. Yeah. It's mean to say that when he's going to put in the time and effort to cook for us. Kotoha, despite her childlike face and short stature, admonishes them with the most maternal tone. And Hiyoriy, with her honey-colored eyes wide open, sides with her. I don't care if it's mean or not. The problem is that a man is coming here in the first place. As of now, there are 2 votes in favor from Hiyoriy and Kotoha, and 1 vote against from Mirei. If you're that worried, maybe you can supervise him while he's cooking? If he puts something in, you'll be able to discover it right away. Of course. I plan to trust Risan's son and leave everything to him. Hiyoriy feels the same way. I wonder what kind of person Risan's son is. I hope he's kind. I'm sure he's a kind man. Wow. Hiyoriy returns Kotoha's smile as she narrows her colorful eyes. You're kidding. Why is no one on my side? It's not like what I'm saying is wrong, right? That's certainly true, but we can't judge him from the start based on prejudice, can we? Besides, it's probably tough for him to adjust to a new workplace, so I think we need to support him a little. For both of us to have a meaningful time. While agreeing with Mirei's opinion, Kotoha, who is 149 centimeters tall with a baby face, firmly conveys an adult perspective. Kotoha can pass for a child's ticket at movie theaters. Ugh, this is confusing my head. Hiyoriy holds her head upon witnessing that gap. No matter how used to it she is, this always happens. What's the matter? Hiyori-chan? Is your head confused? No. It's nothing. Just a slip of the ear. Kotoha-san. Hiyoriy is overwhelmed by Kotoha, who was smiling with her mouth but had the eyes of an assassin. Yes. Kotoha's short stature and baby face are her complexes. When touching upon them, one must be prepared to the fullest extent. Sigh. I'm leaving for a bit. Mirei, unable to laugh at the current situation, stands up from her chair and continues. Where's Koyuki-san? Koyuki is the other girl living in this dormitory, excluding the one studying abroad. This makes up all the dormitory residents. Yuki-chan is probably outside observing the stars as usual. Thanks. I'm going to see Koyuki-san for a bit. Have a safe trip. Don't stay out too late. Yeah. Without showing a smile, Mirei turns her somewhat gloomy back and heads towards the garden. The moment she's out of sight, do you think Mi-chan is okay? Kotoha-san? Hiyoriy weakly asks with a worried expression. Her tone is completely different from when she first appeared. I'm relieved that Yuki-chan will calm her down. But I can't say I'm optimistic about what's to come. Though. Yeah, but we can't blame Mirei-chan, right? That's right. Mirei acts normal towards the same sex but drastically changes her attitude when the opposite sex is involved. The two, knowing her circumstances, can't say it's a bad thing. I'm sure Risan carefully selected the person. But it's worrying. I don't think Mirei-chan can change that easily. What should Hiyoriy do? Kotoha-san, please give me advice. For now, let's try to support him together, you and me. If Mirei-chan keeps treating Risan's son like that every time, it will take a toll on his mental health. Let's think of ways to help him adjust to this environment. Alright, got it. The two decide on this course of action to provide support. But they will learn later that it was unnecessary meddling. Souta, who endured a super black company for 3 years and earned a 4-month break, won't break down from this level of challenge. And from now on, through his sincere work ethic, he will unknowingly raise his favorability. Chapter 3, Suita's Side. Meeting a dormitory resident, Koyuki, at a family restaurant. My stomach hurts. It's been hurting the whole time. I wonder if I'm really cut out to be a manager. No, I have to make it work. 3 days after talking with my mother, Mirei, I was crushed by the pressure as I hung up the laundry. It's not that easy to switch gears. I hang a garment on a hanger. It would be nice if the girls living in the dorm are friendly. I'm getting that unpleasant feeling I had before starting at the black company. Next, I hang up a sports towel. Mom said they're all good girls, but I don't know if they'll treat me, a man, equally. It'll be tough if they dislike me even once. Yeah, I'm way too anxious. I wasn't like this before. Working at that black company really did a number on me. I finish hanging the laundry while talking to myself. It's currently 11 a.m. Mom and Dad who went to work will be back in the evening. My remaining chores are cleaning, shopping, and preparing dinner. I'm feeling a bit hungry, so maybe I'll go out to eat first. When Mom and Dad are here, I cook for 3, but since it's just me, it's more convenient to eat out. I think I'll go to that family restaurant I haven't been to in a while. They have an all-you-can-drink bar, so I can relax a bit. With that decided, I'll get changed. I head to the closet, grab a black rider's jacket and skinny jeans, quickly change, and head out. There's an undamaged sports-type medium-sized motorcycle parked in the house's parking lot. This is my means of transportation and the big reason I was able to keep working at the black company. Because I was able to buy the motorcycle I wanted and spend time on my hobby. I'm so glad I bought it. If I didn't have this, I probably wouldn't have found anything to live for. With those thoughts, I put on my helmet as usual, kick up the stand, and straddle the motorcycle. I turn the main key to start the motorcycle and head to my destination section. I am so sorry. I'm really sorry. At that family restaurant, I was being apologized to. As I received the apology, the waitress was wiping a sensitive area of my pants. No, don't worry about it. I can wipe it myself, so could you lend me a towel? I am sorry. Here you go. The female waitress apologized with a red face and hesitation. She must have realized the situation herself. I gently offer my opinion, as I'm also receiving murderous intent from the other customers. Here's what happened. The waitress who brought my order spilled the tea she poured from the drink bar. The tea she poured flowed rapidly onto the table and soaked into my pants. These are expensive pants too, I think, but there's nothing I can do about what's already happened. What should I do? The female waitress with the name tag AIS Koyuki who made this mistake is quite flustered. She even has a in training sticker on. Looking closely, she's a really cute woman. That's probably why the people around are so on edge. As I watch Koyuki flustering, I wipe the tea off my pants. Koyuki's expression is somewhat lacking, but she has a beautiful face that could be mistaken for a model's. Her hair is long, tied into a pretty bun with light blue hair and clear eyes. Her white skin is flawless, drawing the A's in. You don't need to worry so much about it. Everyone makes mistakes. The way to reassure Koyuki like this is to respond kindly. It's not that I'm trying to get this waitress to like me. I just know the feeling of making a mistake's better than anyone. Work is most enjoyable when you're having fun, and I don't want to put pressure on her. If she's scared of customers and shrinks back, she'll definitely make more mistakes. This is one of the things I learned from the black company. I put on an unaccustomed smile to reassure her. I rarely interact with such a beautiful woman in the first place, so it can't be helped. I'm really sorry. No, I'm the one who should apologize for placing the cup in an easy-to-knock-over position. I should have been more considerate. No, that's not true at all. It's my mistake. It's also my mistake for not putting it on the left side. But if I had checked properly in this situation, the only thing the waitress can do is apologize profusely. It's really pitiful being on that side. I personally think it would be better to have an environment where they can talk back a little. The customers probably wouldn't get carried away either. Then let's call it even. Personally, I'm just glad you didn't get burned when the cup spilled. What I ordered was a cheese-filled hamburger steak on a hot plate. I mean, if I had caused burns on those flawless hands, I'd be the one feeling guilty. Sorry for ordering something hot. I'm truly sorry. No. I think you're already overwhelmed with learning the job and getting used to the environment, so do your best. These pants are cheap, so don't worry about it. The dry cleaning cost is fine too. They're not actually cheap though. These distressed, faded jeans cost over 10,000 yen. But at this point I'll stretch the truth a bit to save face. It's pitiful to grumble and complain, and it's uncool. No way. I can't do nothing. Well then. In exchange, could I get an extra drink bar ticket? I'm planning to come with a friend sometime, so a little. The sad truth is, I don't have any friends to go out to eat with, nor do I have plans, so I don't need it. But I think this waitress is the type who won't be satisfied unless she receives something in return. So it can't be helped. Are you really sure that's okay? The drink bar ticket is a good deal. It's half price. Oh, and please don't say the dry cleaning cost would be a better deal. What is it? For some reason, Koyuki goes silent at this timing, and it scares me. Did she see through my attempt to act cool? No, that's too embarrassing. Thank you very much. No. I'm always coming here, so don't worry about it. Well then, do your best at work. I think orders will start picking up around now. Why yes. Excuse me. Thank you so much. With those words of gratitude, the whole incident passed. It felt good to have done a somewhat good deed. After all, it's nice to do good things and be thanked for them. All right. I've wiped it off to some extent, so let's eat. And so, 20 minutes later, after finishing the hamburger steak, Koyuki and the manager apologized to me again at the register, and I received a drink bar ticket after turning down a meal ticket. Koyuki must have reported the situation to the manager. She was quite a diligent woman. Seeing that, even though she made a mistake, she was working hard earnestly, so I secretly told the manager not to get angry at her. After all, half of it was my fault too, so it would leave a bad aftertaste to push all the responsibility onto her. With those thoughts, I went outside, straddled my motorcycle, and was about to leave the parking lot. Through the glass, my eyes meet Koyuki's inside the store. Bow. She bows vigorously like that, and I return the greeting by raising my left hand while chuckling a bit. That was our parting. I put the motorcycle in gear and pull out onto the road. As I cut through the wind with my body, I think about what to do next. I know it's more efficient to go shopping first, but I don't want it to stain, so I'll go home and wash my pants first. Chapter 4. A Girl Talk. 9:20 p.m. The sound of the front door opening and closing echoes through the girls' dormitory. Welcome back, Koyuki-san. Welcome back, Yuki-chan. Good work at your job. Due to the hospitalization of Shizuko, the person in charge here, there is currently no nighttime manager. The residents of this dormitory greet each other. I'm home, Kotoha, Hiyoriy. I don't see Mirei. Is she already asleep? Koyuki, wearing a white shirt and khaki skirt, returns the greeting with a smile but quickly tilts her head. The residents here are like a second family to each other. It's natural to be concerned if someone is missing. Mi-chan went out to hang out with their friends. She said she'd be back by 10 p.m., so she should be here soon. I see. Hiyoriy remains as cheerful as ever at this hour. On the other hand, Koyuki seems to be feeling down, lowering her thin eyebrows. What's wrong, Yuki-chan? Kotoha expresses her concern without delay. It's not a big deal, but something really good happened today, and I wanted everyone to hear about it. So that's why you look so happy, Koyuki-san. Do I really show it that much on my face? This may sound strange coming from me, but I'm not good at expressing emotions. Koyuki speaks as if to say it's impossible, and Kotoha, the shortest and the most baby-faced among them, replies, it's precisely because Kotoha looks childish that her words pierce more deeply than the others. But Yuki-chan, it was quite obvious, right? When you said I see, you sounded really disappointed too. Yeah, Hiyoriy thought so too. There was a wave. So it was easy to tell, right? It's embarrassing when you say that. She's blushing. Koyuki's embarrassment must have intensified due to Hiyori's additional comment. Holding the bag she was carrying in one hand, Koyuki hides the lower half of her face. Her white cheeks quickly turn a shade of red. The remark that it showed on her face was extremely effective. Fufu, you don't have to turn red in the entryway. Is it okay if we hear that story in the living room? I'd like to listen to it at a leisurely pace. Hiyoriy wants to hear it too. Oh, okay. But don't tease me. It's as if they're asking if she's joking. When you say that, it kind of makes me want to tease you. Right, Kotoha-san? If I'm being honest. Hey, don't make me say it. Ahaha, sorry. I don't feel like talking about it anymore. I'm really sorry. This dormitory houses high school students and working adults, but there's no tense atmosphere. It's always like this. And even if Mirei, who dislikes men, were to join in, the same could be said. Koyuki, who took off her black short boots in the entryway and neatly arranged them, moves to the living room with the shared TV along with the others. Section. The three of them, Hiyoriy, Kotoha, and Koyuki, sit in a circle on chairs in the living room. Chocolate and cookies are placed on the table, and something like a girls' gathering begins. The lively atmosphere enveloping this scene is about to crumble. Actually, today I made a terrible mistake at work because this was the opening line of the story she said she wanted them to hear. What? What kind of mistake? Hiyoriy, shaking her chestnut bob and widening her honey-colored eyes, and Kotoha also opened their colorful round eyes. It's only natural to react this way when suddenly hearing about a mistake after being told they wanted to listen. While serving a meal, I accidentally knocked over a customer's cup that was on the table. Oh no. That sounds like a pretty gloomy story. Oh my. Koyuki, who said she's not good at expressing emotions, is true to her word. Her voice is monotonous, and she's speaking with a straight face, which makes the extent of her blunder seem even greater. I think you can guess what happened next. As a result, the tea spilled all over the customer's pants. Ugh, that's a bit tough. Having to eat while being wet. Why yeah, I can't deny that. I guess Hiyoriy, who says it's a bit tough, is quite restrained in her opinion, but her strained face seems to say it's very tough. Kotoha also has an expression that says she wants to cover for her, but it's a situation that can't be helped. But that customer was an incredibly kind person. This is what I wanted to tell you about from here on. Koyuki continues after that preface. Normally, it would be understandable to get angry, but that person said, everyone makes mistakes without making an unpleasant face. Oh wow. That customer is really tolerant. It's amazing that they didn't make an unpleasant face. I think it was the first time I've ever met such a kind person. In addition to that, they took half the responsibility by saying, their cup was in a bad spot, we're both at fault, and they told the manager not to get angry at me. Since it happened while I was serving, they even expressed concern about whether I got burned. Koyuki must have recalled her experience at that time, which is rare for her. She clasps her hands together and smiles happily. While this behavior is a bit unusual for those who know Koyuki, it's certainly a pleasant thing to be cared for instead of being blamed for a mistake. Koyuki-san, was that person a man? Yes, he was a young man who rides a motorcycle. A motorcycle? That's so cool. I want to ride one too. No one touches on Kotoha's envious voice. Due to her short stature, there's the undeniable fact that her feet might not reach the ground on certain motorcycles, resulting in poor footing. Why yeah. This is just Hiyori's guess, but he's probably targeting Koyuki-san. That's plausible. Yuki-chan is a beauty, after all. Did he ask to exchange contact information or anything? No, he didn't ask. What? He didn't ask? Why? I don't know why either, but that's why I was happy. Because he did it out of goodwill. Koyuki smiles with a slightly maiden-like face. The impression greatly changes depending on whether he asks for contact information or not. Of course, Souta wasn't thinking that far ahead. At that time, what Souta was thinking about was I have to do something about these pants and I don't want them to stain. Ah, so that's why Yuki-chan wanted to tell Mirei about this as soon as possible, right? Yes. I wanted to let Mirei know that there are men like this too. I think you two already know, but she came to me for advice yesterday, About the new male manager who's going to be joining. How was it with Mi-chan? She was bursting with dissatisfaction. I knew it. Hiyoriy and Kotoha harmonized their voices, probably because it was within their expectations. This is impossible, but I wonder if someone like the person I met today could become the manager here. That meaningful remark makes Kotoha grin. Oh my, could it be that Yuki-chan fell in love? No, that's not it. I just think he would be understanding of Mirei too. I'm not that easy. Koyuki says that, but in the end, she adds, although he was very likable. Chapter 5, Reunion and Escape. Time passes and the day arrives when Souta is appointed as the manager of the girls' dormitory. The day has finally come. I wish I could snap my fingers and stop time. Don't be ridiculous. You've properly prepared to live there, right? Yeah. My luggage is packed in Mom's car. Spring and summer clothes and daily necessities. Souta's means of transportation is his motorcycle. He can't carry such luggage, so he has no choice but to rely on Ri, who has a car. You didn't pack winter clothes? That's going to be a hassle later. Well, we don't know when Aunt Shizuka will be discharged from the hospital, right? I'm just filling in for her until then, and I don't intend to continue this job for long. Really? That's quite unexpected. I think it's a great workplace where you can save a lot of money. I agree with you on that. But no matter how you look at it, it's going to be uncomfortable being the only man in a girls' dormitory. It might be different if I could adapt to that environment, but I don't have that confidence. So that's why you went to the beauty salon, to boost your confidence even if it's just through your appearance. That's right. It only served as a little consolation though. Even if his hair is styled and his appearance improves slightly, it doesn't change who he is inside. This is a sad reality. You're my son, so have more confidence. If I were to rate your face on a scale of high, medium, low, you'd be around medium. Hey, wouldn't you normally say high in this situation? To give me confidence. At this age, there's nothing more unbelievable than a parent saying you are so handsome to their child, right? It's better to be honest. You're not a celebrity. You're really blunt. Well, considering that I, who raised you from a baby, judge you as medium, others might see you as slightly higher than that. I don't know though. Yeah, I think that last "I don't know though" was unnecessary. That being said, it's true that he received some courage. Well, considering that I, who raised you from a baby, judge you as medium, others might see you as slightly higher than that. Ri's perspective can't be said to be wrong. However, his anxiety hasn't been completely dispelled. My nervousness is through the roof. My stomach hurts. I wonder if I can drive my motorcycle properly like this. I told you to stop saying stupid things. Look, it's almost time. There will be an explanation at the dormitory, so let's go quickly. Souta lets out a frog-like croak. Ri is grabbing his neck and trying to drag him outside. Souta's neck is being squeezed. You don't have to drag me. I'll go. I'm going. I have one last thing I want to ask. What is it? Ri tilts her head and releases her hand that was pulling him. Of course, Souta isn't trying to buy time. He really had a question. He's not at the mental age to throw a tantrum in this situation. Considering the time, there's probably no one at the dormitory now, right? Everyone's out, right? The current time is 10:20 a.m. It's the time when university students are attending school and working adults are at their jobs. At this time, there might be a girl named Koyuki there. She sells handmade accessories and works part-time during her free time. Koyuki? That name catches Souta's attention a bit. A few days ago, the waitress who made a mistake at the family restaurant was also named Koyuki. However, it's normal to think that such a coincidence couldn't happen. What's with that response? Let me tell you, don't pick a fight with Koyuki-chan, okay? She's famous in that industry for selling out her accessories immediately and even earns income from her blog. No, I have no intention of picking a fight with her at all. But that person is amazing. If she has that many sources of income, I think she doesn't need to work part-time though. She probably has some reason for working part-time. If you're curious, why don't you ask her? No, I'll refrain from doing that. I don't have the courage to pry that much. Geez, This is why you're sighs in exasperation, but Souta nods several times as if boasting this is who I am. While having such an exchange between family members, they head outside. Ri gets in the car, and Souta gets on his motorcycle to head to the girls' dormitory section. We're here. Come to think of it, this is your first time coming here, right? Yeah. And wow, it's really beautiful. It's like a high-end pension. The dormitory owned by Ri's grandmother Shizuko is, as Souta said, designed to have the homely atmosphere of a guest house and the functionality of a hotel. If you only look at the exterior, it wouldn't look out of place even if it were standing in the capital of Italy. That's how stylish it looks. You said high-end, and you're right. The rent here is 100,000 yen. 100,000 yen. So that's 1.2 million yen a year? Seriously? That's half of my annual income when I was working. It's a good deal considering you can live here for 20,000 yen a month and save more than the original rent, right? Well, I guess so. With these conditions, it might not be bad even if it's a girls' dormitory and he feels uncomfortable. And the rent is high. The interior must be well made, not just the exterior. Oh, wait a minute. So the person who you said is studying abroad, they're paying 100,000 yen every month even though they're not living here? Ah, that girl is paying half the rent in exchange for keeping her room. Normally, she should be paying the full amount, but it seems like grandmother Shizuko was being considerate. That's still quite expensive. Ah, that means they want to live here again to the extent of paying that rent. As soon as he reaches that conclusion, Souta's stomach starts hurting again. He feels the pressure of oh no. I absolutely can't lower the evaluation of this dormitory. Hey, Mum, is it okay to park my motorcycle here? It's fine. Why are you asking while holding your stomach? Nothing. Then I'll continue. But since two people living in this dormitory have cars, basically you park in the empty space. There's no designated spot. You understood? After hearing about the parking lot usage, Souta puts the motorcycle helmet he was holding into the top case and approaches Ri. Well then, let's go inside for now. Carry your own luggage. If I carry it, I'll hurt my back. Oh, okay. And Souta gives a somewhat awkward response. He looks at the black Audi parked slightly behind Ri's car. Hey, could that possibly be? It's Koyuki-chan's car. I see. Souta's voice trembles. There are multiple reasons for this, but the main one is that he realized Koyuki is still inside the dormitory. For Souta, this will be the first time meeting someone who lives in the dormitory. It's only natural to be nervous. Come on, don't space out and carry the luggage. Oh, okay. The reassuring point is that his parent, Ri, is with him. It means she will intervene if something happens. After carrying the cardboard box with luggage from the car, he follows Ri like a worker ant. The two of them walk through the gravel parking lot and climb the wooden stairs of the pension. Just as Ri approaches the entrance and takes out the front door key from her pocket, click. The door of the girls' dormitory opens on its own, without retouching the bar handle. And the person who comes out from inside is a woman with long legs wearing white denim and a black blouse. A beautiful woman with pretty light blue hair tied in a bun. Oh, good morning, Koyuki-chan. Good morning, Ri-san. Souta sees Koyuki greeting Ri for the first time. Hello. Next, Souta's gaze crosses with Koyuki's. It wasn't their first meeting. They hadn't forgotten each other. They remembered that they had met once before. Both are silent. They can't possibly be prepared for this unexpected development. Souta tries to put on a smile somehow. On the other hand, Koyuki's clear as your eyes widen. Her thin pink lips are moving open and closed. Koyuki-chan, this is my son. As I mentioned, starting today, he's going to be the manager, so I'd like to ask for your support a bit. I am sorry, Ri's voice trying to cover for Souta scatters with the sound of Koyuki running past them sideways. Koyuki, who got into her Audi as if running away from a ghost, started the engine and left. Not understanding what happened, Ri stared blankly at the now empty parking space. Souta was doing the same while continuing to hold the heavy cardboard box. Hey, you glared at Koyuki-chan just now, didn't you? She's an acquaintance of yours. No, I didn't glare at all. I greeted her by saying hello. Then what did you do to Koyuki-chan? I told you, I didn't do anything in particular. Don't lie. If you didn't do anything, there's no way Koyuki would behave like that. No. No. It's the truth. In front of the entrance to the girls' dormitory, unable to grasp the situation from Koyuki's behavior, a parent-child argument breaks out. However, there's one thing that can be said. Souta didn't actually do anything wrong. Chapter 6. The next first meeting, Hiyoriy. Well, that's about it for the explanation of the dormitory. If there's anything you don't understand, ask the girls living here, okay? They definitely know more than you do. You're right. I got it. The place where Souta is listening to the job details from Mirei is inside the manager's room, located down the first floor hallway to the right after going up the entrance. If you go left down that first floor hallway, you'll reach the living room. This manager's room is built in a location where you can always keep an eye on those returning to the dormitory, and it's also the place where you can rush over the fastest if trouble occurs in the living room, which is a common space. You somewhat understand the work contents too, right? Thanks to the printout you made for me, Mum, and you even laminated it for me, which is really helpful. I'm making you do this even though it's unreasonable for you. It wouldn't be right if I didn't at least do this much, right? I think you're being too considerate. From my perspective, at least, what Souta is holding in one hand is a paper with the job details that Ri handwrote in an easy-to-understand manner. It's carefully laminated, so it's safe even if it gets wet. It's easy to carry around. This is the work Souta has to do now that he's becoming the manager: greeting residents, providing breakfast and dinner, cleaning up after meals, shopping for meals, checking work attendance, hygiene management, shopping for consumables, receiving mail, packages, etc., cleaning shared areas, monitoring inside the dormitory, checking locks, theft prevention, evacuation guidance during disasters, safety management in the dormitory, handling troubles between residents. Breakfast is served at 6:30 a.m. in this dormitory and dinner is served from 6 p.m. In other words, the cooking must be finished by these times. It seems there are students living in this dormitory, and due to circumstances, 7 a.m. breakfast isn't early enough for them. But it's early in the morning. Considering breakfast, it means waking up at 5:15 a.m. That's way too early no matter what. You can easily make it in time even if you wake up at 5:50 a.m., toast some bread, and while that's going, fry some ham and eggs. Then boil some water and have instant corn soup or something. And I think that should suffice. If you add some cut vegetables, there shouldn't be any complaints. That menu certainly can be made in a very short time. But I'm not good with mornings. I feel like if I cook while still half asleep, I might accidentally add salt instead of sugar. I'm begging you, please don't make a blunder like something out of a comedy skit, okay? The girls here are kind, so I think they'll eat it without pointing it out. Yeah, that's why I'm going to try to wake up early for now. The kinder a person is, the more they lose out. This is Souta's sad way of thinking after being tainted by the Black Company. He can't possibly let that happen. But there's more work than I expected. I wonder if there's enough time for this. You might feel that way after taking a 4-month break, but there's plenty of time. The work you were doing before must have been more than double this. For sure. Triple if you include overtime. That's certainly true. That was a living hell. It would have been one thing if the salary was relatively high, but that wasn't the case either. You did well to persevere. Take it easy at this workplace next. The words of his mother, Ri, sink deep into his heart. However, it doesn't make him tear up. Rather, Souta is brought back to the harsh reality. You know I can't take it easy, right, Mum? I already got off on the wrong foot with Koyuki-san. What on earth did you do? Koyuki-chan looked frightened when she saw you and apologized, saying I'm sorry. The only thing I can think of is that you glared at her. Let me ask you one thing. Does my face look scary? This face right now. If there's a possibility, it's this. But, and Souta looks at Ri with a straight face. Rather than scary, I'd say your face is more on the ordinary side, from my perspective, at least. Hey, well, putting aside this kind of banter, The explanation of the dormitory and everything is done, so I'm going home soon. But do your best, okay? Just so you know, I restocked the consumables and groceries yesterday, so the work you have to do now is simple cleaning and preparing dinner. Thank you. I just need to cook for 5 people including myself, right? Oh, I heard you only need to cook for 4 people today. A girl named Mirei-chan said she's going to eat out. I see. On my first day of work, for some reason, he had a bad feeling about this too. As if he was being avoided by someone named Mirei even though they hadn't even met face to face. It's a bit unfortunate, isn't it? It means you won't have a chance to introduce yourself at dinner time. If she had prior plans, it can't be helped. I'll just have to put up with it. That's all you can do. Well then, as I said earlier, I'm going home now. Got it? I'll see you off. No need. Use the time you would spend seeing me off for cleaning instead. Don't slack off and tackle your work earnestly. No, at least let me see you off. I said no need. Use the time you would spend seeing me off for cleaning instead. Don't slack off and tackle your work earnestly. Got it? As you can see, he's not allowed to see her off. He understands because he's her son. Once Ri gets like this, she won't back down no matter what. He has no choice but to give in. Oh, okay. I'll do my best. Louder. Yes, I'll do my best. You pass. Ouch. With a smack, Ri gave Souta's bottom a hard slap as a seal of approval, opened the manager's room door, and walked out to the entrance with a swagger without looking back. Souta interprets it as an action implying the meaning of I trust you, so I'm leaving the rest to you. However, that's a complete misunderstanding. Ri simply didn't want to be seen off or look back as she parted with her son who was starting to live there, and so, click, the door to the girls' dormitory closes, and Ri leaves. Souta is left all alone in this spacious dormitory, a quiet space. I don't have time to space out. I need to get to work soon. Although he lacks a bit of tightness, it's the start of his job. Souta goes to get the cleaning tools with determination. There are many places to clean. Inside, there's the entrance, hallways, living room, and bathroom. Outside, there's the entrance area. The current time is 3 p.m. Considering the time to start preparing dinner, he can only spend about an hour and a half leaving the entrance, which isn't particularly dirty, for last. Souta started working, and kept his concentration. About an hour had passed. Someone had returned home alone to this girl's dormitory, a small shadow approaching with soft, quiet footsteps. Yoo-hoo! With that unique greeting and high tension, bam, she grabbed Souta's shoulders. Whoa! Next, a pathetic man's scream as if he saw a ghost, a shriek like he's on a roller coaster. Ahahaha! The surprise plan was a huge success. What there? All of a sudden, actually, Hiyoriy slowly opened the door without making a sound and came in. The girl with honey-colored eyes narrowed in a big smile. The petite student with chestnut-colored short bob hair, wearing a school uniform and white knee-high socks, doesn't seem to be listening to Souta's words. Could it be that the cool motorcycle parked outside is yours, Unai-san? And she leans forward and asks excitedly. Why yeah, it is. Wow, it's so cool. Thank you for that. I'm so jealous. Hiyoriy wants a cool bike like that too. I'm glad to hear you say that. Souta is overwhelmed by the tension he's never experienced before, being surprised from the first meeting without a greeting, but he feels elated to have his cherished motorcycle praised so much. Yes. And you know what? Hiyoriy was so captivated by that bike that I got on it. Huh? Ominous. Then I accidentally tipped the bike over with a crash. What? That's a lie, right? Is it true? That motorcycle is the one Souta endured working at the Black Company to finally be able to buy. If he's told this by someone he's meeting for the first time, he can no longer suppress his raw reaction. Ahaha, just kidding. What? A joke. Geez. What's with that life-shortening joke? I'm sorry. I thought I'd try to ease the tension. Thanks for that. It certainly did ease the tension. This silly exchange is the commemoration of their first meeting. Chapter 7, Souta and Hiyori's efforts. I'm currently face to face with an unfathomable girl. Hiyoriy. A joke about knocking over a motorcycle on the first meeting is really not funny. I mean, what's with this yoo-hoo attack? It's amazing that she can create this level of closeness right from the first meeting. It's something I could never imitate. Oh, Hiyoriy is written in hiragana as exclamation mark. Can I ask your name? I'm Hirose Souta. Then please take care of me from now on, Souta-san. Yeah, nice to meet you, Hiyoriy. Since this girl's sense of distance is too close, I unconsciously called her by her first name. Even though it's normal for a manager to use honorifics, but as expected of her open personality. Even being called by her first name didn't seem to bother her. This might be rude to say, but you don't look much like Resign, do you? I've often been told I take after my father. I thought so. Then your father must be a handsome man too. Really? What's with this girl? You can't just casually say something like that. She doesn't even seem embarrassed and says it nonchalantly. This is that type, you know, the type that unconsciously makes men fall for her. Well, for now, why don't you take off that uniform? It'll get wrinkled if you do it in your room. I add the reason and location at the end because I'm afraid of Hiyori's reaction. She seems like the type who would say something like, "Do you want to see Hiyoriy taking off her uniform?" So I'm taking precautions. Could it be that you want to see Hiyori's room? Why is she throwing such a curveball even though I took precautions? That grin that looks like she saw through me. It was an expression that suited her very well. Ahaha. I'm sorry, I got carried away. No, I think it's better for young people to be a bit mischievous like that. Being too reserved isn't good either. Now that I think about it, only my way of speaking is breaking down. If I suddenly used this kind of speech with someone I just met, they'd definitely be put off. I'm really glad it's Hiyoriy I'm talking to. You say young people, but aren't you quite young too, Souta-san? Judging from your face and clothes. I mean, I'll be 24 on my next birthday. So right now I'm 23. 23 is plenty young. It's only a 1, 2, 3, 6-year difference from Hiyoriy. Really? Doesn't it seem like not much to you, Hiyoriy? No, that's not true at all. Hiyoriy shows me a brilliant smile. It makes me want to smile too, but at this moment, the joke she made a little while ago crosses my mind. I try a revenge that I came up with on the spot. I see. If you say that much, will you go out with me? You did say I was cool earlier. Go out with you? That's what's with that fluster? What's with that fidgeting? I can tell her toes are moving a lot even though she's wearing knee-high socks. I thought Hiyoriy would make a quip like no way, since that's the kind of person she is. And in the first place, saying I'm young so take me doesn't make sense. Hey, you don't have to take it seriously. It's obviously a joke. That's mean. That's not a joke you should make when first meeting someone. No, saying you knocked over my motorcycle isn't a joke you should make when first meeting someone either. In my case, it involves money. In Hiyori's case, it involves her life. Oh, well said. Hiyoriy thought so too, just a little bit. An honest and cheerful personality. It's late to say this now, but if I passed by Hiyoriy on the street, I think I'd probably turn around to look at her because she's that cute. And even though her winter uniform should be made of thick fabric, the swell of her chest is quite noticeable. It's hard to believe she's a high school girl. If it weren't for the surprise earlier, I'd probably be flustered by now. Right. Going back to what we were talking about a bit, let me just say this. What is it? She's giving me a stern look as she asks, but I ignore it. You said it's a matter of life, but I'm kind of a prime catch, you know? Of course, I don't seriously think I'm a prime catch. It's a light-hearted remark in anticipation of Hiyori's cheerful personality. I wanted to chat a little more to close the distance between us. Well, being entrusted as the manager of the dormitory does mean you can cook and clean, so it might not be wrong. Alright? I unconsciously stutter at Hiyori's serious tone. I don't want that straightforwardness in this conversation, because that's not the kind of response I wanted from her. Oh, can I ask you a question, Souta-san? Sure, anything. How many girlfriends have you had so far? If you boast about being a prime catch, then surely you've had a lot. Yes. I was waiting for those words. Egg. Egg? What's an egg? It means 0. What's with that face? Hiyoriy shows me a surprised face that looks like her jaw might drop. Her jewel-like golden eyes are wide open. Oh no. It's completely fallen flat. Wow. They must have no eye for quality. What a waste. Even though you're a prime catch, Souta-san. Why yeah, that's right. What is this? I thought Hiyoriy would lightly put me down with something like tough luck, given her personality, but she unexpectedly covers for me. Everything I've been expecting since earlier has been completely off. Then let me try saying this one more time. Then will you take me? Who's like that? That's what I'm saying. Ha ha ha. You don't have to overreact like that. With this kind and cheerful personality and cute appearance, Hiyoriy seemed to be weak to this word, probably because she has a boyfriend. Ah, so what would you like for dinner today? I think I can prepare most things as long as it's not fish dishes. I don't think it's a good idea to talk about dinner after that flow of conversation. Ahaha, but it's important. So is there anything you want to eat, Hiyoriy? I'm thinking of making the dish for everyone today. I can make most basic dishes to some extent, but menu planning is still a struggle. I always have trouble deciding what to make, and I have to consider nutritional balance as well. In that case, it's easier for me to ask the residents what dishes they want to eat and adjust the nutrition with side dishes. If that's the case, Hiyoriy wants to eat pasta. I'd like a carbonara with lots of cheese, please. Got it, carbonara it is. When I checked the fridge a little while ago, there was milk and eggs. There was also dry pasta in a separate cupboard. It seems my mother bought ingredients that would likely be used for dinner yesterday. As expected of her. Why, you can really cook. That's amazing. Whether it tastes good or not is a separate issue though. No, I'll look forward to it. Oh, and I heard we don't need to prepare meals for 2 people today. It's Koyuki-san and the Mirei-chan. 2 people? 2 people don't need it? Another resident who doesn't need dinner has been added, and it's Koyuki-san, whom I met earlier in the day. I'm definitely being avoided, aren't I? Why yes. I thought Koyuki-san would eat, but, I'm sorry, you don't need to apologize, Hiyoriy. If they have something to do, it can't be helped. What is this? Just now, I felt like there was a nuance other than having something to do in Hiyori's. I wonder if there's something going on with Mirei-san after all. It's kind of scary. No, but I'm overthinking it, right? Mom said everyone is kind. Ah. So Hiyoriy, how much do you usually eat? Since there are fewer people, I want to know so we don't have leftovers. Let's see. For pasta, 3 bundles. Huh? No. I want you to tell me the amount you can actually finish. If I really try, Hiyoriy can eat 4 bundles, but I don't want to stuff myself full, so 3 bundles. Can you really eat that much? With that slim body? I'm blessed with a body that doesn't gain weight easily. So please make 3 bundles. Oh, okay. If that's the case. Got it. I don't think Hiyoriy is lying, and I kind of understand. Where in that slim body the nutrients are being absorbed. It would be sexual harassment to say it out loud, so I won't. But that's probably why they're big even though she's a high school girl. Well then, Hiyoriy will go change clothes. Got it. Be careful going up the stairs. Thank you. And with that, Hiyoriy left the living room and went out into the hallway. After her back was out of sight, I mutter. Well, she was pretty lively, but easy to get along with. I thought that if Hiyoriy is by my side, I might be able to fit in quickly. Section. Arc. I was so nervous. Hiyoriy, who entered her room on the 2nd floor, dived onto the bed in her uniform. Her swollen chest was squashed flat inside her clothes, and she was kicking her legs without caring about that. It's been a while since I've talked to a guy like that. Hiyoriy, lying face down on the bed, let out a muffled whisper. It's been a while since I've talked to a guy like that. This is true. The school Hiyoriy attends as a student is not a co-ed school, it's a girls' school, and it's been like that since junior high. By the time she reached puberty, she was living in an environment with only the same sex. While talking to Souta, she was hiding her nervousness that felt like her heart might jump out of her mouth. I'm glad Souta-san didn't get angry at the motorcycle joke. I'm relieved. The truth is, when Hiyoriy returned home from the girls' school, she froze when she saw the motorcycle parked in the dormitory's parking lot. WHWHWH, what should I do? Risan's son is already inside. Hiyoriy will be the only one inside, right? Should I wait for someone else to come back? But Kotoha-san said to help him get used to. With that state of mind, she was frozen for 20 minutes. During that time, Hiyoriy racked her brain and desperately thought of a conversation using the motorcycle as a topic and simulated it. That was the joke from earlier. It was embarrassing to say he was cool. The motorcycle was fine, but it was embarrassing to say that about Souta-san. She had never directly called a guy cool before. Today was the first time. And this was also one of those things. That joke about going out with me, that was dangerous. It was the first time Hiyoriy was told that. In the 20 minutes before entering the girls' dormitory, no matter how much she racked her brain, it was impossible to come up with that line. It's only natural to have such an innocent reaction. Souta-san is definitely lying. There's no way he could say something like that if he hasn't dated many girls. If you think about it, there's no way a guy who can cook wouldn't be popular, and he wouldn't compare himself to a prime catch. Here, an unexpected misunderstanding occurs. Hiyoriy, was it wrong to console him like that? But Hiyoriy seemed like the type who has dated various people. He seemed kind of laid back. If Souta-san finds out Hiyoriy hasn't dated anyone, he'll laugh at me. Hiyoriy groans. She needs to take off her uniform and change into room wear. But in this situation, it's becoming embarrassing to show her room wear to Souta. I wonder if I have any cute room wear. But what kind of room wear do guys find cute? Hiyoriy, who was so bright, lively, and mistaken by Souta-san as being popular, her true identity was a completely innocent and adorable high school girl. Chapter 8, Kotoha's Return. Thump, 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 thump. The sound of someone running down the stairs could be heard about 15 minutes after Hiyoriy headed to her room on the second floor. The noisy footsteps echoed all the way to the kitchen where Souta was. Geez, you have to walk on the stairs. You'll get hurt if you trip. Just as he stopped the pot he was heating to boil the pasta and opened his mouth in half exasperation. Souta-san, there's something I have to tell you. Hiyoriy charged into the living room like a wild boar. As declared, Hiyoriy had changed into her room wear, a fluffy hoodie with short pants that exposed her thighs. The top and bottom were probably a set, with alternating pink and white horizontal stripes. It looked like a comfortable fabric and outfit to move around in. Before that, first you need to walk on the stairs. Okay? But before that, it's not before that. My point comes first. She must have taken off her socks when she changed. Hiyoriy was wearing fluffy slippers that could pick up dust on her bare feet. In other words, she ran down the stairs in a state where it was easy to slip. Hiyoriy seems to have an urgent matter, but as the manager, this is something he can't overlook. It's the top priority. Hiyoriy, it's only natural that you wouldn't know, but if someone gets injured in the dormitory, the responsibility falls on me as the manager. Hiyoriy listens to Souta's serious tone. Just from that, Hiyori's momentum had vanished. Your family must be trusting this dormitory to take care of you. And I'm here because my mom entrusted me with this job. So for both our sakes, will you please take this warning seriously? Why yes, I'm sorry. She must have understood his feelings. Hiyoriy bowed deeply as if reflecting on her actions. She's properly listening to Souta's words. It might seem like an overreaction just for running on the stairs, but as the manager, he can't let anyone living in the dormitory get injured. It's too late if something happens. Even though we just met, I'm still worried about you, so please. Why you're worried? About me? What's with that surprised face? Don't tell me you thought I scolded you because I dislike you? If so, I'll deny it with all my might. Souta isn't childish enough to treat someone harshly based on likes or dislikes. To be honest, he has a favorable impression of Hiyoriy. In the first place, he can't find any reason to dislike her. Did I say something strange? Hiyoriy stares blankly at Souta's face. If you have something to say, feel free to tell me. Well, I just felt kind of happy. Being happy about that is normal, I think. Wait, that laugh means you're not reflecting at all, right? I am. I really am, as long as you are. Souta doesn't know the reason why Hiyoriy smiled. He really is Risan's son after all. He said the same thing. That whisper only reached the ears of the person who uttered it. So with that being said, if you make me worry again, I'll reduce your pasta from 3 bundles to 1 bundle. If you don't want that, don't run on the stairs. That's a promise. Why yes, I won't run next time. Good. If I think about it calmly, it's embarrassing. I got scolded like an elementary school student. It's because you're not calm, Hiyoriy. It's not entirely bad, but sometimes it can lead to bad things. Hiyori's lack of composure can also be taken as having too much energy. With such a cheerful person nearby, you could probably forget about unpleasant things. Recognizing her good points for what they are is also for Hiyori's sake. And this is really late to say, but that room wear suits you. I think it's cute. It could be said that he's trying to make up for scolding her. But this is payback for when Hiyoriy called him cool right after they met. Hiding his embarrassment to the fullest, Souta says it with a straight face. Thank you very much. If you get that obviously embarrassed, it makes me embarrassed too. You could just casually respond, Hiyoriy. It can't be helped. I've never been called cute by the opposite sex before. Souta-san still misunderstands Hiyoriy. Hiyoriy is not experienced with men. She has never dated anyone in her life. Attending an all-girls school means she has little interaction with the opposite sex. Even this kind of exchange makes her heart race. Huh? You've never been told that before? Even though it suits you so well. Why yes. I'm sorry. What the heck? Geez. Huh? Did you say something just now? I didn't say anything. Nothing at all. I'm curious about that broken speech, but oh well. He wants to pursue it. But there's something more important. So going back to the topic, what did you want to talk about, Hiyoriy? The fact that you rushed down the stairs means it must be something significant. Yes, that's right. Kotoha-san will be coming home soon. Just as Hiyoriy was about to finish her sentence, as if on cue, the sound of the front door opening with a click reached the living room, and I'm home. A soprano voice greeting reached the living room. I have to go greet her. Souta-san, wait. Greeting residents is part of the manager's job. Hiyoriy tries to stop him by reaching out her hand, but it's in vain. There are a lot of taboo words for Kotoha-san. Hiyori's warning falls on deaf ears as Souta hurriedly heads to the entrance. Although Kotoha is an adult, she is less than 150 centimeters tall and has a baby face. An appearance that wouldn't be strange to be mistaken for a middle school student. She has a complex about that point, and if she's judged as a child, a dark shadow will fall over her face. Whether he steps on a landmine or not from the start, that depends on Souta's intuition. Chapter 9, Pitch Black Overwhelming Pressure. Ha ha ha. Hiyoriy was witnessing an unbelievable scene. She was at a loss for words, having not expected this at all. It was just a few minutes after their first meeting. Souta and Kotoha were chatting happily at the entrance as if the warning about taboo words was truly unnecessary. I'm relieved that the manager seems to be a kind person. Actually, I was feeling nervous on my way home today. I feel the same way. Since the atmosphere and environment are different from my previous workplace, I was nervous. Doing something for the first time is scary, isn't it? That's right. I'm not very good at talking either. Oh, you're just being modest. Hiyoriy senses it. She senses a very good mood between them. Peeking out from the living room and keeping her gaze on the entrance. Why isn't Souta-san pointing it out? Is he able to do it naturally? Even Hiyoriy would mess up if I let my guard down even a little. She was captivated by Souta's remarkable ability to handle the situation without batting an eye. Hiyoriy understands because she's Hiyoriy. She knows how amazing it is to interact with Kotoha for the first time without any issues. Even the calm and composed Koyuki, who lives in this dormitory, has stepped on a landmine during their first meeting. As expected, he wasn't lying when he said he was a prime catch. I get it now. When he said he hasn't dated anyone, that was definitely a lie. Souta-san is a player. That's why he can handle it so well. Amazing. At this moment, Hiyoriy thought she had found a reliable person. Even if someone were to step on Kotoha's landmine, she thought he would somehow manage to defuse the situation with his skills. Souta-san, may I ask you something? Of course, ask me anything. Well then, what kind of work were you doing before? Were you in a managerial position? Sorry. No. I was working in a creative field. Oh? Kotoha tilts her head, makes an O shape with her mouth, and puts her hand on her chin. She shakes her straight white hair and blinks her round, apple-colored eyes. There are many creative job types. Web producer, game planner, writer, editor. If you listed them all, there would be over 20 types. Souta's current statement is completely lacking in detail. It's only natural to be puzzled. To put it simply, the work I was doing was designing advertisements, magazines, merchandise, products. Wow, so you're a designer? You must have quite a bit of artistic skill then? No, not at all. It's different from the drawing skills of manga artists and such. Is that so? But you were doing amazing work. Haha, I'm happy to hear you say that. However, due to my own shortcomings, I often had to stay late at work, saying it was overtime. From self-introduction to small talk, and then, when Souta and Kotoha started talking about difficult topics, Hiyoriy felt a small sense of discomfort. It was natural to explain creative work in an easy-to-understand way. It was natural, but the way he explained it by breaking down the kanji for overtime work and staying late for work, it was as if he was trying to somehow make Kotoha understand the concept of overtime. It's just my imagination, right? Souta-san must see Kotoha-san as an adult, right? Since they're having such a fun conversation. Hiyori's bad premonition gradually turned into conviction. Come to think of it, Kotoha-san, where were you today? It's a weekday, so I was at work? Huh? You went to work? This time, it was Souta's turn to be puzzled. Yes. I work as a receptionist at an office. Ha ha ha. You're joking again. I'm not joking. Huh? It happened in an instant. The situation changed in a moment. Hiyoriy, who witnessed the whole thing, felt cold sweat all over her body. Can't you tell by looking at this office uniform? With this outfit, is that a custom-made outfit? Yes. You're very perceptive. That's right. There were no office uniforms in my size, so the company had it made for me. It must have been a very happy event for her. Kotoha explains with a smile. On the other hand, Souta's behavior becomes strange. I am sorry, Kotoha-san. That outfit isn't for cosplay where you customize clothes to feel like you got a job. Cosplay? What does that mean? Like getting into the mindset of having a job or something? Hearing that question, Kotoha takes 1, 2, 3 seconds before showing a smiling face. Rumble rumble rumble. Suddenly, Hiyoriy saw it. A pitch-black overwhelming pressure. That polite way of speaking is something you're working hard on to help with job interviews, right? No, it's natural for me. Rumble rumble, rumble rumble. The pressure flares up even more. The silence at the entrance tightens around Hiyori's heart. Painfully strong. Hiyoriy, unconsciously moving her mouth in a fluster, leapt into the hallway to save Souta. Souta-san, you need to get back to the kitchen quickly or the water for making pasta will overflow. You can't leave the stove on. It'll cause a fire. Hiyoriy appears noisily, pointing her index finger at the kitchen with a snap. It's all to get their attention focused here, as if it were a distraction. Huh? I'm pretty sure I turned off the stove properly. Look, it's about to overflow. I am sorry, Kotoha-san, please excuse me for a moment. Causing a fire on the first day of becoming the manager of the dormitory owned by grandmother Shizuko. There's no way he could make such a big mistake. Souta dashes from the entrance back to the living room. And as if passing by, Hiyoriy, wearing her room wear, walks slowly to the entrance. Hey, Hiyoriy-chan, I think I just received the deepest wound I've ever had. Eek. A black shadow covered the upper half of Kotoha's face, unlike anything Hiyoriy had ever seen before. Souta-san completely misunderstood me, didn't he? Calling my office uniform cosplay, saying I'm aiming for a job. Saying my way of speaking is for job interviews. No, that's not it. That's not true. It's just that Souta-san, you see. He said that to liven up the atmosphere. Hiyoriy rushed out here, sensing the crisis. She hasn't been able to simulate an exchange to cover for him properly. Even if it's to liven things up, poking at someone's insecurities. Unintentional teasing is the worst thing, you know. Hiyoriy had intended to remove the landmine, but it was as if she had attached a hunting trap on top of it, amplifying the severity when stepped on. She had already created a bomb that had turned into a weapon of madness. Anyway, I'm going up, Hiyoriy-chan. I have to clear up this misunderstanding with Souta-san. Kotoha, who took off her small loafers and arranged them at the entrance, passed by Hiyoriy while speaking in a flat voice. Chapter 10, Kotoha, the light in her eyes disappears. Souta, who was told the lie by Hiyoriy that the stove was left on, unknowingly stepped on Kotoha's landmine without realizing it and turned the stove back on again. The time was 5:05 p.m. He had to start cooking soon or he wouldn't make it in time for dinner. Anyhow, he was grateful to Hiyoriy for making him aware of this matter. And one more thing. Right now, there was something he absolutely had to point out. What is it, Kotoha-san? There's nothing ready to snack on yet, you know. Not from the side, but from the front. Kotoha, who was tiptoeing and leaning over the counter with her hands, was giving Souta a beautiful stern look. I won't do such a thing. I can control myself properly. I can eat after the food is properly served on a plate. I sometimes can't resist and end up eating while standing in the kitchen. Somehow it feels tastier when I snack like that. I understand that feeling, but in this dormitory, meals are prepared by the manager in the morning and evening, but the kitchen is shared. On weekends when no meals are served, the residents often cook for themselves. And now, Kotoha, who had just boasted, I can control myself properly, I can eat after the food is properly served on a plate, had exposed that she snacks by saying I understand that feeling. Of course, Souta had noticed this contradiction, but there was something else that caught his attention even more. Oh, you know the difficult word to snack, as expected of a student preparing for exams? Suddenly, only Kotoha's right eyebrow on her childlike small face twitched upward. Souta's unintentional follow-up without malice, not fearing the landmine with the trap attached. Hiyoriy, who was sitting on the living room sofa and happened to hear this line, felt her courage freeze to absolute zero. You know, Souta-san, why don't we have a little chat while eating dinner together? I don't mind at all. I welcome conversation. Please do. Well then, I'll go take a bath first. Please take your time. Yes, Souta-san. Please be careful not to burn yourself. Okay? Haha, thank you. Kotoha, who smiled at the end, stopped tiptoeing and put her feet flat on the ground. Then she slowly left the living room. At that moment, when Kotoha turned her back to Souta, Hiyoriy witnessed Kotoha's face due to their positions. Hiyoriy glanced at Souta, but he didn't notice at all. He was working on the cooking with a somewhat cheerful expression. At this moment, she realized, it was just really bad. Tap, tap, tap. Hiyoriy listened intently, to the sound of Kotoha's footsteps slowly going up the stairs. When the sound could no longer be heard in the living room. SSSS Souta-san. What are you doing? How fearless are you? Hiyoriy ran up to him like a bull. From where the sofa was to the kitchen where Souta was. Huh? No. I'm usually not good with scary things, but don't lie. There's no way someone who picks a fight with Kotoha-san like that is a coward. It's the first time Hiyoriy has seen it. I didn't intend to pick a fight at all. I was just having a fun conversation. No. You were totally picking a fight. How old do you think Kotoha-san is? From here, finally, the misunderstanding will be resolved. Souta's misunderstanding. How old? Kotoha-san is probably around 9th grade, right? This year? No, maybe next year. She'll be taking exams for a top high school. That's terrible, really terrible. Hiyoriy held her head because she understood he was serious. I don't understand what you mean by terrible. First of all, Hiyoriy has become a third-year high school student. Congratulations on that. Thank you very much. No, that's not it. You're good at the one-man straight man act. GG's, never mind. Listen, Kotoha-san is older than Hiyoriy. She's definitely not a middle school student. Hiyoriy said it. that fact. But this was meaningless. Haha, maybe you're right then. What? Please lend me your ears. Hiyoriy is being serious. No. No, enough with the serious jokes already. Even during this conversation, Souta didn't stop cooking. While showing quite a skilled appearance, he oddly tried to cover for Hiyoriy, but Kotoha-san's calmness and polite way of speaking are amazing, aren't they? I don't know where she went to play, but it's endearing to see her trying to look grown-up. You're trying to kill her. This is trying to mentally kill Kotoha-san. Listen. Hiyoriy is serious, dead serious. Kotoha-san is older. Hiyoriy tried to convey it seriously, literally desperately, but Suta's first impression was quite lingering. He mistook it for a joke to lighten the mood. Hiyoriy, aren't you tired of this exchange? GGEE's irritation and impatience grew. If it doesn't get across properly, it would end up like this. Listen, Kotoha-san has a car too. A car. Ha ha ha, even if you say she has a car. Kotoha-san isn't old enough to get a license. If you say that, I'll prove it to you. Come here. Hiyoriy ran to the living room with loud footsteps, and the place she stopped was a certain window obscured by curtains. Sorry, I'd love to go, but I'm in the middle of cooking right now. She's saying it for Suta's sake, but he's not taking her seriously at all. Hiyoriy finally got angry like a monkey. Hiyoriy, who came at him again with heavy footsteps, entered the kitchen and turned off the stove switch with ultra-fast hand movements. Come with me. Hey. Then she grabbed Suta's arm with both hands and dragged him to the previous location. Hiyoriy, who managed to move to the window with all her might, roughly opened the curtains. Suddenly, outside light dimly entered, and the outside parking lot could be seen from here. That car, it's Kotoha-san's. With that forceful voice, Hiyoriy pointed in that direction. It was certainly parked. A white car with the W logo, the first car Hiyoriy had seen in this girl's dormitory. Huh? Suta's brain short-circuited in an instant at this incredible phenomenon. He rubbed his eyes and looked again. It wasn't a hallucination. It was parked the same as before. So Kotoha-san is old enough to own a car. She's an adult and really works as an office receptionist. That outfit you called cosplay is her real work uniform. Hiyoriy somehow managed to bring out the evidence of the car. Souta, who finally understood the situation, visibly changed his complexion. No way, no offense, but with that height and that face, that's why Hiyoriy told you that you were picking a fight. Saying you were joking to Kotoha-san, who works as a receptionist, calling her work uniform customized for cosplay even though it's her work clothes, saying the reason she wears it is to feel like she got a job. Even if it's a misunderstanding, that's out of line. Hiyori's recap clearly reminded Souta of how awful the things he said were. It was obvious that he had said extremely rude things upon first meeting her. It was like he had made an enemy for himself even though he was in the position of manager. Hiyoriy, what should I do? Why is this? Hiyoriy, I'll say it again. Kotoha-san has that face. I sympathize with you a little, but Hiyoriy doesn't know. When Kotoha-san said let's have a chat, that's definitely going to be a lecture. Hiyoriy plans to escape when I sense that atmosphere. Please, don't run away. Impossible. Because Kotoha-san will surely urge Hiyoriy to leave her seat. Dealing with it like an adult by having the lecture in private so the other residents don't feel bad. It's the real deal. I could tell by Kotoha-san's face when she left the living room. She wasn't smiling. No, she was smiling with a grin. Oh, didn't you see it? There was no light in her eyes. Souta-san, this is a don't mind. But I think this failure will be useful next time. Hiyoriy tried to console him by saying that. Yeah, for now, let's make Hiyori's pass to one bundle. What? Why are you taking it out on me? 3 bundles. 3 bundles. Souta headed to the kitchen with slumped shoulders. His mood was as gloomy as when he was called to the staff room by the teacher. Chapter 11. Two-faced. Hiyoriy ran away. She really ran away. With that inner voice, Souta, who had his hands on the kitchen counter, was visibly dejected. Even in this pitiful posture, weakly sighing, he tried to escape reality, but it wasn't actually helping at all. Souta was certain he would be lectured at dinner time. It wasn't easy to shake off this depressed mood, this heavy feeling. I really messed up on the first day. There was only one reason Souta could openly show his inner feelings in the kitchen, which was also a common space. He was the only one there, including in the living room. This goes back 10 minutes. Souta-san, Hiyoriy will give you some advice. With this, you can keep Kotoha-san in check. Really? Please, I want to know. Hiyoriy had thrown a lifeline to Souta, who was feeling down and making dinner after mistaking the adult Kotoha for a 9th grader. First of all, Souta-san, you didn't just step on Kotoha-san's landmine. You blew it up. This sin is immeasurable even for Hiyoriy. Hey, Hiyoriy. Please don't put pressure on me. It makes my stomach hurt. Even so, Souta didn't use an accusing tone with Hiyoriy because he understood it was his own fault. Sorry. This was a necessary introduction. I see. Then please continue. Yes. Since this is the case, Souta-san, absolutely do not try to gloss over it. Kotoha-san may have that face, but don't underestimate her. She's really sharp. Hiyori's emphasis conveyed that she was serious. That's how forceful she was. Therefore, sincerely apologize and explain that it was a misunderstanding. If Kotoha-san understands that much, she should forgive you. Ah really? Yes, because Kotoha-san is a reasonable person. The rest depends on how much sincerity you show. Souta-san. Got it, Hiyoriy. Thank you. No problem. You're welcome. Hiyoriy, who lives with Kotoha. Advice from a fellow resident was truly reassuring. Well then, since I've given my advice, Hiyoriy will evacuate now. Huh? Evacuate? Yes, but what's with that surprised look? Why you're not going to stay? Hiyoriy. Here? Yes. Even for Hiyoriy, it's impossible to mediate this matter. I can say that for sure. So I'm going to evacuate until things settle down peacefully. Hiyoriy was making the right choice in order to avoid getting involved in this matter. Still, for me, sorry. Hiyoriy has to go soon. I think Kotoha-san should be out of the bath by now. Well then, bye-bye. And that's how it went, with Hiyoriy giving advice and running away. That's how he ended up alone. Well, there's no point in complaining about it here. As Hiyoriy said, there's no way to be forgiven other than apologizing. Nodding several times, half forcibly convincing himself, Souta raised his head. At that very moment, I'm done with the bath. Kotoha, who must have been quite relaxed, entered the living room with a drawled-out ah. She had a hair-drying towel skillfully wrapped around her head and was wearing a loose bathrobe tunic. The last time he saw a girl fresh out of the bath was during school trips in middle and high school. He was a bit mesmerized but not excited. No, before that, his brain had fallen into confusion. With the towel wrapped around her head, her forehead was exposed, making Kotoha look even younger. The fact that she was an adult despite this appearance was hitting Souta hard. What's the matter, Souta-san? Ah, it's nothing. There's no way he could say the reason why he was staring. Kotoha showed a smile to Souta like that. He couldn't tell if she was genuinely smiling or if there was something hidden behind it. Huh? Hiyoriy isn't here. Where did she go? Hiyoriy just went back to her room for a bit. She said she had something to do. Oh, I see. The second time she drawled out the end of her sentence. This prompted Souta to move. If he was going to apologize, now was the time, while she was relaxed after her bath. Kotoha-san. Why yes? What is it? The cooking was at a good stopping point, with only plating left to do. After making sure the stove was off, Souta left the kitchen and moved in front of Kotoha. Then, what I said at the entrance and in the living room. I'm truly sorry. I deeply regret it. He bowed politely, apologizing in a way that conveyed his feelings. How many tens of seconds passed? Souta had intended to keep bowing until he received a response to his apology, but he heard no voice at all, unable to bear the unreadable atmosphere. The moment he raised his head, Souta saw it. Kotoha, frozen with her apple-colored eyes wider than ever. Kotoha-san? Sorry. I was just really surprised. Surprised? Souta was also getting a surprising reaction. You know, I've never had a man honestly apologize like that before. Everyone else just kept trying to cover it up until the end. I will honestly apologize. The fact that I was rude doesn't change. Fufu, you're a very sincere person, aren't you, Souta-san? Cold sweat on his back. Cold sweat that made his hair stand on end. I can't say it. There's no way I can say it. That I only acted according to Hiyori's advice. That if Hiyori wasn't there, I was thinking of glossing over it a bit. I understand well why Resign entrusted this dormitory to you, Souta-san. Despite your lack of managerial experience, it's because you have that kind of heart. She must have reached that conclusion on her own. Kotoha showed a delightfully innocent smile. It's hopeless now. I really can't be honest anymore. Souta, crushed by guilt, cried inwardly. Souta-san, I'm sorry too. I got irritated just from being misunderstood. This is childish of me, isn't it? Not at all. I'm the childish one for lacking tact. Thank you for handling it like an adult earlier. Handling it like an adult. Kotoha smiled happily, seemingly satisfied with that phrase. Fufu, could it be that you're trying to get on my good side? My mom didn't teach me such things. It's natural. Oh, you, Kotoha, who placed her small hand over her mouth in an elegant gesture, suddenly looked more mature. This isn't meant to brag, but you're saying the same kind of things as the men who try to hit on me at work. Souta-san, huh? Could it be that you've done that before? No way. I've never done such a thing. That lie won't work on me, you know? She told him in a tone that seemed convinced it was a lie. That judgment was probably based on Suta's calm demeanor. However, for Souta, it was normal to become composed. He had driven himself into a corner, thinking he would be scolded for the misunderstanding, but Kotoha had forgiven him. That's why this relief was occurring. Fufafu. I don't mind if you have such a past, but, just one thing. Please don't try to eat any of the girls living in this dormitory, okay? Huh? Eat? What? There was only one meaning to this. With that face. She was using an adult expression. That was also the first time Kotoha spoke with a hint of seductiveness in her voice. Chapter 12, Closing the Distance. Oh, ooh. It smells delicious. That high-tension, loud voice rang out around 6:05 p.m. Hiyoriy was reacting in an exaggerated manner to the food served on the wooden table in the living room, but that was probably her genuine reaction. She was drawn to the table, her honey-colored eyes shining more than usual. It's a happy thing for the cook to get such a strong reaction just for dinner. Souta showed a not entirely displeased expression, though feeling a bit embarrassed. At that moment, he noticed Hiyori's chestnut-colored hair had a slight dampness to it. Could it be that you took a bath too, Hiyoriy? Yes, since Kotoha-san was taking one, I thought I might as well. I thought dinner would be ready soon, so I took a super express bath. Oh, I washed properly, okay? I'm not dirty. I know that without you telling me. Based on her energetic first impression, Souta had thought she might have a slightly sloppy side, but that wasn't the case. Not only did she convey that she washed properly, but she also properly used a hairdryer to dry her hair. You could say that's a girly point. I mean, you could have taken your time since the food can be reheated. What are you saying? Nothing beats freshly made food. The deliciousness is totally different. Well, that's certainly true. As expected of someone who eats 3 bundles of pasta, Hiyoriy is passionate about food. She's talking with a straight face. Oh. Let me ask you one thing. You didn't run on the stairs after your bath, right? Of course. So I'll have 3 bundles of pasta, please. All right. Souta also returned a smile to Hiyoriy, who showed a bright smile that said she properly kept her promise from that time. Kotoha was watching this exchange between the two with interest. Since when did you two become so close? Souta-san, you call Hiyori-san by her first name, and your tone is different from when you talk to me. Although she looked a bit reluctant to say it, her curiosity must have been stronger. She timidly asked, lowering her eyebrows. How should I put it? I think going with the flow is the most accurate way to describe it. When I casually interacted with her, it turned out like this. Was Hiyori being treated casually all this time? I'm a bit offended, but that's just how Souta-san is, right? Even if he says casually, it's probably not in a bad way. Why yeah, I won't deny that. Just as her housemate Hiyori had said, Kotoha was sharp. She hit the nail on the head. The reason Souta spoke vaguely, as if he was reluctant, was because he hadn't given up on acquiring the position of a polite older brother yet. However, Kotoha's next words made him feel more resigned. I feel like I'm the only one being left out. I'm thinking of getting closer to you, Souta-san. so please treat me the same way you treat Hiyori-san. Kotoha's thin lips curved into a crescent moon. She wasn't narrowing her eyes. The expression her eyes aren't smiling was truly fitting. At this moment, Souta realized she absolutely intended to make him say it. I'm sorry for being rude, but may I ask your age, Kotoha-san? It's easier to be casual if she's not older. That's the purpose of the question. Wow, Souta-san. You're really going for it. It's something I need to know. Fufu, I did say I want to get closer, but that answer comes at a high price, you know? Ahaha. I thought so. It's totally fine if you can't answer. I think we're probably close in age, Souta-san. I'm turning 23. Huh? The moment Kotoha suddenly revealed her age, Souta and Hiyori's voices overlapped. In fact, Hiyori didn't know Kotoha's age. If you're 23, that means we're the same age, Kotoha-san. Souta's surprise wasn't she's 23 with that appearance, but rather because he found someone the same age as him in this dormitory. That's probably why it didn't trigger Kotoha's sensor. Wow, we're unexpectedly the same age. I know, right? The atmosphere was amicable. But Hiyori-chan, why were you surprised, Hiyori-chan? Could it be that it was that unexpected for you? The situation changed. Kotoha pointed that gun-cold words at Hiyori. Like a skilled assassin, she instantly found her target. Huh? You see. That's, yeah. What is it? Such voices echoed loudly in the living room. Hiyori wasn't joking around. She looked like she was about to die. Souta was surprised by her reaction. Because, absolutely do not try to gloss over it. Sincerely apologize. If Kotoha-san understands that much, she should forgive you. Kotoha is a reasonable person. It was Hiyori who gave that advice. What's wrong, Hiyori-chan? Hiyori understands in her head. She wants to apologize, but she's being overwhelmed by Kotoha's pressure. It's a hopeless situation for Hiyori. Here, Souta made a move. I think she was surprised by her own voice. She probably can't say my voice was loud to someone older. And she was stumbling over her words, so I wouldn't have to apologize. Hiyori is kind like that. The fact that their voices overlapped exists. He knows it's a desperate excuse, but this is the only way to return the favor for the advice he received that time, and to gain further goodwill, so Kotoha wouldn't find out that Hiyori was the one who advised me on that apology method. In other words, this follow-up from Souta was killing two birds with one stone. Fufu, is that so? But I can't believe it coming from you, Souta-san. Kotoha showed a hint that said, you know what to do, right? Whether you call it skillfully turning things in a good direction. If this was said out loud, Souta had no choice but to drop the polite tone. Why yeah, I think she was surprised by my voice, Kotoha. He answered in the same way he speaks to Hiyori. Fufu, I see. Then let's leave it at that. Thanks. I'm sorry, Hiyori-chan. I teased you a bit. No, Hiyori sorry too. Suppressing the retort of your timing for apologizing is late, Souta decided to settle the situation as the manager. Well then, shall we eat soon? It would be a waste if it gets cold. You're right. Okay. Today's dinner consists of 3 dishes, carbonara, tofu steak with white bait, and tuna salad. Oh. Come to think of it, Koyuki-san isn't back yet? The moment she sat down, Kotoha said as if she just remembered. About that. It seems she has something to do with Mirei today. Even though the food looks so delicious. That's unusual. She does her handicraft work every night. About that. The reason Koyuki-san isn't here is my fault. What do you mean by that? And with that, Souta consulted the two about today's events at this timing when the topic of Koyuki came up. From here, he would gather information about the remaining 2 residents. Chapter 13, Mirei's first meeting. Souta-san was avoided by Yuki-chan? Kotoha asked in surprise while holding a small plate of tuna salad in both hands. Yeah, the moment she greeted me, she rushed off and got in her car. Souta told the details with a straight face, without touching his food. Could it be that you glared at her, Souta-san? After that question, Hiyori stuffed her mouth full of carbonara and said delicious. While flapping her feet, the 3 of them were having dinner in their own ways. No, I really want you to deny that. I definitely didn't glare at her. Certainly, Yuki-chan seems like the type who would run away if glared at, but I believe you, Souta-san. I don't think you would do such a thing. Thank you. That apology was truly effective. Kotoha, who conveys that he is sincere, is completely on his side. However, this makes Souta nervous. If she found out that the apology method was advised by Hiyoriy, it would be far from sincere. Since she even said I want to get closer to you, the price to pay at the time would be immeasurable. It may be petty, but when he's alone with Hiyoriy, he'll have to remind her that that thing is a secret. Do you have any idea why, Souta-san? Yeah, I'm troubled because I have no idea. We were able to talk normally at that time. Oh. At that time, Hiyoriy was the first to react to that word. She responded to the muttered phrase. You may not believe it, but I actually met Koyuki-san about a week ago, by pure coincidence. Huh? That's an amazing probability. Where did you meet? About a 10-minute drive from here. I think, at a family restaurant called Joyful. Ah. Oh my. At this moment, Kotoha and Hiyoriy had similar reactions, albeit with different words. What's with that reaction? I said I met her, but I didn't do anything weird to Koyuki-san, okay? That's why I have no idea. No. That's not what we meant. Right? Kotoha and Hiyoriy, who were sitting next to each other, exchanged glances as if they understood each other. Souta was left out. I have one question. Was it you, Souta-san, who had a cup knocked over by Yuki-chan? Oh yeah. Since you two know about it, that means Koyuki-san talked about it in this dormitory, right? Wait, could it be that she was complaining about something at that time? Is that why she ran away from me? If he doesn't know the reason she ran away, there's no way to improve. Souta shows a desperate face because he has to do his job properly as a manager. He is also in the position entrusted to him by his mother, Ri. Is it okay to tell him, right? Hiyoriy-chan. Yeah. Hiyoriy is all for it. But I think it's best to keep it a secret from the others. Wait a second. Is Koyuki-san bad-mouthing me so badly that you have to add a condition to keep it a secret? I can't imagine that though. Well then, I'll tell you. Sorry. I need a moment to prepare myself, so please wait. As Souta tries to get Kotoha to wait, someone adds a follow-up. Well, you see. Hey, Hiyoriy, you can rest assured Yuki-chan didn't say anything bad about you, Souta-san. Huh? With those words, Souta's momentum subsides. He was dumbfounded because he had misunderstood that she was bad-mouthing him. Yeah, Koyuki-san praised you a lot, Souta. She said things like he was the kindest person I've ever met. Really? That's right. Yuki-chan had only been working part-time for a short while, so she seemed to be saved by your response, Souta-san. Oh, that's a relief. But wait. Huh? Then it makes even less sense why she ran away. Souta, who had been enveloped in a happy atmosphere due to the unexpected words, immediately comes back to his senses. On the other hand, Hiyoriy and Kotoha had a decent idea, because when Koyuki reported the situation at the dormitory that time, she said this at the end. That man she met at the family restaurant was very likable, but, of course, it's forbidden to convey this content without concealing it. The two of them tell Souta in a way that doesn't contradict. I think Yuki-chan was just embarrassed. She suddenly met the person who covered for her mistake. After all, yeah, Koyuki-san is a bit shy. If that was really the reason, I'd be relieved. But Hiyoriy thinks you're amazing, Souta-san. Huh? What is? Souta is bewildered by the sudden amazing comment. I mean, you didn't complain at all about Koyuki-san's mistake and didn't even mention your divine response, right? Hiyoriy would be bragging about it. I might end up saying it too. No, you two say that. But if you were in my position, you'd definitely change your mind. If she was working insincerely and made a mistake, I might say something too. But Koyuki was working hard. She looked truly sorry when apologizing. Even so, I don't think I could respond the way Yuki-chan said you did. Hiyoriy thinks so too. Stop praising me so much. He doesn't say it out loud, but both Hiyoriy and Kotoha's appearances stand out even in town. Of course he would feel that way being praised by two such people. Moreover, Souta isn't used to being praised. Back when he was working at that black company, he was only scolded. Kotoha-san, do you think this might work to do something about Mirei-chan? I think so too. If it's Souta-san. Well, about Mirei, there's something going on with her, right? Like a complicated situation, or like she's avoiding me, just as Souta himself created such an ominous atmosphere. Click. The sound of the front door opening at this timing. Oh, that might be Yuki-chan coming back. Yay, all right, I'll go greet her again. She should know by now that I'm the manager, so she should be mentally prepared. Still, I'll go with you just in case. Hiyoriy will go too. No. You two enjoy your meal. This is the manager's job. With that reliable declaration, Souta pulled out his chair and left the living room to the hallway. And the moment he made eye contact with the person sitting at the entrance taking off her shoes. Don't come near me. You're gross. Huh? Such a thorny shout and Souta's dumbfounded voice reached the living room where Hiyoriy and Kotoha are. It turned out to be Mi-chan. He did it now. The two of them let out disappointed voices. Chapter 14, Various Thoughts. Souta's side. Hey, you can't say that to someone you just met. Shut up. Why is she being so aggressive? I really haven't done anything wrong. I went to greet her and say I'm the new manager starting today, and she says don't come near me. You're gross. It can't be helped that I used my natural way of speaking, but the fact that I was able to talk back at all deserves a passing grade. With just this much, I can communicate with this girl Mirei to some extent. Okay. So where were you today? Why do I have to tell you that? You're seriously gross. Because I have to scold you if you were doing something bad. As the manager. This is really just my own prejudice, but when I see Mirei's hair color, I can't help but be a little suspicious. She dyed her antennae that follow the contours of her face pink on a black base. Of course it suits her, but I have some reservations about the eccentric style. Don't just assume I was doing something bad, okay? It's really irritating. Sorry about that. I mean, if you want to know that badly, why don't you ask Hiyoriy or Kotoha-san? I keep in touch with them. Are you too stupid to even think of that? What is this insult-generating machine? Every time I try to talk to her, she slips in at least one insult. This is a first for me. Is this what they call a rebellious phase for a daughter? If a real father had to deal with this, he'd probably be too damaged to even work. Having experienced this, I say, I wish daughters would be a little kinder to their fathers. Of course, not just daughters. Sons too. Anyway, get out of the way. You're in my way. Got it? Somehow I understand. This level of interference is the limit, I guess. But let me ask one last thing before I leave. Just before I leave, can you tell me one thing? What do you want to eat for breakfast tomorrow? Your corpse. I had no words to say anymore. I don't think there's anyone who can respond to that. Well, I'll prepare something easy to eat like soup for breakfast, so let's eat together. Shut up. Mirei approached, running as if she became emotional, and then, whoa! In the middle of the hallway, Mirei pushed me hard with both hands, causing me to lose my balance. Taking advantage of that opening, Mirei ran up the stairs to her room. The hallway suddenly became quiet, with no more arguments. I'm not trying to take Mirei's side or anything, but somehow I think I saw something. Let's eat something easy to eat like soup for breakfast together. When I gave that invitation, for a moment, Mirei made a face that looked like she was overcome with guilt. I wonder what this feeling is. Being cursed at and treated like that does make me feel bad, but I felt like I couldn't leave her alone. Not just because I'm the manager. If the face I saw was real, there must be a reason why she can't help but become aggressive. She did mention something about circumstances. I mean, with that personality, there's no way Hiyoriy and Kotoha would try to approach her. Mom told me to take it easy here, but I don't think I can do that at all. But when I think about it, that's what a job is. A little before that time, Koyuki had come to Mrs. Donut's, the fast food restaurant she always visits. Welcome. Oh, Koyuki-san, thank you as always. No, thank you. Can I have the usual? I'll eat in the store today. Certainly. But, that's pretty rare, isn't it? For you to eat in the store? Why yes. There's a bit of a situation. I won't ask for details, okay? Thank you. That helps. Koyuki paid at the register first, and after 4 minutes, she sat at a single-person seat with a tray carrying her ordered blended coffee, churros, and ponder ring. After first letting the black coffee flow down her throat, she slowly ate the churros, bringing them to her small mouth. Her way of eating seemed to show her current emotions. I ran away, so it's hard to go back. She seemed drained of energy, and for good reason. Hiyoriy and Mirei are at school. Kotoha is at work. Koyuki also has her main job, but that's work she does at the dormitory. The family restaurant where she works part-time is closed tomorrow. In other words, tomorrow it will be just her and Souta. It's not like it wouldn't be embarrassing. Something like that. She could stay cooped up in her room and make accessories all day. She could also write her blog. Then she wouldn't have to see Souta. But then, I might be thought of as an unpleasant person. It can't be helped if they think I'm intentionally avoiding him. And I've already avoided him today. When Souta's mother was the manager, Koyuki used to do her work in the spacious living room. If this report flew from Souta to Ri, it would be revealed that her workplace is different. Koyuki couldn't do anything more to worsen her impression. In the first place, why is that person the dormitory manager? I have no idea how to interact with him. While Koyuki expresses these feelings, it's not that she's unhappy. That's her honest feeling. However, Koyuki had the same level of concern. I wouldn't be surprised if everyone in the dorm found out that the manager I praised so much is that person. What should I do? I don't want to be teased. Koyuki, who is shy, quickly turns her face the color of autumn leaves. It's really obvious because she has the whitest skin in the dorm. Koyuki ate the donuts at a slower pace than usual. 2 people were watching her melancholic appearance from the register. Oh my, Koyuki-chan is eating in the store today? Yes, manager. It's rare, isn't it? It was the female employee in charge of the register and the female store manager who came out from the back. Even so, she seems to have a troubled face. That's right. She said there were circumstances. I see. In other words, it's a matter of love. Right. Too extreme. It's too extreme, but it can't be helped in a way, because for women, their favorite topic is love gossip. A man has finally entered Koyuki-chan's life. Huh? I wonder what kind of person he is. I'm pretty confident in my prediction that he's a tall, handsome guy who works in IT, judging from Koyuki-san's appearance and the car she drives. For me, let's see. Rather than economic power, I think he's a man with high housekeeping skills, appearance-wise, a bit of a scary cool type. Manager, it's unfair to include a gap analysis. What's wrong with that? The 2 of them were getting a bit excited, taking advantage of the fact that no customers were coming to the register. Then this sound echoed through the store, the notification sound of a smartphone going pyro N. The one who reacted to that sound was Koyuki. Huh? And when she opened the lane screen, Hiyoriy had sent this message. Koyuki-san, please help. The manager and the Mirei-chan clashed. There's nothing more Hiyoriy and the others can do. With a message clearly meant to lure Koyuki out. Chapter 15, Koyuki and Mirei's Reasons. Click. Slam. The loudest door opening and closing sound of the day. I am home. Koyuki, who had been jogging for everything except getting in her car, entered the girls' dormitory slightly out of breath. There was one reason why the usually calm Koyuki was in disarray. Koyuki-san, please help. The manager and the Mirei-chan clashed. There's nothing more Hiyoriy and the others can do because she received such a desperate email from Hiyoriy. If Hiyoriy and Kotoha conveyed a situation that they couldn't handle, then one more person's help was needed. Wanting to cherish everyone and get along with everyone, it was because of such feelings that Koyuki rushed home. But she soon had a question. Huh? There were no voices of people talking from the living room or upstairs. A silent space had been created. It was possible that the situation that couldn't be resolved until Koyuki returned to the dormitory had settled down, but this silence was mysterious. With a floating above her head, Koyuki took off one of her heels, and the moment she was about to take off the other one, someone appeared in the hallway with that single word, "Welcome back, Koyuki-san?" It was Souta, the manager of this dormitory. Koyuki quickly put on the heel she had taken off, straightened her posture, widened her azure eyes, and fidgeted, revealing her restlessness. "I am home," and she timidly returned the greeting to Souta, who greeted her without seeming to mind that she had run away during the day. "Haha, you can relax a bit more." "I won't do anything." "I am sorry. I'm just a nervous person." "No. No. Don't worry about it." Souta, who had heard about Koyuki's personality, acted in a way to make her feel at ease. She looked completely like a reliable older sister, but her flustered appearance had a bit of a Hiyoriy-like vibe. This may be sudden, but may I ask the manager 2 questions?" "Yes, ask me anything." Souta stood in the hallway. Koyuki stood at the entrance. The two of them ended up talking while standing in these 2 places. Well then. First, where is Mirei? Mirei-san went back to her room. "I think it's been less than 30 minutes. Koyuki felt something off about Souta, who answered normally without changing his expression or tone of voice. It was enough to make one think that the email saying the manager and the Mirei-san clashed. Hiyoriy and the others can't do anything was a lie. Then, where are Hiyoriy and Kotoha? They were eating with me until a little while ago, but after they finished eating, they went back to their rooms right away." Hiyoriy said something like, "Oh no. Let's escape quickly." "So I think there must be some circumstances." But I see. With Souta's last statement, Koyuki realized that she had been successfully lured out. She had a general idea of why they did it. "Did Hiyoriy do something to you?" "If it's something hard to say, I'll say it. She's quite a mischievous one. So she may have been rude." No. It's not like that. Thank you for your concern. The fact that she ran away during the day must have already been found out by everyone in the dormitory. Realizing that she felt awkward coming back, they made this move. That was Koyuki's assessment. And it was correct. It was a mean-spirited lie, but it was a plan made out of consideration for her, so she wasn't angry at all. And I'm sorry about what happened in the afternoon. I ran away. Let's not worry about that, okay? Anyone would be surprised if something like that happened. It can't be helped." Souta responded tolerantly, just like when they met at the family restaurant. It was exactly the same as how he reacted when she made a mistake, and Koyuki vividly recalled it again. A happy face appeared on Koyuki for a moment. "By the way," changing the subject, "Koyuki-san, you already ate dinner, right?" "Yes, I had a light meal." "This may be asking too much, but could you eat a little more?" "I still have some dinner left." Is it okay for me to have some?" "I contacted you saying I didn't need dinner. It would actually be a big help if you ate it. Otherwise, it will go to waste. Those 2 told me that asking you would be the best, so please give me some of your time for that." "Asking me would be the best?" "Yes, about Mirei-san. You don't have to tell me everything, but could you please share what you can?" With those words, Koyuki's expression changed. Her eyes became just as serious. "I understand. Let's talk after we finish eating." "About the food, please keep your expectations low." "I'll purposely set them high." Hey, the 2 of them were able to joke around kindly like this. However, the tense atmosphere couldn't be completely dispelled at this point. It's really delicious." After swallowing the carbonara, Koyuki politely conveyed her thoughts with her hand over her mouth. They had been interacting in the dormitory for 30 minutes. She must have been able to relax by eating dinner, as her refined natural way of speaking was showing. "I'm glad to hear you say that. It was worth making it." "I'll have to be careful not to gain weight." It was probably an honest reaction, as Koyuki furrowed her thin eyebrows and made a troubled face. "Of course," Souta heard her voice. "I apologize if this is taken as a sexual harassment remark, but I think you should eat more, Koyuki. You have quite a slim body." "That's not true. My upper arms and thighs are squishy. Want to feel them?" Koyuki asked while squishing her upper arm with the right hand and her right thigh with her left hand. It was also a pose that emphasized her chest. Souta was taken aback in various ways. Koyuki must have noticed it too. I'm sorry. I've been in an environment with only the same sex, so I unintentionally." No, it's fine as long as you're careful from now on." "I will." Koyuki, who averted her face from Souta, ate a mouthful of pastu as if to create a pause. Every time she ate, She twirled a mouthful and ate it. She did it very quickly. She seemed to be quite dexterous, as she worked with her hands. And then, after Koyuki finished eating, about Mirei, right? Yes. While wiping her mouth with a handkerchief, Koyuki moved on to the main topic. The atmosphere changed again. In the silence where they could hear the sound of swallowing saliva, the two continued their conversation. When I greeted Mirei-san today, well, I had various thoughts. It's obvious enough that you'd notice right away. Right. Judging from Hiyoriy and Kotoha's attitudes, it was clear that Mirei behaved normally with the same sex. It's not a pleasant story, so I'll keep it short, but Mirei has a dislike. No, that's too light a word. She perceives men as enemies, which is why she becomes like that. Enemies? For Mirei, that kind of verbal abuse is like activating her self-defense mechanism. It's something that won't be fixed unless she somehow changes her mindset. Koyuki lowered the corners of her eyes and her voice. So she was implying that she wanted Souta to be as patient as possible. Why did Mirei-san become like that? Suta's sharp question brought silence. How many tens of seconds passed? As the second hand of the clock dominated the living room with its ticking, Koyuki finally opened her mouth. The abuse she received from her real father? It was a word he had heard before. Souta couldn't hide his surprise at Mirei's past, which he had never imagined. Chapter 16. Koyuki's feelings towards Mirei. I have one question. When Mirei-san was being abused by her father, didn't her mother protect her? If the father was committing abuse, then what was the mother doing at that time? It's only natural to have such a question. Actually, Mirei's mother passed away when Mirei entered middle school. Apparently, she was originally in poor health. I see. I heard that the father started the abuse after the mother passed away, out of the shock of losing her. But still, it's truly terrible, isn't it? I won't deny that. Koyuki's voice trembled as if she was desperately holding back her anger, a complete change from her bright expression when eating pasta. Even Souta, who was complained to so much upon their first meeting, couldn't direct his anger at Mirei after hearing about this situation. Rather, he was taking a position to defend her. The abuse Mirei received from her father lasted over half a year. Mirei was somehow saved thanks to a report from a neighbor, but at the time, her whole body was covered in bruises. She was also severely weakened. If she had been able to go to school, it might have been discovered earlier, but she had become truant because of the abuse she was enduring. The father was of course arrested. Mirei cut off the relationship and was taken in by her maternal grandmother. But the mental shock Mirei suffered was too deep to be removed. She apparently received counseling and such, but it can't be said that it had any effect. Souta was at a loss for words at the painful past. He was hearing it from a third party, but he didn't know how to respond. It felt like a heavy weight had been placed on his heart. Considering that fact, isn't it quite a problem for me, a man, to be the manager? Even so, Souta had accurately identified the current issue. I think Mirei-san chose to live in this dormitory because it's a girls' dormitory and the manager was also a woman. There's no way her grandmother wouldn't complain. I'm sorry. I'll call my mum for a bit to confirm the facts. Just as he was about to stand up from his chair in the living room with momentum, Koyuki gently grasped Suta's hand. Don't worry. I heard that Mirei's grandmother proceeded with this arrangement in agreement with Resign. What? In order to help Mirei overcome her trauma even a little. Of course, Mirei doesn't know about this. No. Even if you say that. Even if they drew the line there, not telling the person involved is definitely a problem. No matter how you look at it, considering this matter, Souta could be said to be the victim, because he wasn't told about the mental issues of the dormitory residents when he became the manager. Perhaps, or rather, knowing Resign, I think she deliberately didn't tell you. Deliberately? Please explain a bit more. Such information, the more you have, the more calmly you can deal with it. Because Souta didn't know about Mirei's situation, he showed his agitation. There's no merit in not telling him. That's what he thought. If you had heard about the abuse, you would have interacted with Mirei in a reserved manner. It's also the first meeting, so you'd be at a loss about how to interact, and your attitude would become quite suspicious. If Mirei misunderstood that as you having ill intentions, it would be game over. Mirei is that sensitive of a girl. Well, that makes sense. But, even if that was really the intention, Souta had something he was dissatisfied with. It's only natural for Mirei to get angry if you proceed without her consent, right? She's already in a painful mental state, and suddenly a man is decided to be the manager. I think that's a considerable amount of stress. I do think Mirei's trauma needs to be overcome, but not so abruptly. Souta continued, implying think about Mirei-san a little more. What if it backfires? But he would soon find out that everyone's actions were out of consideration for Mirei. This is the only chance for Mirei to overcome it. That's what we think. And that's why we're doing this. Be by everyone, you mean? Mirei's grandmother, Kotoha, and Hiyoriy. She speaks as if it's a consensus of everyone. Mirei is a third-year high school student, just like Hiyoriy, but it's not yet decided if she'll go to college. Of course, there's a possibility that she'll start working after graduating next year. If that happens, to put it bluntly, Mirei will be crushed by society. No matter how much she says it's for self-defense, with that tone and attitude, there's no company that would hire her. That's definitely true, but he is told that if they're thinking about Mirei's future, this is the make-or-break moment. I think this matter will put a considerable burden on you, Souta-san. That's why, to make up for it, I will fully support you. Support? If Mirei's words inevitably hurt your heart, and you can't recover from it. At that time. Suddenly, Koyuki's behavior became strange. Her words started to stutter, and her face quickly turned red. Finally, she muttered, I'll consider having a one-night stand with you. What? Souta's voice was probably heard even on the second floor. No. It can't be helped that he had this reaction because the serious Koyuki suddenly brought up something erotic. Are you dissatisfied? No, that's not it. I mean, not that kind of that's not it. Please calm down a little. You're the one who needs to calm down. I am sorry. If he's told that he's included in the reprimand, Souta has no choice but to apologize. He takes a deep breath, creating some distance before opening his mouth. What kind of relationship do Mirei and you have? It's not common to know the maternal side's contact information, and even that statement. Mirei and I moved into this dormitory on the same day. Oh, what a big coincidence. I finished moving in first. And since I was there anyway, I decided to help Mirei move into the neighboring room. He doesn't feel a big sense of discomfort with this action, probably because he has had many conversations with Koyuki. At that time, Mirei's grandmother was also there. And before I knew it, I was entrusted with Mirei. I was told a little bit about her past and my escape route was closed. She says she was tricked, but there's not a hint of sarcasm in her words. And before I knew it, Mirei started relying on me like a sister. I love observing the stars, and Mirei often accompanies me. That's quite a romantic hobby, isn't it? Fufu, thank you. When we're slowly observing the stars like that, Mirei gradually opens up to me about things from the past, about what happened today, various things that must be part of the content she had been talking about until now. It's understandable that Koyuki knows Mirei the best. You know, Souta-san. Why yes. Mirei's feelings. If I say this, you've probably already guessed, but that's why I think I know the pain Mirei is currently going through and the ease of living she'll have once she overcomes it. That's exactly why I'm truly grateful for this approach this time, and I can't let this opportunity go to waste. Souta-san, if you can save Mirei. And Koyuki says, I'll do a few things you ask, you know. This time, without showing any embarrassment, she firmly conveys her voice, saying I'm serious about this. That kind of reward is necessary for the hard work ahead. It was a statement based on her own thoughts. Chapter 17, Hiyoriy, Souta, and breakfast. Early morning, 6:10 a.m. I am sorry, Souta-san. I couldn't bring Mirei-chan with me. Hiyoriy, who had probably fixed her bed hair, as part of her hair was wet, poked her head into the living room filled with the scent of breakfast while apologizing. She looked dejected. Today was also a weekday. Hiyoriy and Mirei had to eat at this time in order to make it to school on time. What did Mirei-san say when you invited her to breakfast? It's better to be straightforward, right? Of course. Got it. Then. Hiyoriy closed her eyes and cleared her throat, probably as a preparation to switch gears, and then said, changing her gestures, body language, and expressions multiple times, I'd rather eat leftovers than eat food made by that guy. I mean, who knows what's in it? On the contrary. Are you okay, Hiyoriy? You'll die, you know? That's what she said. I see. I got the picture. Hiyoriy matched Mirei's tone and voice, then returned to a serious face at the end. If Souta didn't know about Mirei's circumstances and heard these words, he might have thought, leftovers are better? Then I'll feed her leftovers. But if he had heard about her situation, he wouldn't think that way. You and Mirei-san go to the same school, right? Your uniforms were the same when I saw you yesterday. Yes, we're in the same grade. But in this dorm, she's my senior. I didn't hear that information. Then listen. Oh wait, you already heard it? Yes, I'm listening. Hiyori's tension doesn't change at all, morning, noon, or night. In this situation where there's no end in sight to overcoming Mirei's trauma, Souta is truly grateful for Hiyori's cheerfulness. Geez, don't brush me off. So, why did you ask that, Souta-san? Well, thanks to your interruption, I haven't been able to get to the main point yet. I am really sorry about that. I'll listen now. What is it? Is it okay to bring light meals and such to the school you two attend? It's totally fine. The school rules are pretty lenient. Then I want you to give this to Mirei-san. Souta placed a slightly heavy convenience store bag on the kitchen table with a thud. Huh. What is that? Hiyoriy hurried over from the living room. Then she peeked inside the bag excitedly. Huh? This is a light meal set, isn't it? Yeah, it's a bit awkward to say, but I predicted that Mirei-san wouldn't come out for breakfast, so I bought it yesterday. Inside the convenience store bag were 2 rice balls, wired a jelly, and calorie mate. Wow, it's luxurious. Can Hiyoriy have the calorie mate? Why do I have to give it to you? That's for Mirei-san. I'm so jealous of Mirei-chan. Well, I'm sorry about that, Hiyoriy. But I'd appreciate it if you could bear with it. Yes. This money was all out of Souta's own pocket. This dormitory has predetermined electricity, water, and food expenses. The rent must be paid including those 3. If Mirei, who is paying for food, doesn't eat, that portion will go to waste. Of course, it goes without saying that not eating is wrong. Normally, there would be no need to meddle, but Souta covered for Mirei to avoid wasting her money. After all, Mirei was also on the side that was dragged into this sudden situation where a man suddenly became the manager. Hiyoriy said something rude. Being jealous that I can eat Souta-san's food? No, it can't be helped since it's like a snack. I would probably have a similar reaction to you, Hiyoriy. It helps to hear you say that. Souta follows up without blaming Hiyoriy for her action, and then he conveys what he's been wanting to say all along. It's kind of unfair to say this in this context, but I have a favor to ask of you, Hiyoriy. Okay? A favor? Could you pretend that you bought this light meal? It's just a guess, but if it's me who bought it, I think she won't eat it no matter how hungry she is. I don't think she'd go that far. No. I want to be extra careful. I understand if that's the case, but Souta brought the convenience store bag closer to Hiyoriy, and Hiyoriy received it with both hands. If he's thinking about Mirei, this is the best thing to do at this stage, according to Souta's thinking. Sorry for giving you a strange role. I was originally planning to give her rice balls made here, but I thought there's no way she'd eat rice balls directly touched by my hands when she won't even eat my cooking. Even if I wore gloves while making them. This morning, Souta found unopened plastic gloves for cooking. It can't be said with certainty, but there's a high possibility that Ri had done shopping with Mirei in mind. Souta-san. If Hiyoriy said she wanted to eat Souta-san's rice balls, would you make them for me? Of course I'll make them. I'm getting paid for food expenses, and it would be a big problem if I refused. Well then, I want you to make rice balls for Hiyoriy. Hiyoriy pleads with sparkling eyes and both hands placed in front of her chest. I'm so jealous of Mirei-chan. Her reaction is completely different from when she said that. She seems happier now. Got it. How many rice balls do you want? 2, please. About the size of Hiyori's clenched fist. Souta gives an embarrassed smile, and Hiyoriy conveys it by holding out her left fist and pointing at it with her right index finger, saying like this. Well, that's about medium size in general, right? Probably. Understood. Then I'll make the rice balls. So Hiyoriy, you can go ahead and eat first. Okay. And so, Hiyoriy heads towards the table where breakfast is laid out. Yay, yay, rice balls. And she's in high spirits, humming a strange melody. It's as if she's expressing her happiness with her whole body. How can Hiyoriy maintain that level of energy from the morning? Souta comments while looking at Hiyoriy as he opens the rice cooker. Ahaha, it's the only thing I have. Hiyori's good point. Souta doesn't notice that Hiyoriy, who uttered that line, had a somewhat sad expression and solemn tone of voice. No, that can't be true. Every human being has many good points. No, it's true. Then, Souta-san, can you praise Hiyoriy a lot? No, that's impossible. Alright. But it hurts to be told that. Hiyoriy, who had finished sitting in the chair, put her head on the table as if she had been stabbed in the chest. A large shadow falls only on that spot. Sorry. I phrased that badly. It's okay. It's Hiyori's fault for not having any good points. No, that's not what I meant. We haven't even known each other for a day, right? There's no way I can list many good points in that amount of time. It was also my first day as a manager, so I wasn't paying that much attention. At this follow-up based on sound argument, Hiyoriy, who is good with words, closed her mouth and lifted her face from the table. Light had returned to her honey-colored eyes. So I'll talk about Hiyori's good points after we get to know each other more. So don't make such a dejected face and wait for it. I'm sure you have good points other than being energetic. I see. Then, I'll do my best to be praised. No, you shouldn't try too hard in that regard, you know. Forced effort isn't pleasant at all. I'd be happier if you just be yourself, Hiyoriy. Oh, okay. If that's the case, I understand. Souta, who said this obvious thing, starts making Hiyori's light meal as if nothing had happened. But Hiyoriy is different. She changed the position of the breakfast on the table so that her back would be facing the kitchen where Souta was. It's the first time anyone has said that to me. Hiyoriy, who muttered quietly so that no one could hear, had a grin on her face. Chapter 18, Breakfast with Kotoha. Good morning, Souta-san. Oh, good morning, Kotoha-san. The time was 7:15 a.m. The next person to appear in the living room was Kotoha, dressed in her office attire. She must have gotten ready perfectly, as her long white hair that reached her shoulders was neat down to the tips, and she was wearing light makeup. Souta stood up from his chair to exchange greetings with Kotoha. You're already changed into your work clothes? I thought you'd still be in your room wear, so I'm a little surprised. Yes, yesterday, would you believe it, someone mistook it for cosplay, so I thought I'd show a sharp, adult look. Ahaha. I'm sorry about that. Souta apologized with a wry smile at her teasing words, but he was convinced that it would take quite a long time to get used to the contrast between her childlike face and the mature office attire. Of course, he made a mental note not to step on a landmine. Oh, I shouldn't be blaming you, Souta-san. I'm sure you've been dealing with Mirei-chan since this morning. Fufu. Huh? How do you know that? Don't tell me you were watching? Souta showed confusion at her confident way of speaking. He was caught off guard because he was confident that it didn't show on his face. I wouldn't do something in such poor taste. Hiyori-chan and Mirei-chan leave for school at 7 a.m. So it's easy to guess that you were attacked when seeing them off. I see. Yes, Souta had been attacked. This morning, when he saw the two off, Mirei did something to him. Certainly, if you know the time the two of them go to school, it would turn out that way. It's sad that it's based on the premise that Mirei-san will attack, though. What did she do to you? Before that, let me prepare breakfast. I think you have a work schedule too, so why don't we talk after that? You're right. That would help. Kotoha was worried about Souta. She was worried, which is why she tried to prioritize hearing what was done to him over her work hours, to give him a chance to relax by consulting with her, even if just a little. But, Souta-san, your way of speaking to me has become more polite, hasn't it? I think you're still not used to it, but please speak to me casually, like how you interact with Hiyoriy-chan. This is my natural way of speaking, after all. Haha. Got it. I reset today because it was just yesterday. I understand how you feel, but we're the same age, so please feel free to interact with me casually. I'll also try to meet you halfway. Thank you. And this was also one of Kotoha's ways to help Souta relax. Kotoha was trying her best to support him in her own way. Souta, who was somewhat aware of this, felt grateful as he served breakfast to Kotoha. Section. Here you go. Wow, this is a time-consuming breakfast. You must have woken up quite early, right? Kotoha expressed her admiration at the 5 dishes: white rice, miso soup, sunny-side-up egg, sausage, and potato salad. I got up a little after 5 a.m. I guess maybe I was too enthusiastic to make potato salad in the morning. Did you use the microwave? Kotoha asked while checking the softness of the potato salad with her chopsticks. As expected of someone who cooks, she seemed to know time-saving cooking methods. I was going to use the microwave at first, but I wanted to boil it with sugar. Wow, you used that cooking method from the morning? I wanted you to enjoy it as much as possible. As expected of you, Kotoha-san. You really know your stuff when it comes to cooking. Fufu, unlike you, Souta-san. I admitted defeat to the deliciousness of yesterday's carbonara. It's really tasty. Kotoha, who brought the potato salad grabbed with her chopsticks to her mouth, gave a delighted comment. By the way, what are your specialties, Kotoha-san? To put it broadly, simmered dishes, nikujaga. Things like immerse. That's quite a lot, isn't it? Like dishes that men would be happy with. I don't think simmered dishes are something men living alone would make. Fufu. Perhaps those are dishes I've mastered with that intention? No way. Souta showed surprise at the unexpected statement. But it's quite possible if Kotoha wants to be seen as an adult. The perfect opportunity to show a homely, motherly side is precisely when making and serving home-cooked meals. I cook lunch on weekends, so should I make something for you, Souta-san? Is it okay for me to accept? Of course. You're already a member of this dormitory. Then I'd like to have immerse. Fufu, that's a cute request. All right then, I'll draw a pretty heart with ketchup on your immerse, Souta-san. Hey, everyone would be surprised if they saw that. Especially Hiyoriy. In that case, why don't we start dating to surprise them even more? While we're at it. Geez, don't tease the manager. Oh my, I got rejected. Kotoha showed a sad tone of voice, but that was all. After she finished speaking, she started eating breakfast without seeming to mind at all. On the other hand, Souta got flustered about getting flustered. Getting excited over that appearance, even if it wasn't about dating, is bad. I'm not a lilican. So, Souta-san. Why yes? What did Mirei-chan do to you this morning? Kotoha brought up the main topic from before breakfast. Judging from her expression with her eyebrows lowered, she seemed to be really concerned. Oh, that. She didn't verbally abuse me like yesterday. She just gave off enough bloodlust to make me speechless. I see. She probably refrained from verbal abuse because Hiyoriy was next to her. I mean, giving off bloodlust instead of verbal abuse is quite something. She's no ordinary person. If anything difficult happens, please rely on me, okay? I think I can heal your heart's wounds a little. Kotoha showed a reassuring, kind smile along with those words. While feeling happy about her mature consideration, it also made him nervous. Because the reason Kotoha is saying this is because that apology was effective. The apology based on Hiyori's advice to absolutely do not try to gloss over it. Sincerely apologize. If he hadn't been able to handle it like yesterday, who knows what would have happened. I have a question. If I rely on you, what would you do for me? Oh, could it be that you're thinking of something naughty? No, it's a refined question. Souta doesn't have the strength to play along with Kotoha's joke. Even if it's a joke, let's see. How about I offer you a lap pillow? Anything more than that will have to wait until we're closer. Thank you. Then I'll take you up on that offer without hesitation when I'm hurt. Ah, you finally showed your true colors? Souta just came on strong. No, no, I'm pretty sure I won't get hurt. And of course, it's not for show or anything. Huh? Kotoha widened the round, apple-colored eyes. Suta's statement caught her off guard. I won't go into details, but it's due to the influence of my previous job. Compared to that environment, Mirei-san's attacks aren't painful. Because there's a clear reason, and she's attacking for the sake of self-defense. Basically, I want to cooperate with Mirei-san too, so no matter what she says, I'll be fine. I'm going to try different things, like if she says that, I'll try this. So Kotoha-san, you don't have to worry too much. If that's the case, then it's fine. But, I'm sorry to turn down your kind offer, Kotoha-san. Souta made a joke to show that he was fine not only in words but also in attitude, and he added a smile. When he was working at the Black Company, he was given an overwhelming amount of work that couldn't be handled in normal working hours, got angry at unreasonably, and was further lectured while being exhausted both mentally and physically from overtime after overtime. This was repeated every day, and he didn't even have time to go home. If he tried to get ready to leave, he would be directly pressured. Compared to this, dealing with Mirei is dozens of times better. Well then, let's end the heavy talk here. I'm going to check the consumables. Kotoha-san, take your time and enjoy your breakfast. Oh, okay. And so, leaving Kotoha behind, Souta went to check the consumables for the entire dormitory. Only Kotoha was left in the living room. I want to become as adult-like as him. Kotoha, who spoke in an envious voice, kept staring at the door Souta had left through for a while. Chapter 19, Koyuki and the Ahoge. For now, it's one step at a time, I guess. Souta, who spent his first morning as a manager, was taking notes on what time the dormitory residents wake up and come to eat. If he can grasp their activity times, it will be easier for Souta to make a schedule. He takes care of these things without fail, and perhaps because he had been working swiftly since morning, by a little past 9 o'clock, the first half of his work was almost finished. Maybe because it's a girls' dormitory, laundry is not part of the manager's job description, so he has time to relax early on. The remaining tasks are going shopping for ingredients and cleaning the areas he couldn't get to yesterday. After that, it's time to prepare dinner again. Oh, Koyuki-san is late to wake up, but I wonder if she's okay. Souta mutters this as soon as he finishes taking notes. Hiyoriy and Mirei were up past 6:30 a.m. Kotoha, who was getting ready for work past 7 o'clock, must have woken up around the same time. Koyuki has yet to show up in the living room. Should I have gone to wake her up? No, but I didn't receive any such instructions yesterday. Souta hesitates over what to do while looking at the breakfast he made for Koyuki. Just then, ding dong, the dormitory's doorbell suddenly rang. This is a sound Souta is hearing for the first time too. See coming. Souta, who raises his voice to indicate time here, hurries from the living room to the entrance. A human figure can be seen through the glass of the front door. It's not a malicious prank like a ding-dong ditch. Souta hurriedly puts on his shoes at the entrance and opens the door. Good morning. Tokugawa Express Delivery. A lively voice. It was a delivery worker wearing a navy blue and white striped uniform. Good morning. Is it a package? Yes, that's right. Oh, you're the new manager, aren't you? Yes, that's right. I started working here yesterday. I see. I think we'll meet several more times in the future. So nice to meet you. Souta quickly understands. This person frequently delivers to this dormitory. This is a package for Koyuki-sama. Please sign here. Oh, Souta shows a hesitant expression at those words. Certainly, receiving deliveries is also part of the manager's job, but Koyuki is in this dormitory. She hasn't gone out to work. Rather than receiving it without permission, wouldn't it be better to go wake her up to avoid problems? Just as he was pondering such thoughts. Oh, it's fine for you to sign for her. Koyuki-sama always tells me to do that when she's not available. I see. Understood. That statement was the deciding factor. Then please sign here. Yes. The delivery worker hands over a pen and indicates where to sign at the same time. Souta neatly signs there and receives the package. Well then, thank you very much. Thank you. Souta sees off the delivery worker and closes the front door. He doesn't know what's inside, but the package has a bit of weight. There's also a sound like small objects rolling around inside. Just as he was trying to carefully carry Koyuki's package to avoid dropping it, he heard footsteps coming down the stairs. Since Hiyoriy and Mirei are at school and Kotoha is at work, there's only one other person in this dormitory. Souta and that person made eye contact. Good morning, Koyuki-san. Yes, good morning. And, thank you for the package, Souta-san. No, it's my job, so don't worry about it. Koyuki, wearing round black framed glasses, approaches Souta as he takes off his shoes and enters the hallway. She's in quite a casual outfit of a short-sleeved, long pants floral pajamas. And one more thing. On top of her head, there was a splendid light blue bed head sticking up like a cowlick. It was so prominent that she would notice it immediately if she looked in a mirror. The bed head sways with each step. Although she could notice it by sensation, she doesn't notice it at all. She was probably awakened by the doorbell sound, as she covers her mouth and yawns while coming down the stairs. She's overall sluggish due to drowsiness. What's the matter, Souta? No. I was just a bit surprised to see Koyuki wearing glasses for the first time. For now, Souta throws a jab. Now that you mention it, this is the first time I've shown them to you. Right? Do you usually wear contacts? Yes, I wear contacts when I go out. I see. Souta-san, you thought my glasses look doesn't suit me just now, didn't you? With that reaction, Koyuki looks at him with a meaningful gaze while still wearing her glasses. Her face is completely suspicious, but because she's in her pajamas, there's no intimidating aura. Rather, it's making her look cuter. No, that's not true at all. I think they suit you very well. What concerns him more is that splendid bedhead. That looks like a cowlick. Ah really? I've been told my glasses make me look stupid by everyone in the dorm. Isn't that terrible? Oh, I see. Koyuki's current appearance looks more intellectual than usual, and yet, she's called stupid because of that bedhead. Ouch. And it also means that no one is pointing it out. Whether it's because they want her to be carefree or because they want to see the gap from her usual self, only the other three besides Koyuki and Souta know, Hiyoriy, Mirei, and Kotoha. Also, due to Koyuki's hair quality and its length, the bedhead straightens out on its own over time. She never notices until the end. From Souta's reaction, you think I look stupid just like everyone else, don't you? Even though the store clerk picked them out for me, maybe they were playing a prank on me. No, I'm serious. They really suit you. There's no lie in Souta's words. Koyuki wearing glasses also has a different charm. It's just that she's called stupid because of the cowlick. Well, if that's the case, then it's fine. But let me hand over this package to you. And as if to change the subject, Souta hands the delivery box to Koyuki. Thank you. What's inside this package? Of course, if it's something hard to answer, it contains materials for hand-making accessories. I have a job selling them online in addition to that part-time job. Oh, you're dexterous, aren't you? Souta had heard about Koyuki's work from his mother, so he's not as surprised as at first. But this is the first time talking to her directly. Fufu. I'm average. Souta-san, may I use the living room for a bit to check the package? It's totally fine. You can use the living room when you work too. I think your work efficiency will increase in a larger space. That helps. And so, Koyuki, holding the package in both hands, heads towards the living room. Souta, watching her back, followed along while looking at the bedhead swaying with each step. Chapter 20, Hiyoriy, Mirei's school. Hey. Did everyone hear? Dell's new nail polish color is coming out next week. No way. What color? I'm curious too. A metallic packed with gold pearl, but not too flashy. Yep. I'm definitely buying that. How much is it? 3,000 yen. I'm buying it too. The classroom was bright and bustling, enveloped in such girly conversation. It was currently break time after the first period. The next class is math. I'm really bad at it. Mirei sighed as she looked at the class schedule posted on the blackboard and took out her math textbook and notebook from the drawer. Mirei, You're totally hopeless at math, right? And English too. Math and English make no sense at all, you know? I'm trying hard to understand, but... And when her friend Suzune in the next seat talked to her, Mirei expanded the conversation without a barbed attitude. That symptom doesn't occur as long as the other person is the same sex. I heard math and English are important for college entrance exams, you know? We gotta work hard from now on. I know that, but we don't feel motivated, right? The entrance exams are still far away, and we have this mysterious sense of leisure. Exactly. I haven't decided on my future dream yet either. Mirei, why don't you study fashion while going to college? You're totally fashionable, and honestly, you're interested in it, right? It's already spring of the third year of high school. It's the time to focus on studying with an eye on future dreams and career paths. It's also the time when a tense atmosphere begins to drift in cram schools. Well, I like clothes, but I'm not good at customer service. Haha, come to think of it. You hate men, don't you, Mirei? It's a waste since you're so cute. In this school, only Hiyoriy knows about Mirei's past. Suzune's words, who knows nothing about the circumstances, reveal Mirei's thoughts. No, I don't think it's a waste. I can't compete with men in terms of strength, and even if I trust someone, I don't know what they'll do. It's better not to get involved. Eh? Isn't that a pretty biased way of thinking? There are boys with reason even if they get angry. I know that. I know. But I'm not strong enough to believe it. Not everyone is like that. Some people keep their distance from the start, thinking about times when they might be betrayed. So Mirei is that type. Huh? Something like that. I'm not interested in love either, so this is fine. If something like that were to happen to her again while she still hasn't recovered, Mirei's heart would undoubtedly collapse. She herself understands that self-defense is all she can manage, but it's rare for the top two beauties of our girls' school to not have boyfriends, you know? Onego Mirei and Imoga Hiyori-chan. There are even rumors about which of you will get a boyfriend first. I always wonder, what does Onego and Imoga mean? It's not like Hiyori and I are sisters. To put it simply, you two live in the same dorm, and Mirei has a personality like a sister who leads people, while Hiyori-chan has a personality like a sister who supports people. And since you're the top two in terms of looks, that's where the go comes from. Suzune explained as best she could using both hands. The abbreviated form Imogo is used instead of Imotogo. It's used in girls' schools because it's easier to say. In the first place, comparing which one of us will get a boyfriend first is unfair to Hiyori. Huh? Unfair? Putting aside appearances, I have a bad personality, so comparing me to Hiyori, who's kind to everyone, is out of place. Hiyori would win by a landslide. Huh? But Mirei, you're kind, aren't you? It's weird to say you're not kind when you're like that. That's only because you haven't seen my private life. In reality, I'm always taking out my anger on others doing terrible things. I absolutely don't believe that. Mirei's appearance at school and her appearance at the dorm are completely different. It's only natural not to believe it. I think you'll understand someday. If I do bad things, it'll come back to me. Mirei muttered something meaningful with a wry smile, and just then, Mirei-chan, Hiyori is here. A voice that filled the bustling classroom. And Hiyori entered Mirei's classroom with quick footsteps, thump 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 thump. She entered as if it was only natural. But Hiyori's class is different. There's Imogo Hiyori-chan. Well then, the third wheel, will retreat for now. You don't have to mind. Suzune slumped in her seat, completing the top two. She completely cuts off the line so as not to interfere. Hiyori descends at the timing when Mirei is alone. It's been a while since this morning. How are you doing? I'm doing well. And you're the same as always, Hiyori. So, what's up all of a sudden? The break is almost over, so hurry up or you'll be late for the next class. Oh, then let me get to the point. I have something to give to Mirei-chan. I forgot to give it to you in the morning. Hiyori, who gasped when she looked at the clock in the classroom, spoke quickly. There were 5 minutes left. It's only natural to be in a hurry since this school is strict about being late. Something to give me? Yep, Tada. A light meal. Hiyori showed Mirei the convenience store bag she had hidden behind her back with a big smile. Huh. Why a light meal? Because Mirei-chan didn't eat breakfast, right? So, a light meal. Here you go. Make sure to eat it. Thanks. Mirei, who received the light meal from Hiyoriy, peeked into the bag. Inside were 2 rice balls, calorie mate, and wider jelly. Well then, Hiyoriy is off. Wait, Hiyoriy. One question! Exclamation mark. Who bought this? Mirei stopped Hiyoriy, who was about to leave in a hurry, and began pursuing her question with a sharp jade gaze. Huh? Oh, of course it was Hiyoriy. There's no one else but Hiyoriy. Hiyoriy was being questioned, but Souta had asked her to do so. Let's pretend Hiyoriy bought this. If it comes out that I bought it, I think she won't eat it no matter how hungry she is. I want to be extra careful. That's the request she faithfully keeps. It's all to make Mirei, who skipped breakfast, eat. So it was Hiyoriy. Huh. So, when did you buy this? We didn't go to the convenience store when we went to school together, right? That was this morning. This morning when Mirei-chan was in her room. I see. Then this is the last one. What's the total amount for this light meal? Tell me down to the decimal point. Total amount? Decimal point? Around 500 yen. Yeah, 530 yen. This blatant flustering. She's showing a clumsy side that even Souta didn't expect. I see. Got it. Thanks for going out of your way, Hiyoriy. It helps. Why, you're welcome. Well then, this time for real. And Hiyoriy hurriedly left the classroom, as if to avoid further questioning. Wow, Hiyori-chan is so kind. She bought a light meal because she was worried about Mirei, who skipped breakfast. As expected of the Imogo. I wonder about that. Huh? Mirei, who lightly responded to Suzune, who looked up, took out her smartphone while lining up the light meal Hiyoriy had given her on the desk. She quickly turned on the power, jumped to a web page, and searched with high-speed flicks. Tuna mayo rice ball price 7.11. Chicken rice ball price 7.11. Calorie mate price 7.11. Wider jelly royal price 7.11. And then she used the calculator app to calculate. The total amount was 679 yen. There was a big difference from the number Hiyoriy had said. Geez, you don't need to go through all that trouble. If you went that far, you should have proudly taken credit for it. How am I supposed to return this money to that guy? Anyone who saw Hiyori's reaction would realize it was a lie. Mirei took out her wallet from her bag and took out 700 yen so as not to use this money. 500 yen in the left pocket. 200 yen in the right pocket. Mirei sighed once again as she twirled her pink antennae. Chapter 21, Kotoha and her work situation. Phew, I had another good negotiation today. Thanks, Kotoha-san. Fufu. I just provided guidance, so no need for thanks. Thank you for your continued patronage, Nozaki-san. It was 2:40 p.m. After the negotiation ended, Kotoha faced Nozaki in the entrance. She bowed politely with her body tilted at a 45-degree angle and her hands clasped in front of her. She handled the interaction with a maturity that was hard to imagine from her height and appearance. This gap became Kotoha's strength, and her evaluation as a receptionist was excellent. No, you talked to me frequently when guiding me, right? Thanks to that, I was able to dispel my nervousness. I'm glad to have been of help. If there's anything else I can assist with, please let me know. Haha, I'll take you up on that. Nozaki was in his mid-40s and held a significant position at another company. If Kotoha did anything rude, there was a possibility that the negotiation would be called off. Kotoha took on that risk by talking to him, but she didn't show any sign of hesitation. She captivated Nozaki's heart with a gentle smile. Well then, I've arranged for a car, so please come this way. Thank you. Kotoha indicated the location with a polite finger point and moved away from the reception to guide Mr. Nozaki. At this moment, the two of them were alone. Kotoha-san. Yes. What is it? Just as they left the entrance and moved in front of the car, Nozaki called out to her with a slightly nervous voice. From just this, Kotoha could make a reasonable guess as to what he would say next. In the near future, even if it's not today, how about having dinner with me as a token of my gratitude for today? I found a restaurant with a beautiful night view, and I wanted to introduce it to you. Fufu, that's a delightful invitation. Really? Of course. It's my treat. So feel free to order whatever you like, Mr. Nozaki excitedly went on, thinking his invitation had been accepted, but it was all a misunderstanding. Kotoha continued her words like this, however. I'm sorry. I can only accept your kind feelings. Huh? So, does that mean even if we postpone it? Yes, I would love to attend, but I have circumstances. What circumstances? This is it. Kotoha showed the silver ring on her left ring finger, then gently stroked it several times with her hands clasped together, as if conveying its importance. Well, I just wanted to thank you, you know. Still not giving up. Nozaki stared at Kotoha suggestively. They were both important to each other's companies, so they couldn't firmly refuse or insist on the invitation. In that case, would it be alright if my boyfriend came along? He likes night views even more than I do. Oh, that's well, then let's be in touch again. Yes, when that time comes. I look forward to it. At this point, Kotoha realized he had given up. Kotoha and Nozaki hadn't exchanged contact information, so there was no means for him to do so. Well then, excuse me. Thank you very much for today. Kotoha saw Nozaki off until the end as he left as if running away, then took a deep breath. Her relaxation from the tension up until now came to the forefront. Let's go back. Kotoha, with her hands clasped together as before, swiftly removed the ring she had put on her left ring finger as if by magic and slipped it into her pocket. Then she entered the entrance as if nothing had happened. Good work, Kotoha. I prepared some tea, so have some. Thank you very much, Ogawa-san. At the reception, there was another receptionist, Ogawa. She was Kotoha's senior whom she relied on. Nozaki-san called out to you in front of the car just now, right? Wow. How did you know? Well, he had that look in his eyes that he was after you, Kotoha. So, when you're alone with him in private, you never know what he might do, so you were right to refuse. What if I said I didn't refuse? No, you definitely refused. Kotoha, you're not the type to be swayed by money, and in the first place, Nozaki-san isn't your type, right? As expected of Ogawa-san. You got me. Kotoha, who was completely seen through by her senior Ogawa, smiled dryly as she sipped her tea. At a workplace where polite language is the norm for reception, phone calls, and customer service, the receptionists speak to each other in a relatively casual tone. They naturally become close as they do the same work and exchange information with each other while working. Kotoha, you're amazing. Even when faced with annoying things, you don't show it on your face. You're the same, aren't you, Ogawa-san? I know because I've seen your work up close. For me, it shows the moment eye contact is broken. But Kotoha, you're not like that. Fufu, to be honest. I understand the feeling. There are persistent people, after all. In the first place, it's not common sense to hit on a client's receptionist, you know. I wonder what they're thinking, not considering how they'll be perceived if it reaches the person in charge's ears. Receptionists are the face of the company, so to speak. It's a fact that appearance is included in the hiring criteria. They are frequently approached by people both outside and inside the company. Kotoha, who had finished about half of her tea, sat down in a chair and took out today's schedule. She checked the remaining work while also marking the reception for Mr. Nozaki that had just ended with a black pen. Seeing Kotoha diligently working without taking a break, Ogawa opened her mouth as if thinking of something. Even so, you're in a good mood today, aren't you, Kotoha? Did something good happen? No, nothing like that. People who say that are the ones who definitely have something going on. Could it be that you actually got the cliché boyfriend? Ogawa made a mischievous face, grinning with her lip-glossed lips raised. If I had one, you'd be the first person I'd report it to. Ogawa-san, that would be a relief. Well, even for Kotoha, I don't think you'll find a man who can beat my husband, right? Fufu, certainly your husband is charming, but I do have a candidate who's just as wonderful, you know? Although I don't see him as a potential love interest. Of course, the two of them weren't about to start a fight. They were just having a fun banter with each other. If you say so, can you bring a photo next time? I'll take a look at that man for you. Sure, but please don't get jealous when you see that photo. Ogawa-san, I guarantee he's a wonderful person. Kotoha covered her mouth with her hand, smiled, and deliberately narrowed her apple-colored eyes. This was payback for Ogawa's comment. Well, even for Kotoha, I don't think you'll find a man who can beat my husband, right? Grrrr. Well said. But it kind of sounds like a lie when you say you don't see him as a potential love interest after saying all that, huh? Fufu, who knows about that? And so, Kotoha enjoyed another day at work. Of course, by cooperating with Ogawa, she was able to finish today's work without any mistakes. Chapter 22, Koyuki and Coffee. Koyuki-san, here's some coffee for you. Oh, thank you, Souta-san. I'm sorry, I startled you while you were concentrating, didn't I? Don't worry about it. I'm the one who should apologize for not noticing. Koyuki had been moving her hands with a serious expression without saying a single word until Souta called out to her. Even as he gently placed the coffee, she trembled her small shoulders and wavered her ultramarine eyes, looking at it again. That's an amazing amount. I never thought this many materials would be needed to make accessories. Actually, this is on the low side this time. Really? Yes. Since I'm making something that was requested this time, I've narrowed down the materials to some extent. If I were making original pieces, I think it would increase to twice as much. Double? That would make my head spin. On the table in the living room, there were 2 completed earrings, a half-finished bracelet, several types of accessory materials, findings, and 4 colors of color resin liquid. Souta was unfamiliar with all of these things, so his eyes kept wandering. To put it simply, resin liquid is a resin. By curing it, the texture and feel improve, giving it a luxurious feel. It's essential for making even more particular accessories. What's amazing about Koyuki is that despite having so many small materials, they're not scattered all over the table. Each one is neatly arranged, so much so that there was no trouble finding a spot to place the coffee. Since Souta-san made coffee for me, I think it's time to take a break. I think that's a good idea. Your work has slowed down a bit. Oh my, what a keen eye you have. Ah really? It was because Souta noticed that Koyuki's work pace had slowed down that he made time for a break. Many people tend to dodge the question in this case, you know. And the more they dodge, the sharper they are, I suppose. Haha. Thank you for that. You seem quite unfathomable. That reaction. Could it be that you're doing it on purpose? I have no such intention, you know. Koyuki, who let out a doubtful, drawn-out voice, elegantly brought the black coffee to her mouth without adding any syrup or milk. The fact that she could immediately drink the steaming coffee meant she probably wasn't sensitive to hot foods. Phew, it's delicious. I was worried about what I'd do if you said it was bad. It is instant, after all. Fufu. I like instant coffee, so it's fine. From this statement, it's clear that she also enjoys authentic coffee. She's an adult woman, just as she appears. Even so, you have amazing concentration, Koyuki-san. You've been moving your hands for about 3 hours now, right? Huh? Oh, so that much time has passed. At those words, Koyuki looks at the clock in the living room. The current time is 12:30 a.m. It was late at night. Time flies when I'm making accessories. Time does pass quickly when you're concentrating. Yes. Sitting for a long time, concentrating for a long time, moving your hands for a long time. If these 3 things continue for a long time, fatigue will accumulate and your body will become stiff. Koyuki suddenly changed from a sharp tone to a seductive voice as she stretched. Even Souta was shaken by that voice. What's wrong? Oh, no, it's nothing. Koyuki looked at Souta with one eye open as she continued stretching. It was as if she was winking at him, making his heart race even more, but that state was quickly remedied. Huh? When did her bed head disappear? Souta noticed that the bed head that had been bouncing lively on Koyuki's head 3 hours ago was now gone. That impression was strong precisely because of the gap between the serious Koyuki and her previous appearance. Since when have you been making accessories, Koyuki-san? I started gathering tools when I was in middle school. Wow. So your years of experience are being put to use now. It's really amazing that you can make a living out of it. I'd like to say yes to that, but since I'm including blog income, I'm using a slightly sneaky method, so to speak. It can be said for everything. But it's also an industry with a lot of rivals. So if you don't keep prices down, you won't be able to sell. There's one thing I've been wondering about. Is that blog you mentioned the collection of the accessories you've made, Koyuki-san? From Souta's perspective, the world Koyuki lives in is completely unimaginable. It's a world he will never set foot in. He can't help but be curious. Yes, I also use social media to direct people to that blog. The more views I get, the more ad revenue I can earn. How should I put it? It really feels like the modern age. Having fans who view your blog is like being a celebrity. Celebrity is going too far. And people who are this modest tend to be more popular than expected. Somehow, I feel like if I searched on Twitter, you'd come up with your full name, Koyuki-san. I'm not on Twitter, so I won't come up. Then, is it okay if I try searching, just in case? No, don't do that. I can't. That's right. Huh? You're not on Twitter, right? I'm not. But I can't search? Yes, absolutely not. Souta suddenly discovers a contradiction in the flow of the conversation. If he were to take out his smartphone here, he could sense that it would be snatched away in an instant. Koyuki, who seems to be in quite a hurry, as if she's not just posting photos of accessories. Could it be that you show your face on there? The thought that Souta had only a little bit hit the mark. Koyuki immediately averted her face, gasping for breath. Huh? Why you do? Why yes. So please don't search, I beg you. Okay. I understand. Promise me I won't forgive you if you like my posts or anything. Liking a post is proof that you've seen it. It's only natural to think she won't forgive him. But, as expected of Koyuki-san, you're properly differentiating yourself to stand out from your rivals. It's risky, but it's the best way to gain trust and fans. It was the best way to make money. Koyuki-san, you're shrewdly using your looks as a weapon, aren't you? GG's. Don't tease me like that. If you keep verbally attacking me, I'll throw this coffee at you. Hey, that'll burn me. Such an exchange took place that afternoon. At that time, Souta thought that Koyuki with a bright red face was dangerous. Chapter 23, Koyuki and Mirei eyes trembling. Oh man. This is amazing. This is a success. Souta was talking to himself while looking at the simmering pot. Standing in the kitchen, he was praising himself with shining eyes. In Souta's left hand was a small plate. On top of it was a stewed dish taken from the pot. Souta had tasted the stew and was giving his thoughts. Today's dinner was the stewed dish he had requested. Koyuki-san, sorry to bother you while you're working. Can I have a moment? What is it? Souta called out from the open kitchen to the living room. Koyuki, who had been continuously moving her hands making accessories, stopped and turned around. Could you taste this stew for a moment? It turned out really delicious. Fufu. Raising the bar yourself like that. You're getting my hopes up, you know? I love stewed dishes. Souta prepared a new small plate and chopsticks, poured the piping hot stew, and brought it over to Koyuki. His excitement was evident from the way he hurried over with short steps. You even requested today's side dish, after all. But I think it's good enough to compete with that. Souta wasn't boasting arrogantly. He just wanted to have her eat the deliciously made dish. As the one who cooked it, he naturally wanted to hear it's delicious. Well then, let's eat. Please go ahead. Koyuki put her hands together and was about to pick up the chopsticks. Oh, I need to wash my hands first. Alright. Facing a moment of tension, the two of them smiled dryly at those words. Koyuki headed to the washroom and returned to the living room again. With that little pause in between, the tasting began. Koyuki chewed the stew Souta had made, savoring the ingredients one by one, from the carrots to the lotus root to the chicken, as if appreciating each one, and she did so silently, without saying a word. The living room was enveloped in silence. Even after finishing all the stew in the small plate, she still didn't say a word. Koyuki-san? Unable to bear this atmosphere, Souta prompted her for her thoughts. Hearing his voice, Koyuki's eyes met his. Her expression didn't change. She had a straight face. What scares me the most is when you don't say anything. Could it be that it was bad? No, that's not it. Souta-san, Could you pour some more stew on a slightly larger plate for me? Huh? It was delicious, so I want to eat a bit more right now. Koyuki conveyed this while placing her chopsticks on the small plate and lowering her eyes. She was probably embarrassed to be thought of as having a big appetite, so she showed an embarrassed look while glancing upward. Oh, ahaha, in that case, shall we have an early dinner? Huh. Is that okay? I've already finished making it, so I don't think we need to stick to a rule like not being able to eat until 6 p.m. Personally, I want you to eat it while it's freshly made. After all, if the manager says so, I'd like that, please. Understood. I'll prepare it right away. Thank you, Souta-san. I'll put away my work tools. Please do. The current time was 5:32 p.m. The dinner serving time was 28 minutes early. But this was surely the manager's prerogative. Souta returned to the kitchen again and placed the finished dinner on a tray. Today's menu consisted of 4 dishes: stew dish, sashimi, egg with bean sprouts and leek, and Japanese-style onion soup. Since yesterday's meal was Western style, today he was going for a Japanese-style approach. Sorry to keep you waiting. It took 3 minutes. Souta, who had placed the dishes on a tray, served it to Koyuki. Just then, click, the sound of the front door opening reached the living room. Oh, someone came back. I'll go greet them. Souta-san, shall I go with you? Since I didn't hear a I'm home greeting, it must be Mirei. When returning home, it's Hiyoriy and Kotoha who greet from the entrance to the living room. If there's no greeting, by process of elimination, it can only be Mirei. I appreciate the offer, but please refrain. It would be rude to put a buffer only for Mirei-san, and I think it would give a bad impression. Is that so? I'll be fine, so please leave it to me. Souta, who smiled at the worried-looking Koyuki, calmly headed towards the entrance, but he was a little scared inside. Wondering what he would be told today, it was a natural anxiety. Section. Carrying such feelings, Souta exited the hallway and turned towards the entrance. Just like yesterday, Mirei was taking off her loafers with her back turned to him. Since Koyuki had told him who had come back, he was mentally prepared. Welcome back, Mirei-san! Exclamation mark. Learning from yesterday's reflection, today he stopped as soon as he exited the hallway and greeted her from a distance. Hearing that voice, Mirei's movement stopped with a jolt and quickly started moving again. How was school today? The heavy atmosphere was born from the usual ignoring. Mirei, who had put her loafers in the shoe cabinet, finally turned around to face Souta. To go upstairs, she absolutely had to face the hallway side. This situation was only natural. The moment their eyes met, Mirei also didn't move a step. And she didn't hurl abusive language at him. She was just glaring at Souta with a sharp, murderous look. Hey, that's when Mirei first spoke to him, with a first word like a delinquent's. What? Why your right hand? P put it out in front. Huh, my right hand. Hurry up, and do it. The reason Mirei changed her tone to a high-pressure one, was to avoid being looked down upon. The reason for being bullied or subjected to violence is simple, because the other person is in a lower position, because they are perceived as weak. Mirei, who continues to be haunted by her past, uses this tone for self-defense. Oh, okay. My right hand, right? Souta obediently follows Mirei's instructions so as not to provoke her. He put out his right hand in front of him on the spot. The distance to Mirei was about 10 meters. Open. Why your hand? Why yes. He changes from a fist to an open hand shape in response to the additional demand. Palm, F facing down. Yes. If he follows Mirei's next instruction, it would be a hand as if saying please give me. At this point, he had no idea what the purpose was. Stay like that. D don't move. A absolutely. G got it. If you move, I'll hit you. Why yes. Right after he obediently replied here, a slight creaking sound from the floor, ? Souta froze with his eyes wide open. Mirei was slowly, very slowly closing the distance to Souta, one step at a time. With a terrifyingly scary look on her face, she changed her right hand into a fist. Upon closer inspection, her whole body was trembling. It was impossible to tell if she was enduring the fear of the opposite sex or if it was the result of holding back her anger towards the opposite sex. However, it was certain that if he moved, he would be hit. Souta forgot to even breathe under the terrifying pressure. With the passage of time, one step, then another step, and when Mirei reached out her hand, they were close enough to touch. A voice that couldn't be put into words leaked from Mirei's mouth. Next, her thin arm, which was trembling slightly, stretched out towards Souta's open right hand. What is she going to do? The moment further fear struck Souta due to the unexpected action. Mirei's right fist, which showed an increased trembling as if rejecting, opened. At that instant, Souta caught sight of silver and gold coins. Next, the sensation was transmitted to his palm, and they fell from a high position to the floor as if being flicked. The coins hit the floor, and the high-pitched distinctive sound echoed through the hallway. This action was Mirei's last. Mirei, biting back her inner thoughts, ran past Souta's side and fled up the stairs as if escaping. What? Unable to grasp the situation at all, his mind went blank. Souta looked at Mirei's back as she ran up the stairs, then at the coins scattered on the floor. 700 yen. 2 100 yen coins. 1 500 yen coin. For now, he picked up all the coins, and Souta tilted his head greatly. 720 yen? Does this mean she's giving it to me? What does it mean? It was hard to understand what the 700 yen was for. He furrowed his brow and tried to think about what intention there could be when Souta caught sight of one more thing in his peripheral vision. What's this? It was a small piece of paper folded into a square. It shouldn't have been there when I cleaned. This was the only thought. Souta also picked up the paper and started unfolding it with both hands. The moment he fully opened the paper that had been folded in four, there, an unexpected message was written. Thanks for the light meal. None of your business. The words "none of your business" were large, and the words "thanks" had letters that trembled as if there was some feeling behind them. It was a genuine letter written by Mirei. Yeah, she's not a bad person after all. Mirei-san. Mirei had done enough to make Souta think so. Chapter 24, Hiyoriy and Clumsy. I'm home and I'm hungry. The next person to return was at 6:40 p.m. An hour later, it was around the time when the sun started to set. Welcome back, Hiyoriy. Dinner is already ready. Yay. Thank you. Actually, I was looking forward to today's dinner too. Hiyoriy shyly scratched her cheek. I'm glad to hear you say that, but don't expect too much, okay? There will be times when dishes you don't like will show up. That time will be that time. Then should I ask now, what foods do you dislike, Hiyoriy? Shiitake mushrooms are my least favorite. No way. Souta heard an unexpected statement. Today's dinner included a stew. In other words, you know what that means. Is it that surprisingly rare? No, that's not it. It's in today's dish. Shiitake mushrooms. Yeah, really. Amazing. It's a perfect match. You? No way. Souta guessed Hiyori's least favorite ingredient, and Hiyoriy is surprised that he guessed it right. They're both surprised. So is that whole shiitake mushrooms? Whole? You know, dishes that use the round shape as it is. Like dishes where shiitake mushrooms are the main ingredient? It's not like that. I just added chopped shiitake mushrooms to the stew. Are you also not good with the broth that has a strong shiitake flavor? That part is fine. What Hiyoriy doesn't like is that squishy texture. According to Hiyoriy, she doesn't like the actual shiitake mushroom, but she's fine with the flavor in broths and such. She probably doesn't like the texture, regardless of the taste. That's a relief then. It means you can eat it without any issues if we leave out the shiitake mushrooms, right? I'm really confident in today's stew, so I definitely wanted you to eat it. Is that okay? Rather, I don't understand what you mean by is that okay? Like, won't you make me eat it to get rid of my picky eating? No, that's up to you, isn't it, Hiyoriy? You're old enough, so that's not something for me to interfere with. That's blunt, isn't it? Until now, even if it was something I didn't like, my mum would say you have to eat at least one, so I thought Souta-san would do the same. Hiyoriy let out a sigh. looking somewhat surprised and relieved. Mushrooms, shiitake mushrooms must be that much of a formidable enemy. I see. Hiyori's parents are admirable. Huh? They force me to eat it, you know. Picky eating is bad. But isn't that a bit harsh? Probably, but I don't think they said picky eating is bad, right? Hiyori's parents. Huh. I can't remember. Souta thinks so after hearing the conversation up to this point. When Hiyoriy turns 20 and becomes completely independent, she will probably understand the greatness of her parents, the difficulty of earning money and the reason for each and every education. If you'll allow me to share my own thoughts, I don't think the reason for the eat at least one education was to make you stop being a picky eater. Literally, it's to make you able to eat at least one thing you're not good with. This is about the future. But let's say your senior at work invited you out and a dish you're not good with comes out. If you don't touch it at all, it would be rude to the other person, right? I see. Also, when the other person serves you food and it includes a dish you're not good with, it's also considered rude to leave only that. So I think they were having you practice eating at least one. If they didn't give you this education, you'd probably act in a way where you wouldn't put food you're not good with in your mouth at all. So that's what it was. An education with the future in mind. An education to survive even after entering society. Hiyoriy, who understood Souta's words, made her honey-colored eyes sparkle. Well, this is just my guess. So if you want to know the real meaning, I think it's best to ask your parents. Why, you're right. But if that's the case, my mum and dad are amazing. One of Hiyori's good points is probably that she can express these straightforward feelings. Feelings of respect make a person grow. I look forward to seeing Hiyoriy when she becomes an adult. Well, it's best not to have any likes or dislikes, but that's difficult. You can eat however you want, Hiyoriy. As someone who cooks, the most important thing is for you to enjoy the food. Souta speaks proudly like this. But there's something he deeply regretted when he started cooking. During his rebellious phase, he would say things like "I don't need this" to a dish that only had one ingredient he wasn't good with. Also, he wouldn't touch it at all. His mother, who worked hard to cook homemade meals despite being tired from work, with the desire for him to enjoy it. He shattered that with a single word. It sinks in when you become the one serving the food that there's no way those words and actions didn't hurt her. And yet, he won't forget how she acted as if nothing happened. He was simply in awe. Souta-san. Hiyoriy will eat the shiitake mushrooms. You don't have to force yourself, you know. I haven't served it on your plate yet, so it's not rude either. If I don't eat it, I'll be wasting the education my mom and dad gave me. So I'll eat it. I see. Then, help yourself to the stew. You'll probably want to carefully select the size of shiitake mushrooms you can eat, right? Why yes. Thank you very much. Then, I'll go change out of my uniform for now. Make sure to properly hang it so it doesn't wrinkle. Of course. Hiyoriy, despite being about to eat something she's not good with, is adding even more energy. She probably has the desire to show her parents, even a little, that she has grown. Hiyoriy. What is it? Souta stops Hiyoriy just before she goes up the stairs. About Mirei-san. If it's about the light meal, I properly delivered it, so don't worry. Hiyoriy conveys this in a lowered voice so Mirei doesn't hear. One more thing. Did she suspect anything when you gave it to her? She asked me a few questions, but I perfectly dodged them. So she shouldn't have found out. Hiyoriy is good at this kind of thing. I see. Thanks. Then I'll go change. And so, Hiyoriy went upstairs. While watching her back, Souta's mind is spinning. Even if Hiyoriy perfectly dodged it, will Mirei find out that I bought the light meal? The 700 yen Mirei gave was for that light meal. I need to be very careful about this. If I make any strange moves, she'll probably see through it in an instant. From this, he makes a prediction close to certainty that Mirei is sharp. However, Souta doesn't know that due to Hiyoriy, who continues to mistakenly believe she perfectly dodged it, being clumsy. This fact has been found out. Chapter 25, Kotoha and the stew incident. I guess she's not coming after all. I'm sure she's hungry though. If she bought food at the convenience store, we could rest assured. It was 9 p.m. Pajama-clad Kotoha and Souta were facing each other in the living room. racking their brains. Kotoha had invited Mirei to eat, but she just said I'm fine. She didn't come out of her room. In other words, Mirei hasn't eaten dinner. I really don't know what to do. As the manager, I can't overlook this situation. If Mirei-san ends up malnourished, I won't be able to take full responsibility. Souta groaned with his arms crossed. This is exactly what it means to be in a situation with no way out. Should I leave food in front of Mirei-san's room? No, but she might want to be left alone right now. But I can't just ignore her hunger. What should I really do? As Souta pondered while talking to himself, Kotoha smiled as if she had been left behind. You're really kind, aren't you, Souta-san? Huh? Even if your words I'm fine with whatever Mirei-chan says to me were your true feelings, I don't think it means you won't feel dissatisfied. And yet, not only are you desperately thinking of a solution, but you're even thinking of taking responsibility. That's not something you can do so easily. I think you're praising me too much. In my case, since I'm getting paid to do this job, it's only natural to take responsibility no matter the situation. I mean, if that were to happen, I wouldn't be able to take full responsibility though. If you were to explain the current situation in detail, it wouldn't be 100% Suta's responsibility. However, this mindset is Suta's strength. Souta-san, I don't mean to speak ill of Mirei-chan, but it's okay to vent your frustrations sometimes. I won't tell anyone, and there's no doubt that expressing it will make you feel better. Haha, thank you. But I think if we get to the point where we can argue verbally, you'll have no choice but to hear me say things like she hurled abuse at me, and such. Fufu, that would be a happy development. Not only Kotoha, but Hiyoriy and Koyuki are also concerned about this problem. Resolving it as soon as possible is the best thing for everyone. Well, I can't imagine that happening at all right now though. Ahaha, but I'm sure it will come true someday. I'm telling you, so don't worry. It seems you also have the skills to make stew better than me. That's not related, is it? The incident occurred when Souta, Kotoha, Hiyoriy, and Koyuki gathered in the living room. Koyuki jokingly said to Kotoha, "This might be the most delicious stew ever." According to what I heard later, one of Kotoha's specialties is stew. And Kotoha, who actually ate it, nodded and admitted defeat. At that time, her eyes were as lifeless as when she touched the landmine, and while looking frustrated, she finished the stew with a delicious look on her face. I'm even more concerned because it was my specialty dish. So Souta-san, you have a responsibility to heal my wound. Let's go drinking together next time. With Kotoha-san. Disrespectfully, Souta became worried about whether someone would report them, saying a minor is drinking alcohol, or he's making a minor drink alcohol. After all, Kotoha completely looks like a minor. Could it be that you're dissatisfied? Souta-san, if you make me angry, I'll pounce on you, you know? Pounce? No. It's not that I'm dissatisfied or anything. I just don't know any good places. I have a recommended izakaya, so don't worry. Could it be that Kotoha-san is a strong drinker? Fufu, that's for you to find out when we go. Somehow, I feel like you're just trying to get me drunk to make me vent my frustrations. That time will be that time, right? I see. Then when that time comes, I'll rely on you. Yes, understood. They make a promise to go drinking in a space filled with satisfaction and happiness. At that moment, the sound of someone coming down the stairs can be heard. Someone's coming, right? Probably Yuki-chan. Hiyori-chan's footsteps are mischievous and unsettled. Ha ha ha. Kotoha's joke didn't contain any sarcasm, but Souta can somehow understand what she means. Kotoha's prediction also comes true. I'm sorry for the sudden request, Souta-san. Can I have a little bit of dinner? Oh, of course. I'll prepare it right away. Koyuki, who seems to have just taken a bath with her sky blue hair slightly damp and her face flushed, appears in the living room. I'm sorry to trouble you, but can you put the stew in a container? A container? And I want the onion soup in a heat-resistant bottle. Is a cup no good? Yes, I want to keep it as warm as possible. I see. So that's how it is. Thank you, Yuki-chan. Kotoha, who understood Koyuki's intention, spoke to the clueless Souta. Of course. It's a matter that should be questioned. I see, But what do you mean? Yuki-chan intends to make Mirei-chan eat, but there's a possibility she won't eat. So she has no choice but to use a method that allows for warming and preservation. We can't throw away the precious food, right, Yuki-chan? Why you revealed it too soon? It's embarrassing if she doesn't eat it. The culprit of the stew incident deserves this much punishment. That's harsh. Kotoha. It's not harsh at all. It's karma. Kotoha makes a triumphant face at Koyuki, who is glaring at her. She probably didn't want to have a conversation about throwing away the food, especially since Souta, who cooked it, was right in front of them. Souta is happy about such consideration. Could it be that you're going to observe the stars with Mirei-san now? That's right. That's why I thought she might eat it then. Oh, then could you pretend that you made that food, Koyuki-san? It may seem like a sneaky move, but that one lie will increase the chances of her eating it. Oh my. You have a wicked idea, don't you, Souta-san? I think this is the best way to get her to eat. If Koyuki were to have made the food, it would create a situation where, from Mirei's perspective, the person who cooked the food is right next to her, and it's food made by someone Mirei looks up to. The possibility of her choosing not to eat would decrease. Then I'll do that. I feel bad for taking credit if Mirei eats it though. No, it's more than enough if Mirei-san eats it. Well then, I'll prepare it. Thank you. And so, Souta prepares Mirei's meal. He unconsciously makes a gentle expression full of thoughts like I hope she eats it. Chapter 26, Koyuki's Lecture. Okay, I've finished preparing. Thank you. Koyuki-san. On the second floor balcony, Koyuki had prepared the necessary items for stargazing for Mirei, such as a telescope, binoculars, folding chairs, a star chart, and a flashlight. But it's rare for Mirei to ask me. This might be the first time, right? I kind of wanted to talk to you, Koyuki-san, about your worries. I don't know that. I just don't know. The two girls sat on folding chairs. Mirei shook her head sideways with an expression that couldn't be put into words. Her distinctive pink antennae swayed. I see. Then today, let's continue observing the stars until Mirei can sort things out. Sorry, Koyuki-san. Even though you have work tomorrow, don't worry about that. My mornings aren't that early. More importantly, aren't you going to observe? The telescope is free. Oh, yeah, I will. There are 3 ways to observe the stars on this balcony: with a telescope, binoculars, or the naked eye. Knowing that Mirei likes observing with a telescope, Koyuki lets her go first until she gets bored, and Mirei, who has been taught how to use the telescope, is now able to observe on her own. Oh, I'll go get the neck pillow. I forgot about it. Then I'll go get it. You're putting up with my selfishness, Koyuki-san. No, I wanted to see the stars too. So we're even. Wait a bit. Okay, I understand. A neck pillow is a cushion that can be wrapped around the neck. When using binoculars, for example, this item becomes necessary. Looking up at the sky for a long time can cause neck pain. It's a preventive measure. Koyuki returned from the balcony to the room, wrapped one neck pillow around her neck, and tucked Mirei's pillow under her arm. Then, after freeing both hands, she took the stew Souta had prepared in a container and the soup in a pot and returned to the balcony. Mirei was silently peering through the telescope. Koyuki sat down next to her and spoke in a low voice so as not to startle her. Mirei-san, aren't you hungry? I am, but I don't want it. Why? There's a reason she doesn't want to eat. So she doesn't eat. However, Mirei didn't say it out loud. She took her eyes off the telescope and shifted her jade-colored gaze to Koyuki. Just to guess, but, is it because Souta-san made the food? Yeah, that's it. I can't eat it. To that level. I see. But at this rate, it's like throwing away the food expenses. That money is provided by your grandmother, right? I know that. But I'm scared. Eating home-cooked meals made by a man. He won't put bugs in it. And you won't be forced to eat that either. Why, you can't know that for sure. Just then, Mirei's stomach growled cutely with a gurr sound. It was quiet outside. That sound naturally reached Koyuki's ears. If it's come to this, I have no choice but to tell you. You can't eat something I went through the trouble of making? Mirei. Huh? Mirei was caught off guard by that belated statement. If you ate it without me making it, I thought you might be able to eat Souta's cooking from now on. Wait, so, you made this, Koyuki-san? Koyuki nodded her head down in response to that question. Then I'll eat it. I want to eat it. Fufu, geez. That's a splendid change of heart. It's really delicious, so don't gobble it down, okay? Yeah. Koyuki handed over the stew and disposable chopsticks with a smile. She placed the soup pot at Mirei's feet. Mirei, who was hungry, immediately opened the lid of the container and inhaled the scent of the stew. Oh man, it smells so delicious. It was enough to make Kotoha admit defeat, you know? There's no way it wouldn't be delicious. Kotoha-san did? Koyuki-san, how much did you practice? Well, I wonder how much I practiced. I did. I heard stewed dishes are difficult to make, so I think it must have taken a considerable amount of time. Although Mirei has no experience with cooking, she knows that stewed dishes are difficult to make. She split the disposable chopsticks in half and grabbed the stew in the container. The first thing she put in her mouth was a taro. What is this? It's so delicious. Fufu, thank you. Well then, I'll be looking through the binoculars, so take your time and eat. What's at your feet is the soup. Yeah, I'll eat a lot. At that moment, Mirei didn't notice Koyuki raising the corners of her mouth in the darkness. Mirei forgot to put on the neck pillow and continued to eat the food deliciously while looking at the stars with the naked eye. Section R. Koyuki-san, it was so delicious. The soup was a bit too hot and I slightly burned my tongue though. Did you eat everything? Koyuki replied without looking at Mirei while peering through the binoculars. To avoid revealing her plan, she acted naturally. It was a far cry from Hiyori's response. Yeah, there's no way I'd leave something this delicious. That's good. Then this means you can eat Souta-san's cooking now, right, Mirei? Koyuki folded the binoculars, held them in one hand, and softened her face with a grin. Huh? What do you mean by that? What do you mean I can eat it now? You still don't get it? The one who made that food wasn't me. It was Souta. In the first place, with my skills, I couldn't possibly make something that would make Kotoha admit defeat. Huh? What are you saying, Koyuki-san? You made this, didn't you? Mirei asked for confirmation with her eyes wide open, and Koyuki faced her calmly. What kind of misunderstanding do you have, Mirei? I never said I made the food. It's not a misunderstanding. You said it, Koyuki. You can't eat something I went through the trouble of making? You said that, so I ate it. I went through the trouble, you see. No way. Then why did you nod? When I asked did you make this, Koyuki? You nodded. I don't remember nodding. A flying insect just passed in front of my eyes, so I avoided it. Unexpected statements flew back and forth on the balcony. Mirei finished the food because she thought Koyuki had made it. It's only natural for her to get visibly excited. That's unfair. You were totally trying to deceive me. That's not true. To put it bluntly, it's all the result of Mirei's misunderstanding, right? Besides, if I had made it, I would have said I was able to make it really delicious instead of it's really delicious, so don't gobble it down. What's that? What's that? Mirei had been completely reassured because she had no wariness towards Koyuki. She didn't notice any inconsistencies. You said you couldn't eat Souta-san's cooking, but there's no reason you can't eat it next time after eating it once. I also got your word that there's no way I'd leave something this delicious. This is unbelievable. Why is even Koyuki-san taking that guy's side? Mirei received this attack from Koyuki, whom she trusted the most. She was glaring at her resentfully. I didn't take Souta-san's side. I did this because I'm on your side, Mirei. That's a lie. Do you really think so? If so, I'll be hurt. Oh, sorry about that. Mirei can't go against Koyuki, who has always supported her in this dormitory. She immediately expresses her regret for saying too much. Mirei, I want you to show that honesty to Souta as well. I am possible. That's why let's take it slowly at your pace. Mirei, if you're scared of Souta-san, I'll always be by your side. If there's something you want Suta-san to do, or if you have any complaints, I can convey them to him. So please be honest with Suta-san and tell me how you feel. Sutu isn't the kind of man who would get angry over something like that. Even today, he was worried about you the whole time. Koyuki gently placed her hand on Mirai's head and stroked it gently to reassure her, showing a mature smile. And this is a lecture from me to Mirei. Ouch. Koyuki changed the hand that was stroking into a fist and lightly hit Mirei on the head. Then she continued, Mirei, you must absolutely eat your meals, ? Suddenly, Koyuki's tone of voice changed. It contained a seriousness that made Mirei freeze. You know better than anyone the pain of not being able to eat, right, Mirei? And yet, why are you trying to ruin the blessed environment you have now? I can only call you a fool. I am sorry. Koyuki knows about Mirai's past. She also understands that due to that past, Mirei couldn't eat. Of course, she also understands Mirai's feelings when a man she dislikes suddenly became the manager. However, there are various ways to improve the situation. If you really can't eat Suta-san's cooking, Mirei, you can make it yourself. The kitchen is also a common space. What Koyuki can't overlook is Mirei taking the one-sided action of not eating because Sutu is there. If you're scared of Suta-san, I'll always intervene for you. Even at breakfast, anytime. So you must absolutely eat your meals. Promise me this, okay? I understand. I'll do that from now on. Thank you for promising, Mirei. Koyuki stood up from the folding chair, took a step closer to Mirei, and hugged her gently. I'm sorry for hitting you. Along with that apology, Koyuki gently stroked Mirei's head again. Chapter 27. A certain day. Tens of days later. Tens of days have passed since then. A definite change had come to this dormitory. Suta-san, do you know where the soy sauce is? Sorry, I left it in the kitchen. I'll bring it now. 6:35 a.m. On a weekday morning, there were 3 figures in the living room. Here you go. Thank you. Suta handed the soy sauce to Koyuki and then spoke to the other person sitting next to him. Mirei-san, do you know how to remove the fish bones? Don't underestimate me. Of course I know that much. If you can't remove them, tell me and I'll do it for you. I told you I know how. Don't treat me like a child. Ha ha ha. I'm not trying to treat you like a child. Just like their first meeting, if he says one thing, a strong tone comes back in response. Geez, Mirei, don't snap at him right away. Suta-san is just worried about you, you know. But he looks down on me. Hey, call him by his name properly. This is the recent breakfast scene. Suta asks Mirei a question. She responds in a strong tone, and Koyuki scolds her. It's quite a lively atmosphere. Oh? You're finally calling me by my name? Who's calling you that? I'll never call you that. And I was looking forward to when you would call me that. What's with this guy? Seriously? Mirei, calm down a little. But he's getting carried away. It's gross. Uh-oh, she finally said something bad about me. If you say that, Koyuki-san will lecture you. Mirei's insults don't faze Suta. He sends a sidelong glance to Koyuki as if to say go ahead. Suta-san, please make a dish with green peppers for dinner tonight. No, just that is something I really hate. I really don't like it. Then how about grilled green peppers with salt? I think you can enjoy the flavor of the ingredients. That's totally out of the question. I'll leave the judgment to Koyuki-san. Let's see. It doesn't seem like she's reflecting, so could you make it? Yes, understood. With just this conversation, one dish for dinner was decided. Grilled green peppers with salt, which those who dislike green peppers fear. Seriously, what's with this? It's all because of this guy. Ah, you badmouthed me again. If you keep saying that, should I add another dish? How about pickled green peppers? Suta chooses a dish that allows you to enjoy the flavor of the ingredients even more. He's being constantly insulted, but by doing this kind of payback, he's somehow able to maintain a nearly equal relationship. Geez. Shut up. Just go away already. She told me to go. At that moment, Suta glances at Koyuki. Koyuki, whose eyes met his for a moment, nodded lightly. Well then. Please call me if you need anything. You can leave the dishes as they are. Now, if you'll excuse me. Souta leaves the timing of this exit entirely to Koyuki. There's no doubt that this is the right choice. As the days pass, the time he can spend talking with Mirei and being with her increases. On the first day, he was kicked out with a single word, "Go away." Souta, who left Mirei to Koyuki and returned to the manager's room, didn't sigh but spilled a smile as if relieved. It's really progressed, hasn't it? Mirei plays dodgeball with Souta, who tries to have a catch with her in their conversations. As a result, although the content of their conversations is what it is, they've become able to talk to each other, and the thing that makes him happiest is that Mirei has started to always eat her meals. Even though she says things like it's not delicious, she properly eats it, which just means she can't be completely honest. It's heartwarming. However, for now, there's always someone standing between them. Most of the time it's Koyuki, but sometimes it's Hiyoriy or Kotoha. Souta secretly hopes that someday he'll be able to talk to her one-on-one. Section 20 minutes later, at 6:55 a.m., Mirei, dressed in her school uniform, comes down the stairs. She walks straight down the hallway, glances at the manager's room window. The moment her eyes meet Souta's, she clearly turns away with UHMPH and heads towards the entrance. "Hey, what was that just now?" Souta can't overlook her attitude. He opens the door of the manager's room and chases after Mirei. There, he sees Mirei taking her loafers out of the shoe cabinet. Mirei naturally turns her back to Souta and quickly puts on her loafers. She's trying to leave before he can speak to her. That's when Souta notices something strange. Aren't you going with Hiyoriy today?" "Committee." After a pause, she mutters a single word. It probably means she has to go early because there's a committee. "I see. It's still dark outside, so be careful." There was no reaction to Souta's words. Mirei opened the front door and stepped outside as if she hadn't heard his voice. "Ahaha, as expected, I'm being ignored." Honestly, this was within Souta's expectations. He sees her off to the end with a wry smile, trying not to make a displeased face. It could be said that it's good enough that she even answered with committee. It was the moment the door closed, Souta saw Mirei lower her head with a nod. Whether it was a coincidence, his imagination, or a response, he couldn't tell. Souta blinked several times at the closed front door, frozen in place. Koyuki, who had been watching TV in the living room, came out into the hallway as if to take Souta's back. Yawn. It seems Mirei left. "Oh, good morning. You must be tired from waking up so early." Souta immediately changes his mood so as not to let her notice his bewilderment. Koyuki's usual wake-up time is around 9 a.m., but she wakes up to match Mirei's breakfast. It can't be helped that she yawns because she's waking up earlier than usual. "I'll come to wake you up again at 9 o'clock, so please go back to sleep." "Thank you." "Well then, good night, Souta-san." "Yes, good night." Koyuki, with drowsy eyes, goes upstairs. Souta sees her off until she's out of sight, then returns to the living room and starts washing dishes, the dishes used by Mirei and Koyuki. 2 sets aren't a significant amount. After washing them with a sponge, he puts them in the dish dryer. Phew. Done. He takes a breather and looks at the clock, and it's past 7 o'clock. It's already this late, Souta realizes at that moment. As a result of having only Mirei on his mind, he didn't notice that Hiyoriy, who usually comes down to the living room at 7:45 at the latest, still hasn't come down. There's only one possibility: she overslept. Oh no. Is it my fault for not going to wake her up? Or is it? Souta scratches the back of his head and looks up at the ceiling. A sense of guilt gradually comes over him. Thump thump thump. Suddenly, he hears a noisy sound of footsteps coming from the second floor, and the sound of someone running down the stairs. Oh no, oh no, oh no. I overslept, Souta-san. I overslept. This is the level of being late. It's not coming from the living room. It's coming from the hallway. Souta-san. Hiyoriy messed up. I can hear you. Hey, your hair is a total mess. Hiyoriy appears in the living room with a lot of bedhead. It's a rare sight, in a way. I don't have time to fix it now. What about breakfast? If I eat, I won't make it in time. I'm sorry you made it for me. Wait a second. Don't tell me you're going like that. It's embarrassing to go to school with that hair. B, but I have no choice. Hiyoriy is heading out. Hey, 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 Hiyoriy. Yes? Souta stops Hiyoriy, who is about to hurry to the entrance, in the nick of time. If you're okay with my motorcycle, I can give you a ride to school. Well, going to an all-girls school on that bike will stand out quite a bit, but, huh? Is that okay? Yeah. So go fix your hair for now. I'll make some rice balls while you do that. Eat them at school as your breakfast. Thank you very much. Souta-san, you're a lifesaver. Yes, yes. Also, you forgot to put on your socks, so go put them on. Hiyoriy had even forgotten that she was barefoot. There's no doubt that she went blank in the face of the reality of being late, and since you'll be riding on the motorcycle, change from a skirt to slacks for safety. You have the school-designated ones, right? Why yes, I do. I'll change into them right away. Okay. And so, Souta ended up giving Hiyoriy a ride all the way to school, which would become the talk of the all-girls school. After all, Hiyoriy is one of the top 2 beauties at the all-girls school, and he's giving her a ride on the back of his motorcycle. Chapter 28, To the Girls' School Part 1. Souta-san, sorry to keep you waiting. You didn't forget Hiyori's rice balls, right? 10 minutes later. Souta, who had finished preparing first, was straddling his motorcycle with the engine running. Hiyoriy, wearing a school bag, comes running towards him from the entrance. Why are you more worried about the rice balls than being late? I brought them properly, so I'll give them to you when we get to school. Wow, thank you very much. Also, sorry. Can I ask one more thing? What is it? Hiyoriy, who is as energetic as ever, is noisy from the morning. Questions keep popping up one after another. Hiyori's outfit. Doesn't it look weird? Does it suit me properly? I think it suits you normally. Ah really? Actually, this is the first time I'm wearing slacks. I'm not used to it. As this conversation suggests, Hiyoriy, who is dressed in her uniform, has changed from a skirt to school-designated slacks, women's trousers. The basic attire for riding a motorcycle is long sleeves and long pants. With a skirt, there is a possibility of getting caught in the motorcycle chain and leading to an accident. It was because Souta had this knowledge that he instructed her to change clothes. Some may question, trousers with a girl's uniform? However, recent schools have adopted slacks as uniforms for girls as well. Of course, skirts are also available for boys. There are multiple reasons for this, but a major reason is to respect gender diversity, including LGBT. In this case, thanks to the school's system, that danger could be avoided. I think it's a waste not to wear trousers. They suit you too. Thank you very much. I didn't think you'd praise me that much. Hiyoriy interlocks her fingers and thanks him in a low voice while looking down. For Hiyoriy, who has attended an all-girls school since middle school, the experience of being praised by the opposite sex is almost non-existent. It can't be helped that she expresses her emotions more than usual. Of course, Souta doesn't know this. No, you don't have to be that embarrassed. It's making me embarrassed too. Then don't point that out. It's your fault for reacting like that, Hiyoriy. Anyway, if we keep talking like this, you'll really be late. Here, helmet. Oh, thanks. As if to say this conversation is over, Souta hands Hiyoriy a helmet. I'm supposed to pull out the chin strap before putting it on my head, right? Yeah, it might mess up your hair a little, but safety can't be compromised. Just like changing from a skirt to trousers, so bear with it. I understand. Then I'll put it on. It's kind of exciting. Just put it on quickly. Hiyoriy, who seems to be more excited about riding a motorcycle than the rush of being late, pulls out the chin strap and puts the helmet on with a plop. My head got heavy. What kind of impression is that? Make sure the chin strap is tight and adjust the helmet so you have a clear view. Okay, done. Perfect. Then come on, let's go to school. Souta pats the rear seat with one hand, indicating the spot. I just realized, but you're pretty close to me, Souta-san. Well, it's a motorcycle, so. Wait, huh? Could it be that you don't like it? Oh, it's not that I dislike it, as long as that's the case. Then I'll straddle it. Please don't say I'm heavy. Please don't let me fall when I get on. How heavy do you think you are, Hiyoriy? If you don't hurry, you'll really be late. Come on, quickly. Then I'll get on. Hiyoriy, who imagines being in close proximity to the opposite sex, to Souta, makes her heart beat loudly even at this stage. After taking a deep breath to calm down a little, she swiftly straddles the rear seat with one foot on the ground and the other raised. She must have good motor skills, as there was no fumbling in this movement. Put your feet there, and be careful not to touch that silver part. It'll burn you. That's called the muffler, right? I understand. The only other thing to be careful about is try not to move too much. Like a stone statue. I'll do my best. You don't have to try that hard, you know? It's not much of a problem if you move a little. All right then. I'll start the motorcycle. Souta, who told her where to place her feet and what to be careful of, grips the handlebars with both hands and tries to move the motorcycle forward. But then he realizes, Hiyoriy, you need to hold on to my waist. Huh? Waist. My waist. Otherwise, you'll fall off, you know? If you're not comfortable with the waist, you can hug me, but that would be kind of awkward in various ways. At this moment, he has no ulterior motives. He says it seriously because he is responsible for Hiyori's life. Alright. Then. Please let me hold your waist. Okay. I'll hold on, okay? However, a problem arises here. Hiyoriy tries to put her hands forward to hold Souta's waist, but she keeps pulling back and taking time. She is fully displaying her innocence. Why, you don't have to be that scared. I won't get angry just because you touched me. I am not scared at all. Look. I managed to hold on. Those words were the trigger. Hiyoriy grabbed Souta's waist with both hands with momentum. However, it could really be said that it was just momentum. She could feel the muscular and hard, manly sensation in her hands. Hiyori's face, protected by the helmet, was turning bright red as if it was about to catch fire. Okay, then I'll start. Unaware that such a Hiyoriy had been born, Souta naturally starts the motorcycle. Chapter 29, To the Girls' School Part 2. Kamofuji Girls Academy. This is the combined middle and high school that Mirei and Hiyoriy attend. Souta entered the school grounds on his motorcycle through the main gate. The asphalt was beautifully maintained without a single bump. At the end of the circular path, he could see the automatic door to enter the first school building. That was the landmark where he was supposed to stop the escort vehicle. Wow, it's really full of girls. This is a heavy burden. As he approached the girls' academy, more and more female students in uniforms came into view. And the moment he entered the school, their numbers increased, and bundles of gazes pierced him from the students walking on the sidewalk. Some students even stopped and stared. Souta-san. We're being stared at a lot. I think that's because you're clinging to me, Hiyoriy. But it was like a roller coaster, wasn't it? Riding a motorcycle. Oh. I would have been thrown off if I only held your waist. Even as they approached the school building while slowing down, Hiyoriy was tightly hugging Souta's body. This was the only way for Hiyoriy to endure the fear of riding a motorcycle. I understand how you feel, but it's hard to drive when you hug me like that. It can't be helped. Souta's complaint and Hiyori's embarrassed voice. With that exchange, they arrived in front of the first school building. Just like before, the gazes of the students from the sidewalk didn't stop. In fact, they seemed to have increased. The students probably knew this was the drop-off point, and they focused their attention on Hiyoriy, whose face was hidden by the helmet, sitting on the back seat of the motorcycle. This was an all-girls school. Many students were curious about the unfamiliar opposite sex. In other words, they were thinking, there's someone getting a ride from a manly-looking guy. And she's hugging him. She's a real fulfilled person. Hurry up and take off your helmet and show your face. Hiyoriy, you can get off now. Phew, my feet can finally touch the ground. I learned that riding a motorcycle is like a thrill ride. Haha, I think you'll get used to it after riding a few times. But thank you very much. We managed to make it in time. Hiyoriy properly thanked him and got off the motorcycle. Then she unfastened the chin strap and put her hand on the helmet. Unbeknownst to Souta and Hiyoriy, tension filled the sidewalk. The moment Hiyoriy took her off her helmet, What? No way. Why? It's not an illusion. So she was a secret Ryuju. The female students on the sidewalk suddenly started making a commotion. That's Hiyoriy-chan. It's Hiyoriy-chan. She came on a motorcycle? And that driver is definitely a guy, right? Doesn't he have a really nice figure? Boyfriend. I can't see his face because of the helmet. Of course. Those voices reached Souta's ears. However, it was embarrassing to directly hear conversations that focused on him so much. He pretended not to hear them. Souta-san, please give me the rice balls. And for Hiyoriy, this situation seemed to be secondary, as she naturally brought up the rice balls. Oh, sure. They're in the box attached to the back of the motorcycle, called a top case. Could you also put the helmet back in there? Okay. Hearing those words, Hiyoriy happily opened the top case, exchanged the rice ball pouch with the helmet, and put it in. Well, another escort car is coming behind me, so I'll be heading back. Do your best at school. Yes. Thank you so much for today. Let's meet again in the evening. Yeah, be careful on your way home. Waved off by Hiyoriy, Souta waved back firmly and slowly moved his motorcycle forward. Since he had to exit through the main gate by drawing the remaining half of the circle, he naturally approached the female students on the sidewalk. Hey there. Hello. Good morning. Ryder-san, Hiyori's boyfriend. The female students on the sidewalk waved at him just like Hiyoriy did. Of course, they were all meeting Souta for the first time. However, they must have known Hiyoriy. In order not to ruin Hiyori's impression, he had to greet them back. I'm not her boyfriend or anything. But although silently, Souta waved back like a proper rider, feeling embarrassed, and quickly left the school behind. Hey, he just waved back at us. Isn't he kind of dangerously cool? I really thought so. I wish he would give me a ride too. I'm so jealous of Hiyoriy-chan. Since he waved back, that means he's Hiyori's boyfriend, right? This incident occurred precisely because Hiyoriy was famous. It would also lead to many rumors flying around. Chapter 30, Hiyoriy at school in a minefield. Munching time. For Hiyoriy, that was the happiest time. Currently, the morning extracurricular activity before the first period had just ended and the break time had begun. In the noisy classroom, Hiyoriy alone didn't stand up from her seat and slammed her ice ball pouch on the desk with a bang. Then she spread a small handkerchief on the remaining desk space and placed a plastic bottle of tea on it with a thud. The preparation for eating and drinking was complete. Hiyori's honey-colored eyes sparkled even more at this long-awaited moment. Hiyoriy took out 2 rice balls from the pouch, peeled off the plastic wrap, and held them in both hands. Even though she had prepared to drink tea immediately, she occupied both her hands. It was quite playful and showed her gluttonous side, but considering that Hiyoriy had skipped breakfast, she probably wanted to eat as much as possible as quickly as possible. 1 minute after the break started, munch. Hiyoriy finally stuffed her mouthful with a rice ball. She skillfully created her own space and ate deliciously, and there were 5 classmates observing her behavior. The 5 girls, called the Always group, gathered in a circle in the corner of the classroom. 3 of them had witnessed Hiyoriy coming to school on a motorcycle. They had seen her being dropped off by a driver who seemed to be her boyfriend. The topic of conversation naturally became about that. Hey, the school's lane group has been making a fuss since morning. This isn't really a hoax, right? It's the real deal. Hiyoriy was dropped off by a motorcycle by a guy, and she even hugged the driver while coming to school on the motorcycle. She also responded to "Hey, boyfriend." So it's pretty much confirmed he's her boyfriend. I've been thinking that Hiyoriy has been preparing light meals lately, but it turns out they were rice balls made by her boyfriend. No wonder she's eating them so deliciously. I wish I could have seen her boyfriend's face. I was surprised by his physique. Hiyoriy, who was eating her rice balls, couldn't hear them at all. She was munching on a rice ball held in her left hand and eating the rice ball in her right hand. But I'm glad I didn't witness that lovey-dovey scene. If I had seen it, I think I would have seriously envied and cursed Hiyoriy. That's a common occurrence in girls' schools, isn't it? After all, there are no chances to meet guys. But it makes sense that Hiyoriy-chan has a boyfriend. She's one of the top 2 in this school. I wonder where they met. I don't think it's easy to get to know an older guy who owns a motorcycle. And if he can make rice balls, he's probably someone who cooks too, right? No, I can't agree with that, but I am curious about where they met. Maybe darts or billiards? One of the witnesses suggested possibilities for their meeting place, but the other four girls made skeptical faces. They didn't seem satisfied. Darts and billiards? Hiyori-chan? She'd probably pretend not to see it. This is really rude, but if it's Hiyori, she'd definitely throw the darts in a weird place, right? At worst, it would get stuck in the floor. She'd probably shoot the white ball out of bounds in billiards, but she'd be playing with a cheerful look. Considering how she gets even more excited than at school, she might start fencing with the billiard cue. Why you're going that far? I understand what you want to say though. They were spouting words that sounded disparaging, but they didn't mean any harm. Rather, it's because they were close that they could say such things. But hey, don't you think it can't be helped to say this? I mean, she got a boyfriend, you know? It's sad to lump it together as can't be helped. Just having a boyfriend is enough, isn't it? It means she can say comfort me anytime, anywhere, and he'll hug her, right? You're too jealous, but I'm envious. In that case, maybe I should steal and eat Hiyori's boyfriend's handmade rice balls. It might boost my love luck. A classmate's light-hearted remark out of jealousy towards the Ryujuu, someone with a fulfilling life. Normally, it would be a scene that gets even more lively, but that's not the case. Among this always group, there was one person who knew Hiyori's landmine. She was the first to close her mouth, keeping Mirei within her sight. From there, as if in a chain reaction, the three people who looked in that direction also fell silent. Huh? What's wrong, everyone? Why did you go quiet? Only one person didn't notice. The classmate who said, maybe I should steal and eat Hiyori's boyfriend's handmade rice balls. However, it couldn't be helped, because that classmate had her back turned to Mirei. Over there. Over there? One of the always group pointed behind her, indicating the cause. The moment the classmate who had asked the question turned around, the classmate who had been talking until now also shut her mouth. The root cause that instantly silenced the 5 members of the always group. Did you just say you'd steal my rice balls? With her body still facing forward, Mirei had turned her head 45 degrees and was staring at them with a straight face, a pressure with a battle power of 530,000, as if turning anyone who met her gaze to stone. Even in a 1 versus 5 setup, the numerically advantageous side was being pushed back. It's not just Hiyori's imagination, right? I definitely heard it. She wasn't even blinking. Her expression didn't change. Her head didn't move. Hiyori just silently spoke to them, stealing her rice balls. That flipped Hiyori's switch. She couldn't allow her light meal, which was her breakfast, to be taken. She couldn't allow her beloved rice balls to be taken. The soft and fluffy Hiyori was no longer there. She had become like a mother boar protecting her precious child, a piglet. Hiyori-chan, I'm sorry. It was just a joke. I won't take them. The classmate who realized she had stepped on a landmine desperately tried to explain herself. You weren't really serious, were you? Hiyori smiled with a grin without changing the look in her eyes. I'm not serious. It's true. Hiyori's presence was enough to drain the energy from the talkative classmate. Okay, I understand. I believe you. And Hiyori, who heard the words that put her at ease, returned her face to the front with a smile in her eyes. Why did you have to step on Hiyori's landmine of all things? What was that just now? I think my heart stopped. Hiyori loves food. Of course she'd react like that if you said you'd steal it. And it's even handmade by her boyfriend. I didn't know that. The moment she heard that remark, Hiyori turned round with the swiftness of a mechanical doll. Hiyori wasn't just kind. She bared her fangs to protect what she wanted to protect. Unaware that her innocence, which she had today, would be stimulated. Chapter 31, Hiyori at school in rumors. A little while later, during the break after the first period, Hiyori had successfully defended her beloved rice balls and finished eating all 3. While feeling full and enveloped in happiness, she was preparing for the second period class in the classroom when, Hiyori, we're here. 2 friends from a different class enter the classroom. Hiyori greets them with a smile, raising one hand. Oh, good morning, Taiyo. There it is again. Aren't you embarrassed by that greeting? Not at all. Hiyoriy, who is called one of the top 2 in this school. During breaks, friends from different classes often visit this classroom, and such greetings are common. So what's up today? Did you forget your textbook by any chance? No, no. We came to complain to Hiyoriy today. See, complain to Hiyoriy. Why? Hiyoriy is surprised, points to herself, and leans forward. It's natural to be shaken if a close friend says this without any warning. After all, she has no idea why. Well, our class lane is in an uproar right now, you know. I think other classes are probably the same. So we want to ask you various things. With that kind of citing information, Hiyori's been up to something. Hiyoriy, who can't keep up with the conversation, tilts her head and raises her thin eyebrows. Then, since time is running out, answer honestly, Hiyoriy. Oh, okay. First question. Where did you catch that model boyfriend? Also, can you introduce his friends to us? Hey, you're being too greedy from the start. I'm surprised by the sudden question, but Hiyoriy doesn't have a boyfriend. I kind of want one though. Hiyoriy lied from the beginning. Even though you already have a boyfriend, as expected. You can't fool us, Hiyoriy. Everyone saw you being lovey-dovey, and frankly, it's not that surprising that you have a boyfriend. Denied but pressed on. It's common in a 1 versus 2 setup. Hiyoriy really doesn't have a boyfriend, you know. So I think it's a misunderstanding. I wasn't being lovey-dovey either. Instead, Hiyoriy makes a definite excuse and states the facts. But the situation is too unfavorable. The eyewitness report of her hugging him is too strong for Hiyoriy. There is only one way to clear up the misunderstanding about having a boyfriend. It would be to properly convey the reason why she hugged Souta, the motorcycle driver. Why you were hugging him, but you weren't being lovey-dovey? That's already insane. Does that mean you usually do more than that? What a bombshell statement. Could it be that Hiyoriy is one of those types whose body has become adult? She definitely is. I mean, she's wearing slacks today. She did it with her boyfriend, so her skirt got dirty and she changed. Did it? The reason for changing to slacks was to reduce the risk as much as possible when riding a motorcycle. That explanation came to mind, but Hiyori's attention was caught by the unclear statement of did it with her boyfriend. Hiyoriy, does that mean you experienced night Tetris and came to school? Answer me. What's night Tetris? Hiyoriy only knows regular Tetris. Doesn't this get through to you? Then how about sausage versus abalone night battle? Why are the two having a night battle? The sausage is already processed, so it's already dead. If the two are going to fight, Hiyoriy will eat them all first. That's not what I meant. Then what about this? The up and down motion that makes the bed creak. They're gradually lowering the difficulty for her. But Hiyoriy hasn't realized that the content is adult-oriented. Ahaha. I wouldn't do such a thing on a bed. Come on. Get the hint already. This is normally understood, right? No. Is it just that my mind is dirty? No, most people would understand. I understood too. Hey, Hiyoriy, could it be that you don't have knowledge about such things? You haven't done it alone? Hiyoriy has been confused about many things. What do you do alone? The more they talk, the quieter the classroom becomes. To be more precise, the chatter is decreasing because they're eavesdropping on Hiyoriy and the others' conversation. Due to being in puberty, many students are interested in such topics. Then, Hiyoriy, do you know how babies are made? Are you making fun of Hiyoriy? Hiyoriy frowns her small face at such a basic question. She has a face that says she couldn't possibly not know. Sorry. So you do know that after all? Then all the things I mentioned earlier are all related to that. When mom and dad get along well, a baby is made. At this moment, the two realized something. Hiyoriy, how do you think a baby is made when two people get along well? How? They buy a house together and spend time happily getting along, right? And then a baby is made on the day they mark on the calendar. Certainly. The process up to that point may not be wrong. Hiyoriy, where did you get that information from? The internet? Mom taught me. It's really hard to say, but that's a lie, you know? It's not a lie. Mom said so. Parents don't lie to their children. They teach them the right things. That's certainly true. However, It becomes an exception when it comes to the innocent question of how are babies made. Yeah, one thing is clear now. Hiyoriy hasn't graduated. I don't think he would lay a hand on such a pure girl. I feel like the boyfriend is being kept in suspense though. See, Hiyoriy really doesn't have a boyfriend, right? Who are you mistaking him for? Hiyoriy, are you still trying to cover it up? You came to school with your boyfriend on a motorcycle today, didn't you? Why yeah, but how do you know that? As the central figure of the rumors, she's unaware of the current commotion. It's been spreading like crazy online. Boyfriend rumors are a favorite in girls' schools. So that's why it's being said that the motorcycle driver is Hiyori's boyfriend. Apparently, you hugged him and came to school together. No, he's not Hiyori's boyfriend. Oh, I just hugged him because I was scared. I was actually holding his waist, you know? But the speed was fast and scary. Especially when turning. Hiyoriy, who finally sees a resolution, waves both hands and desperately strings words together. She had in mind that this rumor would cause trouble for Souta. So he's not Hiyori's boyfriend. That's right. He's the manager of the dorm where Hiyoriy lives. But you know? Someone apparently said hey, Hiyori's boyfriend. And waved. And he waved back properly. After receiving the rice balls, Hiyoriy ran to the classroom to give herself extra time. In other words, she didn't witness the scene at that time. However, the truth is that he simply waved back to a few people, and that voice happened to mix in by chance. Could it be that the manager is targeting Hiyoriy? More than targeting, it means he likes Hiyoriy, right? There's no other reason for him to wave back, is there? Exclamation mark. Hiyoriy, who twitched her shoulders at the unexpected development, shakes her transparent pupils. What does Hiyoriy think about that? About that manager? Yes or no? Not no. The food is delicious too, but I don't know about yes. Hiyoriy is honest. Even though she's looking down a bit, she conveys her feelings without hiding them. You're not choosing no? Then you're going to start dating him? This means you're going to date him? Hey. Hiyori's face is bright red. Exclamation mark. Don't look. Hiyoriy is too embarrassed. Oh, she's even covering her face with her hands. Her ears are turning really red too. Her neck too. Geez, don't tease me. He's targeting Hiyoriy. It means he likes Hiyoriy, right? Being told such things is a first for Hiyoriy. In this situation where her feelings have been somewhat conveyed, her mind goes blank and embarrassment washes over her. It's confirmed that Hiyoriy will be teased about this topic all day. Even the teacher will tease Hiyoriy. Chapter 32, Hiyoriy and Mirei's realization. It's about time you got over it, Hiyoriy. It's already after school, you know? It's weird for the person who teased me until after school to say that. You even told the teacher. Hiyoriy grumbles as she walks down the hallway with her friend. As she said, it's currently after school. School classes have finished without any problems, and they are heading towards the exit of the school building with their school bags on their backs. But it's more exciting that way, right? The teacher was listening with a grin too. Why, you might be right, but Hiyoriy is the one who gets sacrificed. No, I was sacrificed, right? Well, I was really surprised by how red your face turned. It changed color like a chemical reaction. What kind of magic trick are you using? I'm not using any magic tricks. Geez, thanks to a certain someone, I couldn't even copy half of today's notes. It's clear who a certain someone is referring to. After all, Hiyoriy is accusing her friend with her eyes. You couldn't copy them? I couldn't focus on the lesson at all. A dejected Hiyoriy is born. It's the spring of the third year of high school. Because it's the year of entrance exams, she takes each class seriously with a sense of urgency. Also because her academic ability is below average. Oh, then I'll lend you my notebook. I don't plan to study today anyway. Really? I do feel bad about what happened today. Just bear with my messy handwriting, okay? You say that, but you have neat handwriting. Hiyoriy is jealous of that cool handwriting, you know? Really? I like Hiyori's round handwriting better. It's cute and girly. Oh, wait a minute. Hiyori's friend puts her school bag on the floor as she descends the stairs from the hallway to the second floor. She opens the zipper to prepare to take out the notebook. So which notebook do you want me to lend you, Hiyoriy? Classical literature and English, I guess. Is it okay if I borrow the other subjects tomorrow? Got it. If there are any unreadable characters, send me a photo online. I can reply right away after club activities are over. Yeah, I understand. And Hiyori's friend hands over the classical literature and English notebooks as requested. She has a confident attitude, probably because they are relatively well organized. All right. Done. The friend closes the zipper again and carries the school bag on her right shoulder. Well then, I have club activities, so this is where we part, Hiyoriy. Time really flies when we're talking. They say time flies when you're having fun. Well, see you at school tomorrow. Bye-bye, Hiyoriy. Okay, thanks for the notebooks. Hiyoriy sees off her friend who headed towards the gym from the second floor connecting corridor, and goes down to the first floor with the notebooks in hand. She then arrives at her shoe locker, 3A. This girl's school has a rule that students wear slippers indoors and loafers outdoors. That's what the shoe lockers are for, and each student has their own. Hiyori's shoe locker is at chest level. Luckily, it's in the easiest position to reach. Hiyoriy takes off her indoor slippers as usual, grabs the handle of the silver shoe locker, and opens it. At the next moment, Hiyoriy realizes that someone had opened this shoe locker! Hiyoriy notices something in the shoe locker. It's a letter placed on each of the right and left loafers. Again, Hiyoriy mutters softly and freezes, staring at the paper with a darkened face. It's a tone of voice that suggests she has experienced this a few times before and somewhat understands the contents of the letter. Hiyoriy puts the slippers she was holding on the floor and also puts her backpack on the floor. She puts the notebooks borrowed from her friend into the bag so they don't touch the floor. With her body and both hands free, Hiyoriy opens the papers to check them. The content was unpleasant. The first one, "Don't get carried away, you fake. It's gross." The second one, "Making a boyfriend even though being energetic is your only good point. Lol. Pathetic. Lol." The insults were written in black and red ballpoint pens. The handwriting on the two sheets was different. In other words, there are multiple culprits. "I'm sorry." Hiyoriy folds the letters along the creases. There is nothing to apologize for. Nothing. But this is Hiyori's personality. Even her usual cheerfulness can't blow it away. The letters were written in anticipation of that. It's also connected to the reason why she told Souta that being energetic is my only good point. The moment she completely enters a dark world and looks down, oh, if it isn't the Ryuju Hiyoriy! Hiyoriy turns around with a start at the familiar voice. Mirei-chan. What? Why are you so surprised? Were you having some weird delusion? No. I was just spacing out a bit. Hiyoriy hides the letters behind her back so Mirei doesn't notice. She puts on a smile so as not to raise suspicion. Hiyoriy herself doesn't realize that it's a strained smile. I thought something weird might have happened. Like a frog in your shoe locker. Ahaha. Nothing like that. Even if there was one, I'd be fine. Hiyoriy likes frogs, as long as that's the case. Hiyoriy is not good at keeping secrets. It's obvious from her demeanor that something is wrong. For a moment, Mirei's eyes flashed sharply. Hey, Hiyoriy. What? Why did you hug that guy? And even at the main gate where everyone could see. Are you an idiot? Mirei-chan. You know about that too? Geez. Of course I know. It even circulated online. I mean, you have really bad taste to make him your boyfriend. What a waste. I do have good taste. And Souta-san isn't my boyfriend. It's a misunderstanding. Mirei shows a barbed tone only when the topic of Souta comes up. But this time, it's not just that. There was another reason. Well, I knew it was false information the moment I heard the rumor. There's no way the innocently monstrous Hiyoriy could get a boyfriend right away. You know, because Hiyoriy didn't properly deny the boyfriend rumor, it's even affecting me. Like I keep getting asked, if Hiyoriy has one, Mirei must have one too, and stuff. I am sorry. Hiyoriy becomes even more depressed by Mirei's words, which add insult to injury on top of that letter. With her current tone of voice, Souta probably wouldn't be able to tell it's Hiyoriy. That's how much she was changed from her usual self. Hiyoriy caused me trouble, so I'm going to punish you. Punishment. Keep me company from now until we get back to the dorm. We're going to the convenience store first. It's embarrassing to buy ice cream alone, so we'll buy and eat it together. That's punishment? Hiyoriy furrows her eyebrows and tilts her head at the punishment that doesn't seem fitting to be called punishment. Her honey-colored eyes blink several times. What? Do you have a problem with that? No. I see. Then I'll treat you to ice cream as a special favor. Come on. I'll carry your stuff for you, so let's go. Hurry up and put on your loafers. Hiyoriy will carry Hiyori's own stuff. Too late. Mirei, carrying not only her own school bag but also Hiyori's, went outside the school building first. Whether Mirei's punishment is for Hiyori's sake or something else, only she knows. Chapter 33, Hiyori's phone call and promise to go drinking. The time is 5:50 p.m. Souta was using cooking chopsticks to shape the sweet and spicy stir-fried chicken breast as he moved it from the frying pan in his right hand to a large plate. He finished making multiple side dishes and the main dish was finally complete. Souta, who had fulfilled his duties until 6 p.m., finally got a breather. All that was left was to wait for the residents to return home. That's when it happened. Oh, the landline phone in the living room suddenly rang. His mother had hammered it into him. He must always answer the dormitory phone. Souta hurriedly washed his hands in the kitchen, wiped the water off with a towel, walked briskly to the phone and picked up the receiver. He said hello to gauge the other person's response. Hello. This is Hiyoriy. A calm voice was heard from the receiver. Oh, Hiyoriy. What's up with the phone call? You see. I'm really sorry for the late notice. Okay? What's the matter? Well, I'm going out to eat with Mi-chan now, so I'll be fine without dinner today. That's what I'm calling to tell you. What? Souta almost dropped the receiver at that request. He was at a loss for words at this call that came right after he finished making dinner. Of course, he had also made extra portions for Hiyoriy. I am sorry. Hiyoriy will still eat when I get back to the dorm. No. You don't have to force yourself. If you have plans, it can't be helped. Don't worry about dinner here, just go and eat a lot without holding back. I am sorry. I'll let you know earlier next time. Today's dinner can be shifted to breakfast, so there's no particular problem. That helps. A pause occurs the moment the conversation comes to a break. It's a common occurrence with phone calls. Well then, be careful at night since it's dark, okay? Tell Mirei-san that too. Oh, okay. I understand. Mirei-chan, Souta-san says. To be careful on the way back. Hey, you don't have to say that over the phone. Say it after you hang up. Mirei must be next to her. A rebellious voice can be heard. Hiyoriy is doing something very typical of her. Answer. Sigh. I'll be back. So, Mirei's voice, sounding like she gave in rather than it couldn't be helped, reached Souta. Probably because Hiyoriy insisted, don't forget to look left and right when crossing the street. Sigh. Hey, what's with that sigh? I can at least reply, right? Impossible. Haha. You're the same as always. I mean, saying it's impossible is weird, you know? Souta didn't feel any bubs in her tone of voice, even though her way of speaking was like that. It was probably because it was over the phone and not face to face. Well, whatever. Then you two have fun. I'll be waiting for you to come back. Oh, okay. Thank you very much. Well then, I'll hang up now. Okay. The call ends there. After confirming that Hiyoriy hung up, Souta puts the receiver back. The sound of the receiver being placed echoes in the living room, and a quiet space continues in the living room. In the midst of that, Souta furrowed his brow and tilted his head. What is it? I feel like Hiyoriy wasn't quite herself. Something Souta suddenly felt. There must be a feeling of guilt for being late to notify him. But Hiyori's first words were quite calm. From Souta's perspective, that's where he felt something was off. Souta-san, I'm going out to eat today. He unconsciously imagined a tone of voice like this in his head. It would be more like Hiyoriy to say it happily though. Souta had started interacting with Hiyoriy and the others since becoming the dormitory manager. However, it had only been a few tens of days. The fact that he noticed this discrepancy means Souta is quite perceptive. The time is past 7 p.m. The first one to come back was Kotoha. As usual, Kotoha took a bath and then sat on a chair in the living room in her room where she must be quite relaxed. as she's swinging her feet that don't touch the floor. Kotoha-san, dinner is ready. Do you want to eat now? I think Yuki-chan will be back soon, so I was thinking of eating together then. Got it. Then I'll reheat it before 8 o'clock. Yes, please do. Only Souta and Kotoha are in this spacious dormitory. Besides their voices, the only other sound is from the TV. Fufu. It's hard to believe this is the same dormitory with how quiet it is. To think it would be this different just because Hiyori-chan and Mirei-chan aren't here. Indeed, Mirei-san has recently become like Hiyori with attack capabilities, though only towards me. You're enduring it well, aren't you, Souta-san? Do you really not have any worries? I think there might be things you can talk about precisely because it's just the two of us like this. Even though she's sitting in a chair, Kotoha turns her body towards Souta and gives him a serious look. Her concern is clearly conveyed. Thankfully, I have nothing. Mirei-san has started eating meals too, and everyone in the dorm is supportive. Like you right now, Kotoha-san. What do you mean? She must be good at lying. Kotoha feigns ignorance without changing her expression at all. That tactic would definitely work on someone Kotoha doesn't interact with, like the guys who hit on her. However, Souta sees her face every day in this dormitory. He can easily see through that trick. Even though you could kill time in your own room until Koyuki-san comes, you came down to talk to me. Or rather, you came down to listen to my worries, right? Thank you for doing that even after work. No, you're mistaken, Souta-san. Mistaken? I'm sorry, but I didn't come down for your sake, Souta-san. I was free, so I thought I'd chat with you to kill time. There are ways to put it, huh? Fufu, who knows about that? Perhaps because they're the same age, their mental ages are also similar. There are parts where they can see through each other's thoughts. I'd like to hear about Kotoha-san's worries. I think there might be things you can talk about precisely because it's just the two of us. Oh my, are you turning it back on me? I suppose so. Kotoha puts her small, slender hand on her chin, pretending to think. I do have one thing. I'll listen if you're okay with me. I don't know if I can solve your worries, but Fufu, then may I ask? Of course, as the one who brought it up. Souta can't give a half-hearted answer to Kotoha's worries. The moment he shifted his mindset, thinking it would be a serious conversation. I wonder when you'll go out drinking with me, Souta-san? That? I totally thought it would be a work-related worry. Returning your words. Thankfully I don't have any worries about work. So when will you go with me? No, I'm fine anytime. Drinking with Kotoha-san would be fun, I think. Souta conveyed his true feelings without any lies, with a straight face. You always make such remarks so smoothly only with me, don't you, Souta-san? I won't say what, but you do that because you know I have a lot of experience, right? Kotoha-san, you're always misunderstanding. I really don't have any experience. You say that to put me at ease, and then, right? The market price is set, you know. You're inviting me to drink even though you're making such predictions. That means you have the skills to handle it, so you seem quite experienced, Kotoha-san. Fufu, I think we'll find out the truth about each other when we go drinking. I'm looking forward to that. I'll leave the schedule up to you, Kotoha-san. Then, please do so sometime soon. Souta, who can hold his own against the receptionist Kotoha, must be quite eloquent. Including that, Kotoha herself doesn't even realize that she's misunderstanding something. Chapter 34, Evaluation of Souta. This happened after dinner, past 8 p.m. Souta-san is quite serious, isn't he? I think he could take it a bit easier. Koyuki said this just as Souta left the living room saying, I'm going to the manager's room to organize the invoices. The moment the door connecting the living room and hallway closed, she brought it up to Kotoha sitting in front of her. Oh, so you have the same opinion as me, Yuki-chan? Souta-san doesn't do that. Especially since he just finished washing the dishes. Souta-san is earnest about everything, isn't he? Although I might say he's also skillfully slacking off in some areas. This might be something Souta-san wants to keep secret, but I'll have to deny that. Really? Kotoha reacted rudely by dropping her head in surprise. It was a bit unexpected for her to get a direct response from Koyuki. You know how I work in this dormitory on days when I don't have a part-time job. I observe Souta-san's work ethic during that time, and he hardly takes any breaks. He doesn't take breaks. Isn't that overworking? Even when I encourage him to take a break, he only takes about 10 minutes. He says something like, I should get moving soon. Koyuki, who is telling Kotoha about Suta's work habits, seems to be having a lot of fun. She's also recalling the funny situation where he doesn't rest even when told to. Kotoha, have you noticed that the dormitory is getting cleaner day by day? I noticed the outside, entrance, and toilets. But there's more? Yes, there's hardly any dust around the floors. The slippers Hiyoriy wears that pick up dust may have some effect, but the main reason is because Souta-san is cleaning diligently. Isn't it a bit of an exaggeration to say there's hardly any? The corners of the floor. Kotoha stood up from her chair with a face that said you're joking, moved to a random corner of the living room, and squatted down to check for dust. And then Kotoha froze. See, it's just as I said, right? Surely this is only in the living room, right? Actually, the stairs and hallways are the same. That's amazing. I can tell he's putting a lot of effort into it. Even though no one will scold him if he slacks off, he's really a sincere person. He may have a sense of responsibility because he's filling in as the manager for Shizuko-san, the owner of the dormitory, and for Ri-san, but it's scary to see him working like this even with Mirei's situation. Because Souta worked at an excessively black company, he feels that the current workload is easy. He has some leeway. However, it's safe to say that this sense is numbed. After all, he tackles this busy schedule almost every day and is still energetic even after receiving attacks from Mirei. An ordinary person would definitely sigh, complain, or feel the weight of their feelings. Souta-san was saying that Mirei-chan's verbal attacks don't affect him, so he's apparently fine with it. What's with that ability? I think he's no longer human. I mean, that level of insults, you know? But it seems to be true. I tried to offer him advice on various things, but Souta-san insisted that he had no worries, and it didn't look like he was lying. Then, it means Souta-san is the strange one. He's definitely off. Absolutely. In that case, it does mean he's not human after all. I guess it turns out that way. A Souta disparagement party suddenly begins. However, this is simply the flip side of affection. It's a way of praising him. If they disliked Souta, they wouldn't have this conversation in a place where he might overhear. It's also a matter of common sense. Given that the two of them are adults. Kotoha, I just realized that our current conversation is picking a fight with Souta-san. I wonder if he heard us. I think it's fine. It's common to tease someone because you like them. What are you trying to say, Kotoha? It's exactly as I said. I'm asking if Yuki-chan likes Souta. What are you suddenly saying? Why would I feel that way? Koyuki twitched and became flustered, blushing at the unfamiliar teasing. The next moment, Kotoha's expression changed. She skillfully raised one corner of her mouth and narrowed her red eyes like a mischievous child. I directly heard from Yuki-chan before Souta-san started working in this dormitory. You said you found the motorcycle-riding customer who came to the family restaurant favorable, so it wouldn't be strange for things to turn out that way. That and this are separate. On that day at the family restaurant, Souta responded tolerantly to Koyuki's mistake. Koyuki had reported that incident to the residents. If one listened to the current conversation, it's clear that Koyuki doesn't view Souta negatively. Based on that analysis, Kotoha was calmly stating her opinion to Koyuki. If that's the case, then I thought you were trying to give me the impression that nothing is happening in the dormitory with just the two of you by telling me that your room is getting clean. There's no way that's the case, Kotoha. I think you should fix that sadistic personality of yours. Even if you say that, the two of them were having a fun girls' talk. Even so, the younger Kotoha had the upper hand up to this point. Since I was attacked by Kotoha, I think it's about time for me to counterattack. Counterattack. Koyuki was flustered for a moment, but her composure afterward was as expected. She had noticed that Kotoha was digging her own grave. Kotoha, You were teasing Souta-san together with me, right? In other words, it applies to you that you like him. For a moment, it seemed like Kotoha was about to open her mouth, but she quickly closed it. She was just told about her complete blunder. Come on, don't just blink and say something. I am sorry. Fufu, your face is turning red like an apple. I wonder if it's because your feet were swept out from under you, or because it was revealed that you like Souta. Which meaning is it, Kotoha? Kotoha usually wants to be a reliable older sister who sometimes teases others. However, she was still no match for Koyuki, who is the oldest in this dormitory and a real older sister. Chapter 35, Hiyori's Troubles. Well, see you tomorrow, Hiyoriy. Waiting for your lovey-dovey report with your boyfriend. I told you he's not my boyfriend. How many times do you think I've said that today? Probably around 5 times? It's been 8 times. This was the day after suspicions of her having a boyfriend surfaced. Perhaps because she had spent an enjoyable time with Mirei yesterday, Hiyoriy went about her usual school life without seeming to mind the slanderous letters. It was now after school that day. Hiyoriy, who had parted with her volleyball club friends while being teased, headed to her shoebox to change from slippers to loafers. There, yesterday's memories suddenly resurfaced and experiences she had several times before. Feeling a vague bad premonition, the closer Hiyoriy got to the shoebox, the louder her heartbeat became. While this event could be called the fate of a popular person, it's not something that can be taken lightly. Slander is done with the carefree feeling that it's okay if it's not found out, but it's so vicious that it can take people's lives. Sighing, Hiyoriy finally arrived in front of her shoebox. She didn't open the shoebox immediately, but stopped there and stared at it with a serious expression. It's understandable that she would be on guard like this, given that the slander happened just yesterday. As if to muster up courage, and as if to forget about yesterday, Hiyoriy shook her head from side to clear her mind. She slowly reached out her hand to the handle of the shoebox and gripped it. Please let there be nothing inside. With that wish, Hiyoriy closed her eyes and opened the shoebox. 1 second, 2 seconds passed, and fearfully, Hiyoriy opened her eyes. At that moment, she let out a relieved voice, contrary to her earlier uneasiness. There was nothing in the shoebox. Thank goodness. Hiyoriy, who made a relieved smile at the voice of relief, took her off her slippers and placed them on the lower level of the shoebox, and pulled out the loafers on the lower level. It was at that moment, the feeling of something moving inside the loafers like rustling. That odd feeling was transmitted to her hand. Hiyoriy looked at the soles of her shoes with a start, but there was nothing there. However, the strange feeling she just felt was too certain to be brushed off just like that. Hiyoriy held the heel of the loafer down and tapped the toe. Again, she felt something moving, and its identity was revealed on the sole of the shoe. Exclamation mark. What came out of both loafers were 6 letters. Moreover, they had the same pattern as yesterday's letters, and the quantity was 3 times that of yesterday's. Hiyoriy immediately looked around, but there was no suspicious person nearby. Only students leaving while happily talking with friends. Again, this many? She knew the contents without even looking at them. If they wanted the letters to be read, they wouldn't put them inside the loafers. They would place them in an easy-to-see position. If she wanted to protect herself, she could just throw away the letters without reading them. However, that was something Hiyoriy couldn't do because of her personality. Maybe there might be a nice letter, right? If it's a good letter, I have to reply. Even though she understood the extremely low possibility, there was still a possibility. Hiyoriy, holding the 6 pieces of paper, changed back into her slippers and headed to the restroom to check, in a store where no one could see her. In that restroom, Hiyoriy bit her lip after reading all the letters. She bit so hard that the area turned white. What's your deal? Lol, don't act so cheerful, seriously. Don't need you lording your boyfriend over us. It's super annoying. Oh, you think you're popular? You're so self-conscious it's gross. Just looking at you gives me goosebumps. Lol. I feel sorry for anyone who's your girlfriend or boyfriend. Someone who's just energetic doesn't need to come to school. You're in the way. Out of the 6 letters, all 6 had similar content to yesterday's. The letters were scattered on the floor of the bathroom stall. She closed her eyelids, clenched her fists, and desperately tried to suppress her feelings with nowhere to go. Ahaha. How awful. Really? Hiyoriy tried to laugh it off with a joke, saying I'm totally fine with this. But not even a smile surfaced. She just said ahaha. She looked up at the ceiling with a trembling voice. Her tear glands loosened and her vision blurred, her honey-colored eyes that were moist and shining more than usual. Let's go home. Desperately holding back tears that seemed about to spill out, Hiyoriy stood up. She forced out a cheerful voice. That was the most Hiyoriy-like thing she could do right now. She picked up each letter scattered on the floor and opened the stall door. Hiyoriy threw all the letters into the trash can next to the sink and left the restroom after wiping both eyes. Hiyoriy, who always washes her hands every time she enters the restroom even if she didn't use it. Her heart was so hurt that she forgot to wash her hands. Section. I am home. The time was 5:45 p.m. Hiyoriy was the first to return to the dormitory. Oh, welcome back. Listen to this, Hiyoriy. Souta came out from the living room to the hallway to greet her as usual, but his excitement level was a bit higher today. What is it? I tried making fried food today, and it turned out pretty delicious. You'll eat it, right? The time Hiyoriy gets home is almost the same as when Souta finishes making dinner. As a result, it's Hiyori's daily routine to eat Souta's freshly made dishes right away, and it's Souta's daily routine to hear her thoughts on dinner as soon as possible. It could truly be called a win-win relationship. Today, Souta was especially excited to hear her thoughts on his masterpiece, but that idea was soon shattered. I am sorry, I'll eat it later. I am just not in the mood right now. Huh? You're not going to eat? It's that fried chicken, you know? It's freshly fried. I am sorry. Are you not feeling well somewhere? If something's wrong, I'm here to listen. That's not it at all. I just ate some rice balls at the convenience store. Hiyoriy gave a wry smile as if to say she was full. Well then, I'll go take a bath. I'll come eat dinner later. Wait. As if ignoring Souta's attempt to stop her, Hiyoriy ran up to the second floor. What was that? That's the first time I've seen her like that. This was the first time Souta felt avoided by Hiyoriy. There were also many things Hiyoriy said that were unlike her. Hiyoriy wouldn't get so full from convenience store rice balls that she couldn't fit in some fried chicken. Hiyoriy would usually limit how much rice balls she ate in preparation for dinner. Souta, who provides dinner, knows that best. She didn't seem cheerful. His earlier excitement was gone. Souta muttered solemnly with a difficult expression. Chapter 36, Abduction and Contemplation. I'm worried about this more than anything. There was one reason why Souta let out such a comment. The short hand of the clock was between 9 and 10. The long hand was pointing at 6. The current time was 9:30 p.m. Even at this hour, Hiyoriy, who said I'll eat later, had not come down to the living room. Of course, during dinner with Kotoha, Koyuki, and Mirei, Souta brought up this topic in Hiyori's absence. But the responses he got were, Hiyori-chan will come down soon. Since it's her we're talking about. Fufu. She does love her meals. That's our Hiyoriy. The three of them had been involved with Hiyoriy longer than Souta had. Perhaps because they knew Hiyori's personality and appetite, they didn't take this matter too seriously. Honestly, Souta was one of them too. Mirei didn't say anything, but she didn't seem to be paying attention to Hiyoriy. Or rather, she probably didn't say anything because she was just going along with Kotoha and Koyuki. But, if 9 p.m. passed, and another 30 minutes went by without her coming down, it's safe to say that the predictions of the residents, including Souta, were completely off. For now, I need to go call her. Souta, who had not received any notice like I don't want dinner today, had to check as the manager. His worries only kept growing. Section. Knock knock. A light knocking sound echoed in one of the rooms on the second floor. Hiyoriy, dinner's ready. It turned out delicious, so let's eat together. Hiyoriy. Light was leaking through the gap of the door, but there was no response. Did she fall asleep without turning off the lights? Souta, who imagined the obvious, stood there scratching his cheek. But next, he put his ear to the door to check for sounds inside. Then, he picked up a sound like the rustling of bedding. Is she awake or asleep? Souta, who found the sound ambiguous, knocked again. This time, there was a reply. I am sorry. I think I'll pass today after all. Oh, pass? You don't have to hold back. There's plenty of fried chicken. Ahaha, thank you, but I'm fine today. I'll definitely be able to eat it tomorrow. Hiyoriy didn't say I'll eat it, but I'll be able to eat it. That meant she wanted time to switch gears. If she had that time, then. However, unless one knows Hiyori's circumstances, that can't be understood. From Souta's perspective, it could only be taken as an incongruous statement. Hiyoriy, if there's anything wrong, I'm here to listen. I am fine. Is that so? Well, I put all the side dishes like fried chicken in the fridge, so heat them up and eat when you feel like it. There's really so much that you don't have to hold back. Thank you. That's about all Souta could say, as he couldn't force her to eat. There were still things he wanted to talk about, but considering Hiyori's feelings, he returned to the living room without staying long. Souta's work for today was over, with the dishes washed and the locks checked. All that was left was to sleep in the manager's room, but he decided to wait in the living room for Hiyoriy to come down until the limit of his drowsiness came. Without turning on the TV, Souta fiddled with his smartphone and left himself to time. About 10 minutes passed from there. It was around the time when 10 p.m. was approaching. In the quiet living room, footsteps coming down the stairs could be heard. The sound was getting closer to the living room. Oh, Hiyoriy. Souta put down his smartphone, put his hand on the table to stand up from his chair, and looked at the door connecting the living room and the hallway. A few seconds later, the doorknob was pulled down, and the person making the footsteps came into view. First, one side of the black twin-tailed hair, next the pink antennae, then, beautifully upturned jade eyes. Finally, the overall appearance. Mirei-san. Souta, his eyes wide open, was dumbfounded by the unexpected person. Mirei, who is most wary of Souta, who always eats dinner with one of the residents, had created a one-on-one space on her own. Hey. Mirei closed the door so as not to let her voice leak to the second floor and glared at Souta. The two were about 4 meters apart. About Hiyoriy. Why yeah. What is it? And here, Souta was about to find out why Mirei didn't say anything in the presence of Kotoha and Koyuki. I'll tell you, Hiyoriy is involved in school troubles. It was sudden. Unlike me, Hiyoriy is kind, so she just doesn't say it. She's protecting you and suffering alone. That's why she's not cheerful. What do you mean? That's my fault. It's not that he's dumbfounded. Souta truly couldn't find anything that came to mind. Well, ask Hiyoriy for the details. I'm not interested in such things, and I have to make a call with my friend. So if you want to talk, do it outside. It'll be a downer if I hear your counseling voice or something. Hey, wait a minute. I think the way you said that is a bit much. The moment he heard all of Mirei's words, for the first time, a blue vein popped up on Souta's forehead. He didn't mind being spoken ill of himself, but he absolutely couldn't forgive her for selfishly proceeding without showing any concern for an acquaintance, saying she had a phone call. What? Why are you getting angry? Because I'm just not interested in this. Hiyoriy is taking that sacrifice, enduring it, and on top of that, she can't even eat. If anything, I'm the one who wants to get angry at you. Even though you're the manager, you didn't notice that Hiyoriy was sending out an SOS? I mean, don't you understand that Hiyori's personality makes her bottle things up and sacrifice herself like that? Well, since you didn't understand, you can't be forceful and only watch the situation. Mirei, who countered Souta's anger with her own anger to cancel out the momentum, had a lot of guts. She stated all her thoughts without becoming timid. Dealing with and solving residents' troubles is the manager's job, right? And yet, taking actions that prolong the problem is just incomprehensible. That's just slacking off, isn't it? I'll tell you. But I don't acknowledge a manager who can't even do his job. It was a parting remark with thorns. Mirei glared at him again with a sharp look and pulled the doorknob to leave the living room. The sound of her running up the stairs echoed in his ears. The living room was left with tension. It was the first time since becoming a manager that Souta's anger reached its boiling point, but he regained some calmness in the back of his mind. Mirei must have gone this far to vent her feelings because she knows some of the truth. that this was something she had to convey even if it meant enduring her fear of the opposite sex. That there's no way she wouldn't care after mustering up the courage to meet face to face. In other words, she's saying to be forceful with Hiyoriy, who's bottling things up. That's what Mirei-san wanted to say. As an adult, Souta understood Mirei's harsh intentions. However, even with that level of understanding, he couldn't read why Mirei took actions that entrusted this to him. Watching the situation, actions that prolong the problem. Right. That was certainly true. Sigh. Having been hit with sound arguments by Mirei, Souta felt miserable for even getting angry, but it was still too early for a reflection meeting. There was someone he had to talk to. He understood that the best. Souta let out a sigh. His next action was already decided. Souta, going up to the second floor again, moved to Hiyori's room, and just as he thought he had arrived, bam bam bam, he knocked with a strong force. Hey Hiyoriy, let's go for a drive on my motorcycle. Choose either the hill or the beach. Huh? Come on. You don't have the right to refuse. Hurry up and open this door, or I'll bust it open with the master key. Wait, please stop. Then hurry up and put on pants and cold weather clothes and come out. Otherwise, I'll see your messy room too. That's so forceful. And it's not messy. Then hurry up and go. For now, just go along with me. In return, you can ask me for a favor too. Geez. No. If you keep complaining, I'll open it. I already brought the master key. I got it. Perhaps because she's weak to pressure, Souta somehow managed to get Hiyoriy to change clothes and succeeded in forcibly taking her on a drive. Despite her sulking voice. Section. Click. As the front door closed, 6 eyes from a certain room on the second floor watched Souta and Hiyoriy getting on the motorcycle outside. There were 3 voices in this one room. Mirei, what you said earlier was going too far. Of course Souta-san would get angry at that. And saying that Hiyoriy is involved in trouble because of Souta-san is a complete stretch. I was surprised too. It was quite different from what I had heard. I'm sorry about that. But I thought if I said that and shoved responsibility on him, he would definitely take Hiyoriy with him. He does what he's supposed to do, after all. A calm voice that seems to see through everything. Mirei, are you really okay with this? At this rate, it's like you're sacrificing yourself. Why yeah, there could have been a little better way. This method is the quickest and I'm totally fine with it. So it's okay. In the first place, I've been taking that attitude with him from the start. So it's natural to be disliked. Well, him encouraging Hiyoriy yesterday would be more effective for her than us doing it. So either way, rather than asking him to act, having him act on his own would make his words more genuine. The way the words are conveyed would also change. The kind of person suitable for counseling is exactly that kind of person. For that purpose, Mirei had played a role. Chapter 37, Souta and Hiyoriy, Part 1. Eek, that voice came from behind, once. Huh? That voice came from behind, twice. You, that voice came from behind, thrice. Still not used to it? The speed is too fast. 55 km per hour is normal. Well, before it was around 45 km per hour. Oh, I'm turning. Eek. As he tilted the motorcycle to turn right, Hiyoriy hugged him with a stomach-crushing force. She tightly clung to him, her helmet-covered face pressed against Souta's back, blocking his view. Her thighs and swelling breasts were pressed against him, but he paid no mind to their changing shape. When the road is empty, I feel like speeding up. Please don't do that. It was past 10 p.m., and the number of vehicles on the road had decreased. More people were driving faster than usual. Souta was going at 55 km per hour, but there were only cars and motorcycles passing him. Should I go faster? No way. Then should I just go 5 km faster? The speed limit is 60 km per hour. Souta, who was aware of his position of being entrusted with a life, wasn't stupid enough to drive recklessly. Even when speeding up, he was mindful of driving within the traffic rules. Hiyoriy didn't say to speed up. Don't be so mean. Well, I feel like being a bit mean to Hiyoriy today, so bear with it. What's that? Oh, I'm turning again. Eek. The moment he turned, Hiyoriy clung to Souta again like a stuffed animal. However, those who think this is a perk and leak out a mental voice saying, "All right, Hiyori's going to hug me. Yay. Must be told this. If no countermeasures are taken against this hugging, it will definitely become impossible to drive. Even though Hiyoriy has a squishy body, she clings with a strength that could choke someone. If he was in his natural state, he would likely throw up everything in his stomach. When turning, Souta tightened his abs as much as possible and was not taken by carnal desires. Section. Phew, it's been a while since I've come here. Wow, I think you could see a more beautiful night view if you came around 8 p.m., but it's still quite a sight, right? The place Souta and Hiyoriy arrived at was a hill with a park where they could see the night view. Although it's called a park, there are few playground equipment, so many people use the well-maintained lawn for running, walking their dogs, and spending time with their families. And another way to enjoy the park is this: night view appreciation. Since this park has a large area, it's almost impossible to run into someone else who has come to enjoy the night view. If they do run into someone, they can find another spot. Hiyoriy, this is your first time coming to Hiyoriy University at night. I didn't know it was this beautiful. That's good. Souta sat on a wooden bench that could also be used for viewing the night view and smiled at Hiyoriy, who was leaning forward with her hands on the railing, staring at the night view. Do you like it a little? Yes. Seeing this view, I think I'm a bit glad I didn't choose the beach. To be honest, I'm also glad we chose the hill. If we had chosen the embankment, you might have stumbled and fallen into the sea. Why would that happen? Choosing the hill was the right decision. The meaning differed between the two. Please don't fall from there, okay? The railing there is lower. Geez, does Souta-san think I'm that clumsy? Yeah, so be careful for now. Please deny it a little. Souta-san really is mean today. If Hiyoriy does something like that, of course I'll be mean. It's Hiyori's fault. Hiyoriy turned round to Souta and pointed at herself with her index finger, with the night view as the background. She must have been quite surprised, as she seemed unable to say any more. Well, you didn't eat anything I cooked. Even though you said you'd come eat it later. I am sorry about that. It may be weird for me to say it myself, but I put my heart into making it. I am sorry. Then will you eat the food when we get back to the dorm? Even just a bite is fine. I want to hear your thoughts. Nod. Hiyoriy nodded obediently. Thank you. In this situation with just the two of them, the only one who could say I won't eat is Mirei. Taking advantage of Hiyori's personality and making a promise, one of Souta's worries was resolved. Well then, I'll stop being mean. I think it's about time to have a serious talk. The real topic is this, after all. That's the face of someone who saw it coming. Yes, as high school students, they would have some idea of the reason for being taken out. At this moment, a heavy atmosphere enveloped the two. I'll have a serious talk, but you don't have to be on guard like it's an interview. Since we came all the way here, you can look at the night view while listening. Hiyoriy, just listen casually. It's fine. I understand. Then I'll take you up on that offer and listen while looking at the night view. Perhaps she was also scared of what she might be told. Hiyoriy turned her body 180 degrees to face the night view. From Souta's view, her back was trembling. It was like before being scolded. Well, getting to the main point, I want you to tell me what happened to you without hiding anything. As expected, Hiyoriy shut her mouth at this question. However, Souta was not so lenient as to give up here. Because he had forcibly taken her out, he was prepared to make her talk no matter what. I'll say this in advance, but I have no intention of taking the motorcycle out of this hill until Hiyoriy tells me everything without hiding anything. Even if the sun rises and it's time to go to school, I won't let Hiyoriy escape. I'll make you be late or absent. A statement that was a mass of forcefulness. Souta had completely cut off Hiyori's escape route. Hiyoriy, who listened to his words till the end in this quiet hill, laughed softly. Souta-san, you're still being mean to Hiyoriy, aren't you? This is just being stubborn. It's different from being mean. Souta-san, if you're really going to do that, you'd better stop. Hiyori's mom and dad won't stay quiet. I suppose that's true. That's why I'll tell them while they yell at me. I did it to protect Hiyoriy. In the first place, just taking a minor out at this hour is already a red light for me, so I have nothing to fear. Even if that happened, he didn't mind. Rather, He was prepared for it. Hiyoriy covered her mouth with her hand at his tone of voice. I'm sorry, Hiyoriy. I'm stupid, so this was the only method I could think of. But that's why I'm prepared for all the risks that will fall on me. Hiyori's face couldn't be seen. All Souta could see was Hiyori's back as she continued to look at the night view. I knew something was wrong the moment Hiyoriy didn't eat, but I just kept taking actions like watching the situation. It's only natural to think I'm not trying to help if I do this. That's not. I heard to some extent from Mirei-san that Hiyoriy ran into some trouble at school. That it's my fault for seeing her off on my motorcycle. ! That's not true. It's not Souta-san's fault. Suddenly, as if a switch had been flipped, Hiyori's voice was filled with strong emotion, denying it seriously. She gave Souta a sharp look that was unlike her. That's a lie by Mirei-chan. Souta-san hasn't done anything wrong. A rumor had spread that Hiyoriy had a boyfriend. This was the trigger for her being attacked this time. However, there was no fault in Souta who went to pick her up. That was what Hiyoriy understood the most. And the one at fault was whoever wrote those letters. Although Hiyoriy was saying the right thing, because Souta had been told it's your fault by Mirei, a rebuttal immediately came to mind. Then why did Hiyoriy try to shoulder it alone? If it wasn't my fault, I think there would have been no problem telling me. That's. After a 1-2-second pause to that response, Hiyoriy replied with a trembling voice. I just didn't want to cause trouble. I didn't want to cause trouble over something like this. It was a statement from the bottom of her heart, because she believed it wasn't Souta's fault. No, I'd be troubled if you arbitrarily decided it was trouble. Solving residents' troubles is one of the manager's jobs. By Hiyori's logic, wouldn't me cooking also be considered trouble? Well, it's really unfair to say this, but Mirei-san told me she doesn't acknowledge a manager who can't do his job. In other words, I was stamped as a failure! I'm not saying I want Hiyoriy to complain to Mirei-san. It's only natural to be told that if I'm getting paid and can't do my job, and I felt my own incompetence. And then, Souta once again took advantage of Hiyori's personality. So, I want you to tell me what's troubling you, in order to save me too. If there's something you absolutely can't say, then it's fine to tell me how you want me to act. I want you to rely on me as your ally. Souta's strong words reached Hiyoriy as he intertwined his eyes with her honey-colored eyes that shone in the darkness, because they were words he thought of on his own, not because he was made to do it. Hiyori's heart was greatly shaken. Ahaha, I'm an idiot. But, can you overlook that? It had been a while since he had spoken to someone so seriously. Souta, who inadvertently made a joke, bowed his head and immediately raised it. Hiyoriy, wiping the corner of her eye with one hand, showed an awkward smile as if enduring something, her lips trembling. Chapter 38, Souta and Hiyoriy, Part 2. I see. Sorry for putting it badly, but the more I hear, the more irritated I get. Souta, sitting on the bench, was listening to Hiyoriy, who sat down right next to him. The cause of Hiyori's suffering this time, that Hiyoriy is currently being bad-mouthed anonymously. Everything from what was thought to be the trigger to the content. I'm glad you're saying that for Hiyori's sake. How should I put it? It's like a honest characteristic of an all-girls school. Jealousy in that area is really amazing after all. It might be because of the environment. But I think only a few people would do something like this. My friends treat me the same as always. In the dark night, Souta gathered information from Hiyori's tone of voice precisely because he couldn't see her face very well. Hiyoriy was trying not to leave gaps to avoid disrupting the pace of the conversation. But there was no strength in her voice. It was as if it was a lie that she had always resounded with a lively greeting of good morning. First thing in the morning, does Hiyoriy intend to report this matter to the teacher? Honestly, no. I'm afraid it will escalate if I do that. And there are parts where Hiyoriy is at fault too. What do you mean by being at fault? That's, like getting carried away, being stupid, only having energy as my redeeming quality. Those are on point. So, Souta replied with a hint of disagreement, but Hiyoriy seemed to have heard it as a convinced response. I knew Souta-san felt the same way. Souta, crossing his legs and placing his elbow on his left thigh, stared at Hiyoriy silently while resting his cheek on his hand. Their gazes intertwined. You don't have to force yourself to think of a follow-up. Hiyori got carried away. I'm sorry. Hiyori probably thought Souta was pondering deeply. She was flustered, moving her hand like a metronome. No, that's not what I meant. I was just thinking it's funny how Hiyori is too honest, or foolishly honest to this extent. Exclamation mark. I'll say this in advance so you don't misunderstand, but I don't mean any ill will. I'm deliberately saying this because that way of thinking will never be A+. Souta's voice quality and tone didn't change at all. It could be said that he was seriously facing her to that extent. For now, is it okay if I argue against everything Hiyori just said? I'll say it directly, so only if you won't be embarrassed. It's fine. I think if you can say it, that is. It was a sad tone, as if to say there's no way he could do that. Then let me say it. But first, the idea that getting carried away is bad is a personal opinion. Don't make that a principle. Do you remember what I said when I first met Hiyori? I think I said, it's better for young people to be that carried away. Exclamation mark. And now that you mention it, you did say that. I don't know how carried away Hiyori gets at school, but including the way you were when we first met, I like that kind of Hiyori, and I can't see it as an element I would dislike at all. Exclamation mark. Souta himself felt indignant, so he easily said things he wouldn't normally say. Souta was watching carefully the students who seemed to be Hiyori's friends on the day he dropped her off. From this, Hiyori must have a wide circle of friends and made many friends. If she was adored to that extent, it could be shown that the number of people who find Hiyori's getting carried away unpleasant is small. Second, being stupid applies to me too, but you know, that can be changed in any way. I didn't put in enough effort, but Hiyori is different. On weekdays, you study hard in your room, and on holidays, you study diligently next to Koyuki-san. You're desperately trying to keep up with the lessons. There's no need for Hiyori, who's making such efforts, to be swayed by the words of people who don't even know that. And if you absolutely must be swayed, I'll praise you with twice as many words. Exclamation mark. Lastly, about the third point. You said energy is Hiyori's only good point, but after interacting with you for dozens of days, I found other good things about you too. Hiyori thinks that's enough. Kind of. Hiyori, with steam coming out of her face at the unexpected words, was on the verge of her limit. She tries to stop it from getting worse, but it's futile. Souta had said in advance, is it okay if I argue against everything Hiyori said? This might be stating the obvious, but Hiyori greets people properly every day, right? Contrary to that personality, you're a hard worker, and at first, you were considerate enough to eat to the pace of those around you so that everyone in the dorm could eat comfortably. The other day, you even cleaned the entrance without me noticing. I was happy about that casual kindness. It's fine now. It's really fine. There was an implication of why were you even looking at that? Her face was as red as a boiled octopus. If this were a bright place, Souta would have definitely suspected she had a fever. Is that so? I still have more to say. I promised to definitely find your good points. It's quite alright. If you refuse that much, I'll skip it. But, well, what I want to say is that even such an admirable person can be disliked by some, and those who complain are the ones who don't face Hiyori head-on. They're just looking for things they don't like, faults, and flaws. There's no need for you to foolishly confront such people. Only Hiyori will lose out. The words might be harsh, but it can't be helped. The person who became an adult, foolishly faced things head-on, was conveniently used, lost the most, and was made a fool of the most is none other than Souta, the speaker. I understand how you feel, Hiyori. If you want to cool things down with your own power, you have to change something. Otherwise, you'll be mentally damaged. Think about it. If things like today continue, you'll lose your appetite and the number of times you eat will decrease, right? You don't want that, do you? No, I don't want that. Then you have no choice but to change something. What should I change when you say change something? Souta-san, an important request for help from Hiyori. However, Souta froze here. He had been talkative up to this point, but suddenly became silent. Souta-san? Hiyori, Is it okay if I speak based on my feelings and experience from here on? Why yes, of course it's fine. Thanks. He couldn't say his true feelings now, that he didn't really understand the feeling of being hurt by bad-mouthing, that he couldn't really agree with it. His feelings of concern for Hiyoriy were genuine. That's why he didn't want to do anything that would pour cold water on it. I want Hiyoriy to always stay positive without worrying about bad-mouthing. I don't want your strength of being cheerful to be crushed by people saying irresponsible things. Always being bright and brightening up those around you. I think that's when Hiyoriy shines the most. It was precisely because it was dark and hard to see each other's faces that Souta could also say cheesy lines. His blushing face wouldn't be found out. Just as there were advantages for Hiyoriy, there were also advantages for Souta. What I want Hiyoriy to change is that, a strong heart that doesn't mind bad-mouthing. It might seem difficult, but it's actually not. Hiyoriy has friends and companions made with that bright personality. So if it's hard, don't shoulder it alone and rely on those companions. Also, never put yourself down for your personality. If you start thinking badly of your personality too, it will be rude to all the friends who came to like you. Yes, it was the moment he finished saying that, Souta's left hand stretched out towards Hiyori's head. A deep shadow fell on Hiyori's face. When such a cute grunt leaked out, the large, warm hand was gently placed on top of her head with a thud. The moment she understood what was done to her, Hiyori's chestnut-colored hair was gently stroked. Hiyoriy is too kind, so you might not be able to rely on your companions out of consideration. If that happens, rely on me, your ally, once again, me, who's 6 years older than Hiyoriy. Wouldn't it be the strongest to have such a dependable older brother? Is that so? That's where you're supposed to nod and say yes. The time was 11:05 p.m. The city lights were also going out one by one, and the gorgeous scenery had become a calm one. However, it suited this space the most. And there was something Souta didn't know. That Hiyoriy was casually pressing her head against the hand stroking her head. That she was being stroked continuously and snuggling up like a cat. Everyone must be worried too. So let's go back around the time the date changes. Hiyoriy, I'll have you eat as promised and then go to bed. I'll eat a lot. I'll eat the fried chicken. That's good. Wait, isn't Hiyoriy getting closer? It's your imagination. Is that so? At this time, Hiyoriy had a change of heart. Her impression of Souta had greatly changed. Section 8. Hiyoriy, you don't need to hug me yet, right? Motorcycles are scary, huh? I haven't even started moving yet. Hiyoriy, you seemed fine before starting. This was the parking lot of Hiyoriy University. Hiyoriy, in the back seat, was hugging Souta tightly. She crossed her arms as if to say she wouldn't let go. I was actually scared. So I'll rely on Souta-san. I got it. Then I'll start moving soon. Okay. Hiyoriy nodded deeply with her helmet-covered head. The face inside was melting sloppily. Chapter 39. Hiyori's Aftermath. The date had already changed, and it was currently close to 1 a.m. The other residents were probably asleep, as there was no light leaking from the second floor when they returned home. Only Souta and Hiyoriy were in this living room with the lights on. Without turning on the TV, they were spending a quiet and leisurely time. Souta-san, thank you for today. When she finished eating the soup, salad, and white rice, and there was only one piece of fried chicken left, Hiyoriy bowed her head deeply. No, I didn't really do anything to be thanked for. I just forcibly took Hiyoriy out. Geez. Please don't say that and accept my thanks properly. Okay. Unlike when they were looking at the night view, this living room was not dark. He was taking a bland attitude to hide his embarrassment and shyness without showing it on his face. Now that he thought back on it, he had made cheesy statements based on his emotions, that he had stroked Hiyori's head. This is bad. I'm so embarrassed my body feels like it's burning. If he were to be teased about this, Souta would be willing to throw himself off a cliff. I think Souta-san should fix that part of you. Hiyoriy. You likes that part of you. I'd prefer Hiyoriy to hurry up and eat the last piece of fried chicken though. But if I eat this, Souta-san will definitely say go to bed. What are you saying, you fool? It's already 1 o'clock. Because it's 1 o'clock. By simple calculation, Suta's sleep time was less than 5 hours, about 4 hours and 30 minutes. Hiyoriy was the same. Lack of sleep also affects health. And there was school today too. Hiyoriy, you'll be in trouble if you don't go to bed soon too. If you're late because of this, I'll get angry. Souta-san timidly at this timing. What if? What if? Hiyoriy said she didn't want to go to school tomorrow. Hiyoriy suddenly started saying strange things, as if she had thought of something. Souta just stated his thoughts. If it's for a reason other than skipping, I think it's fine to take a day off. I have nothing to force on you. That was an immediate answer. Of course it was. I'll say this in a bit of a cold way, but compulsory education is already over, and a manager isn't so great that he can interfere with that. Well, I'm putting my personal feelings first, but it's pitiful to forcibly take someone to a place they don't want to go. I see. This question was to blame me for forcibly taking you to Hiyoriy University Park. For the first time since becoming the manager of this dorm, Souta narrowed his eyes. He was a little dissatisfied that she had taken the approach of making him realize by letting him speak. No, that's not it. I just wanted to ask a little. I won't be convinced unless you tell me the reason. Do I have to say it? I think I'll have you tell me since you brought it up. Fidgeting. Next, Hiyoriy glanced up and said, I wanted to remember the kind Souta-san from Hiyoriy University, a line that would make the person being told embarrassed too. No, anyone would be embarrassed seeing this bright red face ready for self-destruction. However, Suta's mind was a little twisted. Doesn't that sound like I'm usually not kind? How rude. That's not what I meant. Maybe I should make Hiyori's breakfast only white rice tomorrow. Of course. This was a joke. Hiyori's energy had returned to the point where Souta could make a quip. You'd better not do that to Hiyoriy. Hiyoriy is a big fan of food. Haha. What would you do if I really made it only white rice? I'll get angry and eat Souta-san. Huh? You'll bite me? No, I'll bite you to pieces. Are you a lion? Of course. Souta, who receives food expenses from the residents, cannot choose to give only white rice to one person. With this responsibility as a manager, he probably won't step on Hiyori's landmine. Hey Hiyoriy, let's eat it soon. That last piece of fried chicken. If Souta-san makes one promise, I'll eat it. I'll eat it for you. You're being selfish today for some reason. Sometimes I feel like being spoiled. Hiyoriy is still a high school student, It was a sign of trust. It was because strong trust had sprouted that Hiyoriy had shed the layer of reservation. I got it. So what's the promise? I know it's really troublesome, but Hiyoriy wants to consult only with Souta-san about dark things. But, how should I put it? The gap with my school character. It's embarrassing to show that to my friends, or rather, Hiyoriy conveyed this in a hurry, somehow desperate. So, I was wondering if you could take me somewhere again or listen to my problems in private when I'm having a hard time. Is that the promise? Is it no good? No. I'm pretty sure I said to consult me anytime at Hiyoriy University. That's not even a matter of promise. Then it's okay? Of course. How about we change the mood and go to the beach next time? If that's okay, hurry up and eat that fried chicken and go to bed. Why yes. Then I'll eat it. Hiyoriy grabbed the fried chicken with her chopsticks and finished eating the last bite with a chomp. It was an incredible change, considering she had been reluctant until now. And with that, Souta's job of washing the dishes was quickly finished with Hiyori's help. During that time, Hiyoriy was smiling the whole time, occasionally humming. Souta-san, good night. Good night, Hiyoriy. The two parted in the dark hallway after turning off the living room lights. Souta, who saw Hiyoriy off until the end as she went upstairs, also headed to the manager's room to go to bed. He turned the key on the doorknob and opened the door, and at that moment, something hit Souta's foot, probably because something moved due to the wind pressure. After turning on the light in the manager's room and securing his vision, he checked what that was. It was found immediately. What hit his foot was a note folded in half on loose-leaf paper. Souta, who picked it up after crouching down, flipped through it and read the contents. It was written in neat handwriting. This is sudden, but I found out that dealing with residents' troubles at school or work isn't part of the manager's job description. I heard from Koyuki-san and Kotoha-san that your job is to deal with troubles between residents. I was wrong today, sorry. There was no signature, but there was only one person who would write such a letter. Mirei-san, even though you knew, Souta muttered with a smile on his face. Well, I wonder what kind of reaction Mirei-san would have had if I had said I also didn't know about the job description. Being a manager was Souta's first job. In order to minimize mistakes and gain trust, Souta checked the job description his mother Ri had handwritten for him every single day. Furthermore, he tried to memorize it by writing it down. Now he had the job description in his head without fail. In other words, Souta had noticed that there was a mistake in Mirei's statement at that time. That's why he understood that Mirei was relying on him in her own way. He understood what Mirei wanted to say. In other words, she's saying to be forceful with Hiyoriy, who's bottling things up. That's what Mirei-san wanted to say. And so on. Section. The next day, Friday, at school. Well, see you tomorrow. No, see you on Monday. Good luck with club activities. Thanks. See you, Hiyoriy. Yeah. After school, Hiyoriy, who had parted with her friends as usual, headed to her shoebox as usual. If there was one thing different from yesterday, it would be that she wasn't scared even though she was imagining the slanderous letters in her mind. Good work at school today. School from Monday to Friday was over. The weekend was starting from tomorrow. Hiyoriy was praising herself with a mutter. Hiyoriy, who arrived in front of the shoebox, blinked her eyes wide. Even though the slander had continued the day before yesterday and yesterday, nothing had changed. She opened the shoebox without hesitation. There were more today as well. 1, 2, 3, 10 letters, 2 more than yesterday. The same pattern paper as the day before yesterday and yesterday. The content was already set in stone. Hiyoriy picked them up one by one. But it was different from before. She picked them up happily. Yay, I wonder if I can ride Souta-san's motorcycle again if I show him these. I wonder if he'll pat my head. The evil letters had no effect at all. Hiyoriy, who was in a good mood as if she had floating musical notes by shaking her head from side to side, put the papers that would be evidence in her pocket and changed into her loafers. With this, she could go out again. With that feeling in mind, she went outside with Ye. There were 2 shadows watching Hiyori's back. Huh? What's with her? It's not affecting her at all. Wait, is she using our stuff as an excuse to go on dates? How boring. Seriously. The 2 students who were watching the situation, realizing that it had backfired on them, they were gritting their teeth in frustration. Let's just stop. This is just playing into her hands. Totally. Hiyoriy had unintentionally repelled her enemies. Not only that, she was even inflicting damage on them. End of Volume 1.